everywhere I go. The people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really needed a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
Just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap.
Hi, this is Jim Albert Timbreza, aka Borkum from Team Secret.
Hi, this is Jesse Christy Cuico, aka Jesse Bash from Team Secret.
Compared sa stage 1, ano siya eh, mas magiging interesting siya kasi lahat ng teams makakalaban namin. So, looking forward kami na makalaro silang lahat.
To play as challengers kasi nga hindi na kami yung dating Team Secret na nasa top. So, yan. So, excited ako maglaro as a challenger. Siguro yung reason nga na nakapag-champions kami last year. So, yung expectations talaga ng mga tao andun lahat. And yun, na-down namin sila this stage 1 and stage 2 is parang to come back nga. And to prove na kaya pa namin bumalik.
Siguro yung team namin nag-stand out sa other teams kasi more on may mas experience kami. Kasi nga yun nga, nakapag-champions kami then nung last stage medyo na-short kami ng preparation pero yun nga. This time mas more prepared kami then nagkaroon kami ng bootcamp then yun. Parang nahirapan din talaga kami sa online setup. Marami ring technical difficulties na hindi namin hawak. So, yun. Actually, lahat eh. Lahat ng teams gusto namin makalaro. Kasi last stage, then more on group stage. Then 3 lang yung nakakalaban naming teams. And sa playoffs na namin sila nakakalaban eh, yung ibang teams sa kabilang bracket. So, mas exciting ngayon kasi yun nga, lahat talaga sila makakalaban namin in a single BO3 match.
Looking forward to play against, siguro yung mga tumalo sa amin sa stage 1. SBE, Oasis, and actually gusto ko rin makalaro yung RRQ since mayroong this open qualifiers, tinalo rin nila kami. Yan, actually, I'm excited na makalaro sila lahat. Siguro team to beat yung respect talaga sa champions, SBE, since sila talaga yung in paper and masasabi ng lahat na best teams right now sa PH.
Siguro, syempre, respect sa champion last stage 1, yung South Built Esports and yun nga. Dati ko rin silang naging teammates ng ibang game. So, yan. Looking forward to meet them. Thank you for supporting Team Secret and through up and down. Yan, nandyan kayo since day 1 na, yun nga, na manalo-matalo, nandyan kayo. Iba yung supportan nyo na, yun nga, kahit matalo, nandyan pa rin kayo. Yun, maraming salamat. And sa girlfriend ko, maraming salamat sa support.
Sa lahat ng fans, lahat ng supporter ng Valorant PH and my team and supporter ko, thank you for keep supporting us. Tuloy lang natin yung pag-support sa mga Valorant players and team sa PH, hindi lang kami. And maraming salamat. Again, this is Jesse Bash from Team Secret. Watch us on VCTPH, Stage 2 on PPGL. See you guys.
Hi, I'm Chris. My in-game name is Pro and I am from Southbuilt Esports. Looking forward ako na makalaban ulit namin yung Naos Esports. Because last time na nagkalaban kami is sa finals yun ng VCT Stage 1. And hopefully kami ulit yung magkatapat sa finals. Siguro yung the way kami mag-banding namin outside the game. So doon kami nagiging solid hanggang sa inside namin sa paglalaro. Siguro yung Secret na lang din ulit since sila talaga yung rivalry namin way back CSGO pa lang dito sa PH and sana magkalaro kami ulit ngayon VCT. Sino ba? Naos? Ayun, batiin ko lang yung lahat ng fans namin and sumusuporta. Siyempre gusto ko lang magpasalamat sa lahat, especially sa boss namin, kay Boss Prince, and sa mga manager, sa mga analyst and coach namin like Nico, Black and Blue, Sir Lee, and to all my teammates. Thank you sa lahat ng patuloy na pagsusuporta sa amin. Again, this is Pro from Southbuilt Esports. Catch us on VCT Stage 2 on PPGL. See you guys.
Hi, this is Vince Nino V. Mirado, aka Flash, and I'm from Team RQ.
Hi, this is Francis Danison Bunyag, aka Rabbit, from Team RQ. We're looking at the new strats that our opponents will use, so we can pick up on it and learn to use it against them.
Excited ako na ipakita yung mga bagong strats namin as a team, and excited ako na mapunta kami sa APAC Challengers C.
I think the thing that makes us stand out is our structure, our team structure, and how our team plays. Because we have a weird composition. We have three controllers on our team and 2 sentinels, and we only have 1 main duelist. So currently, right now, everyone's going flex and adjusting to the meta.
Siguro yung team namin is kakaiba kasi hindi lahat sa amin kagaya ni Kelly na parang merong star role. Yung mostly sa amin is support roles. Siguro SBE and Team Secret kasi sila yung dalawa yung parang merong bigger experience sa amin. Pero para sa amin hindi kami natatakot na makalaban sila.
We're looking forward to play against Team Secret again, so maybe we can beat them one more time and show to the world that it was not a fluke. The team that is the one to beat is, I think, SBE, because they're the ones who were the champs for PH, for the VCT Stage 1 PH.
SBE, kasi sila yung former champions ng Stage 1. Continue supporting us and continue watching our games kasi gagawin namin ang lahat for you guys.
My message to our fans and supporters: continue to support us. We will show you that RQ will be the best here in PH. And thank you for the continued support, and Viva RQ, guys. Again, this is Rabbit from Team RQ. Watch us on VCTPH Stage 2 on PPGL. See you guys.
Jules Delphine, aka EJ from Bren Esports.
This is Box Ramos, aka Symbol from Bren Esports. Ang pinaka-look forward ko po this VCTPH Stage 2 is to qualify for APAC Challengers Playoffs. Tapos never pa po ako nakapag-qualify for APAC. Kaya I'm looking forward to qualify this stage po.
Ako ang expect sa VCT Stage 2 is wala man gud namo napakita mo ang best sa group stage. So now like gusto lang namo i-prove na worth top team PH gyapon mi.
Trust po namin sa isa't isa. Kasi po yung pag nagbabanding po kami, para po talaga kaming magkakapatid. And sa in-game naman po, every idea from each player counts po. Yun po yung lagi namin nire-remind namin sa isa't isa.
Really skilled players, like individually, are amo ang aim, amo ang decision making, like really mas kusog pa compared to the other teams. So murag amo ang aim lang gyud ang ginabasihan namo. Ako ang gusto na makalaban is Naos Esports. Because gusto lang namo i-prove na murag young players man sila and we are young players also. So murag gusto lang namo na mas gahi pa mi compared sa ila.
The team I'm looking forward to play is Team Secret. Kasi po, ilang beses ko na po sila nakalaban since nung ibang org pa po sila and never ko pa po silang natalo. For me, it's Action PH po. Kasi sa previous tournaments po namin, sila po yung laging nag-eliminate sa amin. Kaya po, this stage po, gusto po namin bumawi sa kanila.
APH, I think APH. Because ilahang playstyle and aim kay murag mas confident sila and napud sila like one of the best player sa APAC si The Doctor. So cause like iprong na namo kami na team na murag mas kusog pa mi compared sila. Thank you guys for supporting us, believing in us, for helping us sa amo ang mga things like mga inspiration na inyo ang ginaingon. And don't worry guys, amo ang ihatag amo ang best para lang mapakita sa inyo na top teams gyapon mi sa PH.
Thank you po sa pag-support niyo sa amin. It means a lot to us po and papakita po namin sa inyo why we deserve to be here. Again, this is Symbol from Bren Esports. Watch us on VCTPH Stage 2 on PPGL. See you guys.
To the beat, the chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me, flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong, stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience. patience. 200 every occasion, going to different locations. How they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. Taking the finest, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, it's easy, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh. Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth. Oh, here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What is you talking about, man? Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever? You gotta be kidding me, man. Ah, this is crazy.
The true test of one's limits can only be determined by taking the risk and going further than what you thought was possible. Team Secret, Regum Qeon, Alpha Esports Pro, Oasis Gaming, Southbolt Esports, and Bren Esports. These are the teams that are trying to break the limit. This is day 2 of the playoffs for the Valorant Champions Tour Stage 2 Challengers Philippines.
The battles have been fought.
Heading towards that C site, and Morgy is standing now.
Real. If he actually gets this!
The heroes have risen, but they're not done yet.
The path that led me here
has tested me beyond limits.
Today, I go against the current
and show them the tide doesn't only rise,
but continues to grow stronger.
Oasis Gaming and Alpha Esports Pro have been sent to the lower brackets. Southbolt Esports and Bren Esports were victorious yesterday, but the question is, will they continue to win against the Giants? Let's try to answer that here on the Updraft. What's up, esports fans? It's day number 2 of the playoffs here on the VCTPH stage. Yet, you are yet again joined by the lovely company of our panel, Likeable, Fluffy, and G10. How are you guys? I'll be honest, I don't quite miss you guys just yet. We saw each other yesterday, but how you guys been?
You didn't miss me for the hours we weren't together?
No, I'm not that clingy. I mean, I hope G10, even just a little bit, you kind of miss me, you know, because you kind of owe me, but
Okay.
Anyway.
True.
Anyway, as much as I'd like to entertain our panel a little bit longer, I'm actually really excited to just dive right into the action of yesterday's highlights. So let's take a look at that right now. It is Oasis Gaming versus Southbolt Esports. G10, please walk Fluffy and I throughout this series because, after all, you were the only one who got the prediction right for this series.
Very true. I mean, I was the only one who was brave enough to go for the SBE pick. And of course, SBE did absolutely beautifully versus Oasis Gaming. They got that 2-0, and as you can see, man, Ja just went kind of crazy. He was the MVP for a reason. Look at how many multi-kills he's getting right here on Fracture. And of course, he kept that train going even onto the next map. My God, SB just looked on another level, as is with another 4K. They just were a little bit more aggressive than they usually were. Man, Flippy with that 3K as well. You really see SBE kind of capitalizing on how Oasis would kind of try to execute, try to line up their utility, and SB would just rush them and ambush them when they were trying to, you know, get all their abilities out. SB just had magnificent timing throughout Fracture, and I know that, you know, Fracture is kind of an Oasis map, but honestly, Southbolt made it look like they weren't even a factor.
Oh, yeah, for sure. In fact, even you assumed that it would turn out to be a 2-1, right? It wasn't going to be a 2-0, but that's what happened. Now, Fluffy, it seemed like I was the only unlucky pickle yesterday since none of my predictions were right. I thought Alpha Esports was going to win this one, but you had faith in the boys from Bren Esports, and based off of the performance here, I can kind of see what you saw in them.
Yeah, I mean, Bren Esports, a team that has been constantly improving throughout the group stages, and now in the playoffs, they show a bit of better form, especially that they had that saving grace to make it in the first place. They really tried to fight for their spot, and I guess it really shows in the game as well against Alpha Esports. Alpha Esports also, in fairness, did play very well in the series, taking one map away from Bren Esports, but at the end of it, Bren Esports does make the two, especially the dominating game on the third game on Haven. I feel like in that game, Bren Esports either did their homework or just had a better read on the situation. They were able to, much like an SBE in the first series, counter a lot of the plays that the opposing team was trying to make. They were willing to match the pacing, sometimes being even a bit quicker on the draw and putting their players into positions where they can get multi-flags. We see Symbol, for example, a high-impact player in the last series as well. And of course, Overall, I feel like the team has just genuinely improved a lot over the weekend. That's why I had a lot of faith in them.
Definitely. I too. Round one yesterday. Us, especially. I have to forget everything I know about these. Expect the unexpected. This is, after all, playoffs. So it's no joke at this point. And we wouldn't get to this. They weren't for our sponsors. So let's take a moment. Thank them, most especially to PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league country, together with Riot Games, for the Valorant Champions Tour here in the Philippines. The VCT Challengers Stage 2 tournament is also sanctioned and overseen by the Games and
We would also like to thank our official sponsors. VCT Stage 2 Philippines Challengers is organized by Globe at Home. Fiber strong, family strong with the new G Fiber, only $20.99 on Globe at Home. Game with speeds to up to 150 Mbps. Mabilis na, unlimited internet pa. To learn more, go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband.
And finally, VCT 2022 is brought to you by the Asus Republic of Gamers. Set to get the ROG Zephyrus M16, powered by up to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i9 processor to help you unleash the legend inside. With top-notch performance and amazing bezel-less ROG Nebula 165Hz QHD display in a slim and light form factor, the ROG Zephyrus M16 will immerse you in the best gaming and entertainment experience that you deserve. Go to ph.rog.gg/ROGXVCT 2022 for more information about the ROG Zephyrus M16.
There you have it, folks. Thank our sponsors for a terrific broadcast we've been having. But you guys are in for a treat because the broadcast is in languages. In case you guys didn't know, we have an English broadcast where you can catch Dax, Black and Blue, Asterai, and Raph. Broadcast to see Tiro, Ray, Honeyglaze, and Vil. Just check out the links flashed on your screens and the VCT that we are serving. Now, we are day number 2 playoffs, and we are going to have a quick recap of the format. Maybe you'll hear a familiar voice rather in this tournament format.
Stage 1 is over. It is now time to test those at the top. Be fearless now. It is your last chance to redeem yourself. This is the VCT Philippines Stage 2 tournament format. Our journey begins with the top 4 squads from the open qualifiers advancing to the group stage. In the group stage, the top 4 open qualifier teams meet the top 4 Stage 1 teams in a best-of-3 single round robin. The top 6 teams now at the end of the groups qualify for playoffs. The 6 remaining teams then face off in a double elimination bracket. And the top 3 playoff squads represent the region in Challengers. Climb to the top and make those in your way fear you.
I think that voice sounds familiar. I don't know about you. Are you familiar with that voice? Do you know who that is?
Who could it be?
Who could it be?
Is it Raph?
Oh, I think it's Raph.
Probably.
I think you're right.
I bet it's Raph. Yeah.
I can't figure it out right away. It's Raph, yeah. Now, as we just tournament format, so I think it's only fitting that we head straight for the brackets, boys. This is going to be very juicy as we're going to be covering round 2 in just a bit, but I want to talk about the lower bracket that will be seen on our screens right now. Fluffy, Oasis Gaming in the lower bracket here. Are you worried about this team?
I mean, Oasis Gaming in the lower bracket is not the best sign always for any team that's in that position, but it's not something that cannot be done. SBE proved that in Stage 1, making it from the lower bracket all the way to the grand finals and winning as the first seed going into APAC. So any of the teams can totally do it, but it is a longer and more challenging road overall.
Oh, of course it is. But as you said, S was able to pull it off in the stage. So do you think that AEP or perhaps Oasis have what it takes to follow the footsteps of SBE?
I mean, they definitely have the blueprint to success to make a lower, try to make a lower bracket run. It's kind of in their hands, I think, whether or not they can actually do it. Because, Oasis and A Pro, we've had some amazing performances from both of them. A Pro was able to fell Team Secret. Oasis was able to fell SBE. So, they theoretically have the tools to do it. They can make that lower bracket run, but it will highly depend on whether or not they actually pull out some interesting strats. Because for AE Pro, I mean, sad to say, yesterday in the game versus Bren, that last game in Haven, they just kind of went and did the same thing over and over again, and Bren just kind of also did the same thing, which was absolutely destroy them over and over again. So if we see more of that, then I don't think it's likely. But if we see Oasis and AE Pro, do some VOD reviews of themselves, try to right their wrongs, try to really build off of their mistakes and focus on their own game plan, then most definitely they can still take the lower bracket all the way to the grand finals. But, of course, other teams are going to be dropping down there, and those teams are going to be very tough to beat because two of them are going to be determined today.
Yeah, I think I also wanted to add to G10's point about the lower bracket. One kind of unique advantage, if anything, in being in the lower bracket is as you can see on the screens, the schedule today, you're not actually playing today, meaning that you do have that 1 day break to really look back at your games and even other teams' games, and even after the end of today's matches, even look at those games to do your research, your homework, and you can really improve over any amount of time. So having a 1 day off, essentially, before you have to, go back and be in the gamer zone and really get the pressure on and really do your job, I feel like it could do massive amounts for certain teams.
Well, now that you mentioned that, Fluffy, SBE and Bren Esports are going to be fighting today again after just competing yesterday. Do you think that is going to be a struggle for them as they face head-to-head with Team Secret and RRQ?
I feel like for the first matchup, so Team Secret versus SBE, that one you can argue will be a close one. Like, I think it, maybe this might go into like prediction territory there, but I feel like it's going to go the distance with the whole series. So, you have to kind of root for Team Secret here because statistically they are the team that is performing the best overall. And on the second one, we have RRQ versus Bren Esports. I feel like this is more like RRQ's game to win if they really did their homework, because historically they've done very poorly against Bren Esports. I believe there's something like 0-4 on Bren Esports, so it's not the best matchup for them. But hopefully, if they take a lot of their losses in the past into this game, like into consideration, then it can improve their odds by a lot.
Oh, definitely. You know what? I'm tempted to dive in and talk about these teams a little bit more, but we'll have time to discuss further later. In the meantime, folks, we're headed off to a quick break. When we return, it's the first match of the upper semifinals. Team Secret versus South Built Esports.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in a cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know don't you know
Welcome back to VCTPH Stage 2 Challengers. We are in for a long day, boys. It's Team Secret versus SBE. G10, do you remember that last time that they met? It was a 7 overtime game. Painfully long game.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, there we go. I actually was muted that time on VMix because I was a little bit too careful. But I was just saying that, 7 overtimes in game 1, absolutely insane. It was so close. That's what we were thinking. It was going to be a close series. And then we get to Haven, game number 3, and we see Team Secret 13-0. SBE was incredibly uncharacteristic, but, that just kind of tells the tale of Team Secret throughout the group stages. And now this rematch, oh god, I can't look forward to it any more than I already am right now.
Oh my god, I'm so excited. And I want to move on from our little throwback Thursday and introduce the team that actually won that series. Here is a closer look at Team Secret. Here it is, the formidable Team Secret. The team that had a near flawless run during the group stages. You look at these faces and you think, hey, everything's going my way. But when you look to Twitter, you find out that Coach Fade is holding something over Dubstep's head. Specifically, Dubstep's penguin, Yuki. So, yeah, I'm a little bit worried about that. But Fluffy, I think that making it to the playoffs, here into the group stage, into the playoffs rather, in stage 2, is a true testament that these guys are just the opposite of how they were during stage 1.
Yeah, I mean, stage 1, they were coming off as champions, but they didn't really play like champions in that stage. And coming into this stage, in one of the interviews, I think Jesse Vash mentioned that they were going in with a challenger mentality, trying to just be the best team that they can be. And currently, they are the best team in our little tournament. So they almost had a perfect run, but unfortunately for them, they are going into this game coming off a loss from Alpha Esports, but Team Secret has alluded multiple times that we haven't seen anything yet. There's still more secrets at Team Secret, even Coach Fade mentioning that they still have a lot of hidden strats, compositions that they'd rather play. And of course, they're one of the most flexible teams as well as most veteran teams out there. You can see in their lineup, Borkum, Dispenser, Dubstep, Vash, Wits, and even Jeremy has been subbed in multiple times, subbing out sometimes Dispenser, sometimes subbing out Wits. You know, their team comp is just so flexible, yet they still retain that discipline that is always reliable in a team like this, ready to trade each other, have good, I guess, reads on other team, probably coming from experience from playing internationally. They don't necessarily play like the normal quote-unquote PH team where it's very 1 to 2 dimensional. They really have that worldly view of how Valorant is being played from their experiences, I guess, from champions and other events like APAC, that this team really has not only the potential but the trajectory to go back to being champions again.
Oh, definitely. Oh, would you like to continue, Jiten?
I just wanted to add a little bit of Team Secret. We know they have some secrets up their sleeves in terms of strats, and maybe one of those strats is giving Dubstep a little bit of motivation to actually win the series. You don't want Yuki to jump off the roof, but also I want to go back to what Fluffy said about discipline, because Team Secret is one of the most disciplined teams that we've seen this stage, but going up against them is arguably one of the more patient teams as well. SBE, man. Even though we kind of saw them switch up their playstyle yesterday to get that 2-0 against Oasis, it was still very calm and calculated the way that SBE was going up against them. So Secret, even if they have some secret strats, maybe it'll be a little bit less effective if they aren't able to take SBE by surprise.
We'll have to find out in just a bit. Overall, it's pretty obvious here on the panel that time and time again, Team Secret has impressed us. However, the team that they're facing against is obviously a team that we would not sleep on. They were built to beat the top 1 team in the country, and I think that is Team Secret right now. Can they do it again? Here is South Built Esports. With yesterday's stunning performance, I think it's safe to say that South Built Esports has recalibrated here on the playoffs. G10, looking at this lineup now and knowing how SBE operates, do you think we'll be seeing a somewhat repeat of what we saw in the Stage 1 playoffs?
Oh, that may be something to look forward to, but if we're looking at a repeat, an exact repeat of history that happened to South Built, it's not going to happen. They already won their first match. They're already not going to be going round 1 to the
What
lower
I meant
bracket.
was taking the gold
Taking
home.
down Team Secret and taking the actual gold. I think it's very possible. I mean, South Built, from what we saw yesterday, the incredibly dominant performance that they had versus Oasis Gaming, sorry Fluffy, it really kind of was looking like they had kind of a new lease on life after the group stages, because in the groups, they kind of were doing their patented slow takes, their very patient, very careful, very collected kind of style of play. But yesterday, we saw them actually, as I mentioned earlier, switch it up and actually be just a tiny bit more aggressive, catching Oasis off guard at times when they really weren't expecting it, especially, in the second half of, I think it was Fracture, where they didn't actually drop, they only dropped like one round, I think, on Fracture in the second half. So something like that, I think, really shows that SBE's kind of shored up the holes in their strategy and their game plan, because when you kind of run down the clock, you are kind of pressed for time, you're pressured in like the last 20 seconds to take a site. It has to be incredibly clean, you have to be on point. But SBE, when they go early, it's a little bit different. They aren't as as aggressive, as aim heavy as a team like a Pro, but their use of utility and their use of trade fragging and really playing for each other is, I would say it's unparalleled, but Team Secret have kind of the same philosophy. So going up against the giants of Stage 2 is really going to be interesting here for SBE. Now, I do think that they can take it, but Secret, man, with the Yuki threat over Dubstep's head, he might just pull off some amazing stuff against SBE.
Coach Fade, if you're watching this, just know that we are all looking out for Yuki over here. So please, for the sake of Dubstep and Yuki, please don't do it. Anyway,
Coach Fade, though, he said in a tweet, he said that he was determined to do everything to bring out the best performance in Team Secret.
Motivation.
Oh, I hope that it doesn't reach that point. Now, Jitan, you did break everything down perfectly. I do have to point out again that Ja performed amazing in yesterday's match, and I'm sure that set an example for the rest of the team to bring their A game out as well. Now we're going to be moving on to the head-to-head. It won't be Ja this time around, but I'm not sad about it. So let's take a look at who's going to be featured in our head-to-head. Here we have it, folks. We have Jesse, Vash, and Pro. Casters have been whispering in my ear, making me say something I don't want to say, but I'm just gonna call these guys the OG players. I'm not gonna use any other term than OG. Fluffy, what can we say about Jesse, Vash, and Pro?
I mean, similarly, they are very OG in a lot of senses. They have the most experience, I believe, from both of the teams, which translates to a lot of things in game. One, it means that both of these players are calm under pressure, and they've been in a lot of the situations before, so they know how to correctly answer them now. It's not something that they necessarily have to think about. They just have that quicker reaction just from experience to know, okay, this is happening to us. We know what to do. This is how we should play it. And I feel like as a strength for the team, that is something that you can not only rely on, but you can really trust because of how valid their points are, or because it's so proven based from the amount of time they've already spent on the game.
Yeah, and just to add to that, the amount of time that they've both spent in esports is absolutely insane. I mean, I think it's a combined more than a decade between the two of them. Fairly certain Vash has been competing for about a decade himself, and that age and that experience really means that these two guys are what these two teams really look up to when it comes down to it, because they do have like the brains for this stuff. If I'm not mistaken, Pro and Vash are both the IGLs of Team Secret and South Built Esports, and when OG Gamer is said, it is completely right. They have been here for pretty much the longest time, I think. These two players are two of the most storied personalities in Philippine esports. Vash across multiple different titles, and Pro really sticking to FPS ever since. Now, this Battle of the Titans is going to be a battle of the brains, I believe, because, I mean, when you're calling strats mid-round and you're trying to adjust for your team and thinking about what you should be doing, Pro, he thinks 2-3 rounds ahead, but Jesse Vash, he focuses, I think, really on this round and the next round and how Team Secret can go round to round to round to round and string along those wins. So it's going to be really interesting to see how these two face off in this match.
It's gonna be very interesting indeed. That's what happens when you have OG members on your team. I'm sure that the youngsters here in the league are also looking up to these guys. Now, as effective as these players may be, at the end of the day, it's a team game. Setups, angle holds rather, information are some of the key factors for the results of the game. These things are vital, of course, and we'll be seeing how all of these aspects are affected as we head on over to our map vetoes. Very important. These are the factors that really affect us once we're inside the game. The last time these guys faced each other, we saw Split, Breeze, and Haven. Of course, Split being the notorious 20-18 game. Now, I'm expecting a ban on Haven on the side of SBE, especially since this was the deciding map last series they had, and Team Secret was able to dominate with a 13-0. But Fluffy, I want to know what you think.
I would kind of agree with you there, so I'm pretty surprised that SBE is opening up with the map veto, banning out Breeze. Breeze is a map that they played in the previous series. They had this group stages. It ended 13-10 in favor of Team Secret, so although they lost that match, it's not like South Built necessarily played bad in that map. In comparison to their decider in the previous group stages match where they played Haven and didn't get any rounds, unfortunately. So very surprised for that one. Team Secret banning out Icebox. I think that's a very understandable map because South Built does have a very good Icebox in general. I'm expecting to see Haven now that it is open, but because SBE is the first map selection team, I think they're gonna go for a more balanced team. The Split is open also. I think that's another interesting map to just point out. Split, although they went very long in that game, it was very interesting to see just how much information they can pull from that. So I'm not going to be surprised if that comes out in the series. But Bind, like you guys have mentioned, is going to be the first map.
Yeah, and we saw SB have a monstrous bind yesterday against Oasis Gaming. I mean, 13-9, it was kind of close, but I feel like the scoreline doesn't really tell you how dominating it felt SBE were. It just felt like they were everywhere that Oasis was looking to push, looking to peak. And I mean, Ja was just absolutely everywhere. He dropped 24 kills on the chamber on Bind yesterday. But all of that being said, I mean, Team Secret also has amazing mastery of this map. Although in this next one, they might be picking up the Haven because that, I think, does some mental damage to SBE. Just a tiny bit of PTSD from the last time they did.
There we have it.
And there we go. 100% prediction rate on maps so far. But I mean, it's 2 out of 3. Bind, Haven, amazing maps for both of these teams. Although I would say that Secret has kind of an edge on both of these, at least a little bit against SBE.
Now that you mentioned the Haven thing, like last time they met, it was a 13-0 in favor of Team Secret. But we can't forget that yesterday versus Oasis Gaming, Southbolt Esports really showed us that they've been studying Haven. They've been studying these maps, and we're like, maybe we didn't perform as well during the group stages, but we had some time to rest, to research, to study, and we're gonna bring it out. We're gonna bring out the strats, the patience, and everything that we prepared for over here on the playoffs. Now, Fluffy, again, with another veto. We won't be seeing the infamous 20-18 split map again this time.
Yeah, it seems like Team Secret doesn't want to deal with that, and they just say goodbye to Split. So that means that the decider map, I believe, will be Fracture, a map that we saw SBE play yesterday, as well as Bind against Oasis Gaming pretty well. In the previous series that they played against Oasis, who is a team that's pretty good on Fracture, they really showed how much they've adapted over the weekend. SBE showing how they can get to those prime positions and plant a lot of their players into, like, not necessarily a deep lurk, but in positions where they can multi-frag out of it. They have a strong hold on defense and a decent attack, so I feel like that can go either way. Team Secret, though, on Fracture, a team that has been very adaptable with their playstyle and overall has won their games. But I believe that SBE, if they play like how they did yesterday, can actually take this.
Oh, definitely. I'm excited to see how this is going to unfold. Maybe we won't be seeing a long game such as the split game that they've had before. But maybe we get surprised with Fracture. This is the first time we'll be seeing them go up against each other in Fracture. Now, the maps for this series have been locked in, which only means one thing for us here on the panel. It's prediction time. I don't know if our audience have seen the Twitter post I was talking about earlier, but it's actually a lot on the line for Team Secret. I saw the tweet from Coach Fade, and I quote, "Dubstep, win SBE and qualify for APAC today or else Yuki jumps." That is what Coach Fade said, with a picture of Dubstep's penguin plush Yuki on the edge of their boot camp's balcony. So, if I do have the panelists' curse, I'm betting on SBE here for the sake of Yuki. What about you, Fluffy?
I think that Team Secret, it's hard to tell because they say that they have so many hidden new strategies and so many compositions they haven't played. So I'm sure that hopefully we'll be pleasantly surprised today. But based on how South Built has been playing recently, I think that I'm leaning towards the side of South Built going 2-1 this series. But I'm expecting it to go 3 maps if I'm being super honest.
Lastly, G10, let us know your prediction.
You know, this is another match in the Bren multiverse. I just noticed SBE and Team Secret. They're kind of two of the previous iterations of Bren Esports. It is going to go 2-1 for me, but in my heart, I really, really want Southfield to have a dominating run up to the grand final. So we're going to go 2-1 in favor of SBE. I also want to see the video of that penguin getting yeeted off a balcony. So, yeah.
Oh
sorry,
my God,
Dubstep.
that's so cruel. That's so... I feel bad for Dubstep and Yuki right now. I can't believe you just said that. But again, if I do have the caster's curse, I'm for you, Team Secret. Good luck. Good luck to the both of these teams. There you have it, guys. Maps locked, predictions locked. There's no turning back now. Let's head on over to the agent selections. See you later, alligators, because it's panelists out and casters in.
Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. As makikita na nga natin ang Bren Multiverse, Titos of Manila, pang matatandang Valorant between Team Secret together with Southfield Esports. Ako si Rere, kasama ko ngayon si Terror at kami ang Girl Power na magkakas ng series na to.
Ang pangalan ng duo, no? So, SBE at Team Secret nga ang unang magtatapat para sa ating first series. Ngayong araw na ito, isang magandang hapon sa lahat ng nanonood at sana nakapag-lunch na kayo. Kagaya na lang ni Vil na nagsisend ng picture sa group chat natin ng lunchtime daw. Yung pala, pagkain ni Pico ang binigay niya sa GC natin, no? Maglalaro si Sidestep na naman para sa araw na ito. Tignan natin magiging performance ni Vil mamaya lang. But it seems like ang unang map selection na makikita natin dito sa ating first series is actually Bind na nagmula from SBE side. Kung dati hindi natin nakikita yung Bind pag si Laika ang host, this time around meron tayong Bind map.
Talagang makikita natin sino bang team na mas magaling sa Bind, sa Haven, at syempre sa Fracture. Pero sa tingin ko, dikit tong first two maps natin, Taylor, dahil nga, una, sa lahat, magaling din ang Team Secret dito sa Bind. And sa second map, which is Haven, I think ito yung map kung saan malakas sila, but at the same time, maraming teams ang alam kung paano nga ba sila gawa ng moves nila here in Haven, their comp also. So, talagang, which is going to be the better team. And kahapon, based lang sa interview kasama si Flippy, excited talaga ang SB to go up against Team Secret today.
Especially, ito yung mga top teams, di ba? Kung dati, sa dating stage na meron tayo, SBE, yung nag-champion, this time around, makakatapat nila yung isa sa mga pumunta sa champions, which is Team Secret. So dito magkakaalaman kung sino nga ba talaga ang the best of the best, knowing ito nga yung playoffs natin and knowing tumatakbo yung brackets na meron tayo. Kung kahapon nanalo ang SBE, kaya naman makakalaban nila ngayon ng Team Secret, there is gonna be one team para sa araw na ito, para sa match na ito, na bababa muli sa lower bracket na meron tayo. Kaya yung mga iba dyan, talagang tunay na nasa bingit na. Kasi last time, puro yung mga scores yung binibilang natin eh. This time around is a bracket system. Kaya kapag napunta ka sa lower bracket, in the end, after nun, matatanggal at matatanggal ka talaga. So, importante para sa Team Secret, pati na rin sa side ng SBE, itong first series natin for today.
Talagang mahirap siguro kapag naunahan ng SB sa momentum Team Secret. Tatandaan lang natin, throwback Thursday lang tayo ng onte. Nung stage 1, nabugbog talaga ng SB ang Team Secret, pero ngayon parehas naka-bootcamp, nakapag-Lola Remedios na, nakapag-maintenance na, nakapag-salon pass at nag-massage na yung mga taga-Team Secret and SBE. Mga ito na yung oras, yung kasu-kasuan, may onting stretching lang. Tapos may kita natin, syempre, Jessie Vash versus Tito Pro. And right now, here in Band, ano nga ba yung magiging comp nila? Oh, interesting. Mula sa side ng SBE, they're gonna be sticking with that double controller. Yung laban nga nila kahapon against Oasis, gantong-ganto. But on the other side ng Team Secret, this is the comp na meron sila. I think, Terror, stage 1 comp. Oy! Yorme! May Yorme!
Si Yorme nilabas! Si Oro ang pinik ni Dubstep. Actually, sa mapa, kagaya ng bind, very workable itong isang Yoru, especially when you can play around the teleporter na meron ang isang mapa na ito. And aside from that, itong utilities ng isang Yoru rin as well, yung kanyang fake out, yung kanyang ultimate, maraming factor to consider then to actually have that perfect execution. Pero kung sakasakali naman, meron naman silang Jeremy rin eh.
Talagang Aziz Ja versus Dubstep Jeremy. Pero alam mo, itong Yoru nga na comp ng Team Secret, minsan tiwala ako, minsan hindi. Pero tignan natin ngayon going up against SB, ito ba yung pang-counter nila? To that to that double controller rather na composition, or kaya talagang palong-palo ang South built still with how they have this composition, dahil si Ja talaga, he makes the most impact kills. Based lang talaga sa games yesterday, sobrang ganda ng performance ni Ja with that chamber. And on the other side, I'm excited to see Dubstep parate kapag siya ang nag-yorme, na pinag-practicean ata talaga ni Tito Mo Dubstep to. And dispenser, of course, Terror with that Cypher. Alam naman natin, notable ang Cypher talaga niya.
Totoo. At saka ngayon, si Witz, nasa sub muna para sa side ng Team Secret. Jeremy in ang maglalaro. Nakulangan ng pang-extend si Kuya Muwitz kaya si Jeremy muna papasok dito. Tapos si Sidestep, kalain mo yun. Akala ko jet main to si Sidestep, si Vil. Yung pala, nag-yoyoru din pala siya. Pagbibigyan niya daw ang SBE. Naririnig ko lang sa tenga ko si Vil lang nagsasalita, guys. Anyway, moving forward, this is the first round, pistol round na nga tayo. And it seems like SBE, mabilis ang movement sa pinapakita agad. Ito na nga yung TP play na nagmumula sa Team Secret. Binigla ang players ng SBE. Dalawa ang napitas. Pangatlo na nga. Dito is si Aziz. Dalawa. Laban sa dalawa. Pantay pa rin ang laban dito, Ray.
Pantay nakakapag-trade
Naglaban sa base.
Oo, biglang naging gano'n yung galawan, pero may na-shock dart at sinabayan na nga din kagad ng Frenzy na may hawak na Lizard. Pero Papi Chulo, makakatch siya ba to? Lalo na si Papi Chulo ang usapan natin. Ito si Clutcherist ng taon, pero nakaabang pa rin sila Yung mga defending, sila yung naging attacking.
Oo, nag-away sa base nagbardagulan sa base, mga kaibigan. Ang problema ngayon dito ng Team Secret is that the spike actually was dropped on showers. Wala sa lang info kung saan magagaling si Papi Chulo. On another note, si Papi Chulo, wala rin siyang info kung saan nga ba talaga nag-rotate itong mga miyembro ng Team Secret. Nag-iikutan lang sila. Munti ka nang magkakitaan. And si Jessie Vash nga, kung nasaan yung posisyon ni Papi Chulo kanina, nandun na rin siya ngayon. Nakaikot na rin siya. This can be very much doable on the side of Team Secret, knowing Papi Chulo, he doesn't have any idea at all. 0% idea. Makakita na nga siya, this is gonna be over. Matagal na pistol round para sa kanila.
Talagang si V lang. Kulit to, proud commentator eh. And Team Secret, Taylor, parang di ako natutuwa. Nananalo ang Team Secret ng pistol round against SB. Parehas naman ito. Hindi talaga pumapalo sa pistol round. Pero kakibig ginawang dito ng Team Secret at something that unexpected na nagulat din ng SB kaya sila na-underman agad. And it was a good risky play mula sa side nila and they'll be getting ang second round bonus against SB, pero SB all classic lang talaga, pero meron naman kasing headhunter si Ja, so maybe he can get those kills, pero tong setup ni Dispenser may mapipicturean ka picture, maraming info, alam na niya kung nasaan, and he gets one. May susunod, mag-condition kayo, Dispenser got talent.
Eh, naku po, masasalo nila yung Pinchel sa ata doon. At sa pool nga si Kuya mo Pro. Isa na lang ang natitira. That is gonna be Aziz. Na-punish sila ng matindi here on A. At makikita nyo naman, no, hindi talaga sila makapasok o maka-entry at all. Ang problema na ito, Ray, magiging ganito ba yung mga susunod na rounds kapag buy round na yung meron tayo? Or is it just because, syempre, nasa eco position din ang meron ang SBE. Kaya talagang gusto nilang dahan-dahan, ganon. Pero huli lahat eh. Skills at utilities lang.
Talagang I think there, ito yung mga oras makakita ka ng slow plays, tapos biglang aggressive plays. Alam mo naman tong Team Secret tsaka SBE, hindi talaga sila usually yung aggressive plays lang eh. Yung comp na meron sila, they always make sure that they get the good back control, plus how they will be assisting yung mga duels mula sa mga duelist nila. Pero ito si Dispenser, tackle down 3 kills kagad sa isang iglap. Unfortunately, kaya Aziz, bigla siya na shock dart. Shock dart.
Sa pool lahat ng utilities eh, kasi nasa kanila naman yung info. Dito na magkakalaman, Ray, kasi buy round na ng SBE. At kung mapapansin nyo, itong movements ngayon ng SBE, still a very slow play coming in from them. Meron silang narinig nag-TP, but that is actually yung fake na Yoru. Si Dubstep ang mapipitas, yung tunay na Dubstep. Kumukuha lang, nagpa-farm lang ng orb yung raise nila on the other end. At para naman sa side ng SBE, isang magandang opportunity to for them because killing off one player, obviously, meron silang manpower advantage.
At ang laki talaga ng maybe chance pa rin ng SBE and they expected si Borkum na nagfa-flank agad ng slow play mula sa SBE. Medyo naging aggressive na naman ang Team Secret as we only have Dispenser, Jeremy, and Jesse Vash. Pero Taylor, at least, di ba, si Yoru, hindi na siya 0% pick rate. Si Phoenix na lang muli.
Si Phoenix na lang yung nangangailangang mapili dito. Wala eh. Allows pa rin, pero may malaking patch na darating soon. On the other hand, si Dispenser nakakita nga ng isa. That is Papi Chulo, pero siya ang masya-shutdown dito. Jesse Vash, tamang angle diff lang pagdating kay Aziz. And he goes down and micro catches them off guard. Kung mapapansin mo, Ray, medyo matahimik yung mapa. Naghahanapan sila ng pick-off. Tamang saikuhan lang, kaya nagkakaroon ng mga rounds.
Alam mo yung kanta ng Red Velvet, Psycho? You got me feeling like psycho.
Ang alam ko lang kasi, yung kay Sarah G, ikot-ikot lang eh. Hanggang doon lang yung ko eh. Capabilities ko eh.
Sorry tayo, may alam din ako yung ganyan na kanta. Pinaikot, ikot.
Ewan ko lang guys ha. Hindi ko alam kung nakainom ng gamot si Ray, pero parang hindi pa ata. Masyado pang maaga. Ito maganda yung yung antayan mode portion dito ng SBE. Gumana on that specific round and nagiging hyper-aggressive yung ibang members ng Team Secret dito. Especially Dubstep. Talagang ina-aggress niya itong mga players ng SBE. Kaso kanina, napitas siya dahil dun sa aggression na yon. Hindi nag-pay off. Ito, yung Hunter's Fury na magmumula kay Jesse Vash pero mukhang hindi rin ata mag-pay off. But it catches one. That is Ja. Kahit may rendezvous, makakatakas pa rin siya. Dispenser, nag-aabang sa Gedli. Si Aziz ang nakita niya. 1-to-1 trade lang ang meron dito. At ginamit na nga rin ang neural depth. Dalawang utilities na. Dalawang ultimates ang nagagamit ng Team Secret. Pero wala pang napapasok na side.
Maganda ng harang ni Dispenser. Sobrang perfect ng timing talaga ng mga Cyber Cage. And he knows how to exactly get those frags. And remember, nga pa kailangan nila ng neural theft, kaya talaga si Dispenser pinag-a-agree nila parati sa may short side, and now that they were able to spot off si Jeremy kagad, hinagisan siya ng pain shots pero nakapasok na siya kagad ang side. That takes him out. Pro together with Michael na lang natitira, pero oy,
30 seconds left.
mukhang na-trade
Spike
Barco
down
at
A.
it's all up to Tito mo Pro. At dating batang Pro to get the clutch. Naku po si Dubstep, bumagsak kagad. And it's up to Dispenser together with Borkum na low on HP. At kumpleto pa halos sana si Pro. But Borkum finishes him out. And Team Secret mananalo nga sila sa round kung saan nag-full buy din ng SP. Pero pwede pa rin naman sila bumalan ng bell pag gusto nila.
Nako, 3-1 SBE. Still, trying to find the window kung paano nila susolusyonan yung 3-1 score ngayon, no? Kasi habang maaga pa, wag nang palakihin yung gap na meron. Eh, mapapansin nyo, very slow play pa yung nakikita natin so far from these players. Lalo na on the side of SBE when they're doing entries. It's more of doing it very, very slow. At the same time, very, very quiet. Silent killer ang mga tropa natin pagdating dito sa SBE. But at some point, at some degree, they will change up the pace dahil kapag nagtuloy-tuloy pa rin yung pacing nila na hindi gumagana, it might be quite difficult for them.
Talagang it takes a perfect timing din kasi pumasok ka lalo na sa attacking side to get into B set knowing na tignan mo naman yung utilities ni Dispenser muli dito sa may B side at alam naman natin na mahihirapan sila in a way, pero may showstopper pinarakan lang, hindi na bawasan at all si Dispenser, pero buti na lang nandiyan na rin si Papi Chulo, may kasama na nga din kagad the orbital strike, pero coming in from Hookah itself, nakita na, and is it going to be a retake mula sa Team Secret? Yes, hindi nila in-expect. Kung naglabas na rin kagad ng dimensional leap. O, di ba? Maraming alam. Ang kasama talaga. Oh!
Ang galing naman ni Kuya mo, Dubstep. Tamang psycho lang. 4 kills na nga. Siya na lang natitira dito. Dubstep naghahanap on the ace, but it's not gonna happen as Jesse Fast shuts him down. Sayang yung ace, Ray.
Oh no! Chinatdown ni Ja yung sana pang ano na yun pang post sa Valorant PH na yun. Pero nga lang, ang ganda pa rin yung ginawa ni Dubs. Pero nandun na sa point na may info na galing sa Hookah. Pero sinapipin down lang niya. Dinaan sa tutok, dinaan sa edad muli ang SBE.
Nako, itong players ngayon ng Team Secret, slowly but surely, nababasa nila dito ang SBE. Still, hindi pa rin nakakabawi yung SBE. Gaya na sabi ko rin, maybe it will help out kapag change nila yung pacing, kapag yung mas mabilis compared to a while ago. Ang problema niyan, may mga traps mula sa Cypher na pwedeng gamitin here on Team Secret. That's probably why dahan-dahan din silang gumalaw dito. But at some point, kailangan nilang baguhin yan. This is still an eco round for SBE. Kaya naman may tour de force na pwedeng gamitin si Ja. Tingnan natin kung makakapitalize ba niya.
Ang disiplinado maglaro ng Team Secret. Pero as for SBE nga, hindi nila ma-figure out Kasi, alam mo naman, pagkat dalawang kito, kuhanan ng good pick-off, Dispenser! Dispenses everyone fully! Ang gandang offer. Tinaan na naman sa tutok, tinaan sa edad, tinaan sa Lola Remedios. Dispenser gets 3. Meron na naman siyang pang-igib ng kanyang neural theft. Parang every round meron siya niyan. And then yung napakalaking match-up na pwedeng dalhin ng Team Secret against SB. Pero nag-camera lang, pinick off na din kagad. Ang perfect. Ang para kang nakapag-taste ng A-grade steak pagdating sa ginagawa ni Dispenser. Tinap-tap lang niya and wala na kagad chance. Walang control ng SB here in bat. Very important kapag gusto mo mag-A-site.
Oo, nako SBE. Kailangan nila tong time out na to, Ray. Kasi hindi talaga sila makabuelo so far Alam natin, this is still the early rounds that we are looking at for the side of SBE. But remember, they picked this map against Team Secret. Sila ang pumili nito kung hindi ako nagkakamali. Tama, SBE picked Bind. And kung hindi sila makakahanap ng entry until the very end hanggang matapos tong first half natin, lalaki lang ng lalo yung lamang na meron ang Team Secret dito. At yung mga slow play nga nila laging nababasa ng Team Secret kung paano nila gagawin, no? Especially with the Euro pick here coming in from Dubstep. They still can't find the read on how to actually take a site and even play around that Euro pick. Kita mo
Tama
si
ka din,
Micro
Tina.
kanina, huling-huli. Nasa tabi lang, nakaupo eh.
Nagbabasa lang. Parang nasa ano, no? Nasa sa trono ng CR. Pero nagbabasa ng dyaryo. Pero si Aziz, kasama niya, ba't ano, mga cash gear, pinapata na showstopper, pinakitaan ng Happy New Year, dati na pati pupunta na ito, itong si Jeremy, at apat na lang muli ang galing sa SB, shutdown si Aziz so far at yun yung malaking question yung shutdown na Aziz, nakakuha ba ng momento, mga auto-topic sa SBE now, nilaro lang natin si Messi siya kay Jeremy, ginawa nila 2v5 against SBE.
Nako, Papi Chulo, nag-isa na lang siya. Hindi pa rin talaga maka-entry, Ray. Itong Viper natin, yung double control na meron ngayon, ang SBE side. It seems like it's still not working out. So far, saktong-sakto yung snake bite na yan. Magandang positioning mula kay Papi Chulo. Makukuha niya rin yung spike dito. That is such a good angle to get into. Nasaktuhan niya pa si Borkum habang nag-TP. Ngayon, ang matitira is si Vash at saka si Dubstep. Asan yung dalawa? Magkahiwalay sila. This is still 1v1 here on site. Wala pang rotations na nanggagaling sa Yoru na yan. Papi Chulo, slowly but surely, gagapang here on B site ang hindi niya alam. Nag-aantay pala sa long si kuya mo Jesse Vash. Pagtingin mo dyan, makikita mo. Mahuhuli pa rin talaga ng Team Secret. That is still around for Team Secret. Clean up crew ang meron tayo dito.
Kumutikan pa lang kasi Papi Chulo yun. Pang highlights na naman niya yun. Parati na may highlights si Papi Chulo eh. Kahit anong agent yung gamitin eh. Pero, South built. Nahihirapan sila ngayon. Pero, we've seen this against Oasis yesterday, 6-1. Then after this particular round, bigla silang makakahabol. Pero I think it won't work the same style as what Team Secret is showing them. Kasi sobrang punish lang sila and it's really working. Sa side ni Borkum together with Jesse Vash, they're already making those pick-offs. Pero I think Dispenser, sobrang init niya talaga ngayon sa bind. Kayang-kaya niyang manipulahin yung mapa. Katulad ng mga sad boy manipulative na mga ex or jowa niya. Pero ito na. Aziz ulit. Alam na nila, predictable na kasi si Aziz. Alam na lang, it's up to him to make those openings. And if it's not successful, Team Secret will be able to win the round. Yun yung malaking tadhana na merong pwedeng maisulat ng Team Secret against SBE.
So far, hindi pa talaga nila mabasa yung laro ng Team Secret eh. Kahit pagdating sa aim duel, lagi silang nahuhuli. Aside from the aim duels, yung utility usage ng Team Secret, hindi tinipid eh. Kung ibibigay nila yung utilities, laging tumatama. I mean, look at this also on the hand of Micro. Yung binato niyang Molly, saktong-sakto din yung cyber cage na meron si Dispenser. Lumabas nga lang siya doon. Ang kaso, mahuhuli siya ng SBE. Pumasok na nga ang isa. Ito na nga ang Valorant's Got Talent at isa-isa naubos na naman ang players ng SBE. 3v1 situation and Jesse Vash will finish things off. Ganun lang. Dinaan sa tutok at edad. At utility.
Complete.
I need my time.
TS, Team Salon Pass. Ang tropa natin eh, mukhang malalakas ngayon. Naka-Salon Pass eh. Wala.
Nagpamasahe nga.
Pero
at saka may yam buff kasi
huwag kayong pag-alala, guys. Nagbabasa pa lang yan kasi maaga pa eh, 7-1, diba? Siyempre, binabasa pa nung SBE paano galawan ng Team Secret dito. Pero dapat sila may control over the map because they are the attackers. If they don't have any control over the map here, papanish lang sila, bubuli lang sila ng Team Secret.
Di na pa yung mapapayag si Aziz. Sabi na, kailangan ko na makakuha ng flag na yun. Ano ba si Ipol? To get Dispenser, that's really big. Medyo umasin na dubstep doon. Si Jeremy, mag-aim labs ba siya ngayon? Kasama ka ng Glitch Pop Vandal. Pero sinabayan na nga ng Hunter's Fury. May narinig pa siya kagad. That's going to be Micro as he needs to play it all along here. Pero nga lang, the timing that's perfectly. Jeremy spots out si Micro. Pero Aziz is ready for the refrag and it's up to Borkum. Together with Jesse Vash. Pero alam na kagad ng SB ang mga posisyon ng Team Secret ngayon.
Jesse Vash, ito na ata ang pagbangon ng api. Isa na lang. Kaya may possibility pa to, no, for the retake to actually happen. The Recon Bolt is definitely up and online. Ang kaso nga lang, naamoy ni Kuya Papi Chulo. Masyadong malakas ang amoy ng Salon Pass. May kasama atang white flower yun. Nakoy.
Tama ka dyan, Tiro. Ako ginagamit ko to, white flower eh. Pag nagkakas ako, pag
Lahat
nai-stress
yan.
ako.
Oo, masakit kasuka-suka mo, white flower. May kidney stones, white flower.
Oo, nasabihan ka ng
Lahat
mama mo.
gumagaling eh.
Ano yun? Ano yung pinapaan yung, letter V ata yun, yung para sa bata na parang white
Bix Bay
flower.
Porab.
Oo.
Oo, dati yung nanay ko, ayaw ko kasing matulog ng hapon, pinapahira ng Bix Bay Porab yung mata ko. Ayaw mong matulog ayan, mainit sa mata. Ewan ko, pwede pa ba yun? Baka nakulong na kung sakali ngayon nangyari, no? Pero hindi. Charot sa'yo, ma.
Pinatad na oregano din kapag meron ako kubo. Akala mo
Hindi, wala kang oregano. Tawas ang meron, no? Yung kandila, pinapatak sa tubig, mga kaibigan. Kung hindi kayo taong Canton, baka hindi nyo alam yung mga ganong klase. Sign of ano yan eh. Kung saan talaga tayo pinalaki. Tinutulo lang yung kandila sa tubig, guys. Kung hindi nyo pa nararamdaman matawas, ganun ang pakiramdam. Anyway, nandito pa rin tayo. Mabagal kasi movements ng teams natin eh. Isipin mo yun, nakwento ko na lahat-lahat. Yung history, nandito pa rin tayo. Orbital strike though. Saktong-sakto at sa pool si Dispenser. Ito pang showstopper nag-connect. Ito na ata yung entry na hinahanap nila, Ray.
Gante ng mga titong naape. Dalawa na lang kagad natin tira sa Team Secret. May pang-highlights nga ba muli si Dubstep or madedenay lang muli ng SBE ito. Ang ganda ng, alam nila eh, kung sino yung mga problema nila sa buhay, which is going to be Dispenser and Jessie Vash. And kailangan nilang ma-pick off kagad to bago sila maka-enter. At buti na lang na-realize na nila, nagising na rin sila. At sana kayo, kung nag-hold on pa rin kayo, magising na rin kayo sa katotohanan na hindi ka na niya mahal. Pero I think magsisave na nga lang dito si Mukrob. Together with Dubstep, exit frags na lang is key. Ayan, nakabak na nga si Borkum sa kanila. And no still as it gets him. It's all up to Dubstep na lang. Pero wala na siyang i-expect dito.
Wala eh. Expectations set to low right now dahil it's gonna be a save pagdating kay kuya mo, Dubby. At sabi ko nga, ito yung hinahanap na entry ng SBE. Kasi kung kanina, yung Team Secret, pagdating sa utility usage, perfected kung saan man yung read na meron sila. Dun sa specific round na yun, the usage of utilities here on the side of SBE was also perfect. Yung orbital strike na huli si Dispenser, that immediately closes off the possibility of any traps on site na matatapakan ng players. Aside from that, after the showstopper, nag-connect din yun, Ray. So, ibig sabihin, dalawa na yung na-punish nila, na-open up nila yung site. Ito yung pacing na hinahanap nila that works out against Team Secret and should continue to do it.
Will it work the second time once again then sa SB or Team Secret? Kind of dangerous strats. Alam na nga rin nila kung saan manggagaling. Deploy na nga si Jessie Vash ngayon, but knowing there's a lot of information, i-risk ka pa rin to, pero hindi na alam nakapasok na si Aziz. And there's the take-up muna kay Jessie Vash and Dubstep, gaining it down to a 2v3. Unfortunately, Jeremy na lang together with Borkum. May showstopper na kasama ngayon sa side ni Jeremy, pero at the same time, may nilabas ka rin na repolyo mula sa SBE.
Showstopper! Connecting sa nagpa-plant ng spike. Huli sa akto, Micro ang magsusurvive dito. Still in the round of SBE side. Team Secret, napako sa 7. Lucky 7. Ang maganda naman dyan for the side of SBE, yung kaninang gap na hinahabol nila, unti-unti napupunuan, no? So in terms of a 7-1 position a while ago, naakyat nila yan into 7-4 and a possibility of a 7-5 even. That is such a good half, Ray, considering yung laki nung gap kanina sa score natin.
Na-trade off ni Micro Gising na rin kagad si Micro at biglang nag-iba ang ihip ng hangin. Alam mo yung night changes. 'Di ba? Just how fast the night changes from 7-1. Started from the bottom, now 7-4. Mula sa dalawang team sa tot. Yung mga tito ng SB, syempre mag-a-adjust nga lang yan. Totoo nga, Taylor. 'Di ba? Kahapon 6-1 nakapag-adjust sila. 7-1. Napiping up na nila yung kailangan nilang pick-offs and punish na nga ngayon si Dispenser. Natatrade na nga rin nila si Jessie Vash. But On the other side, I think yung advantage ng Team Secret very important pa rin to, lalo na pag nag-switch ng sides. Pero di pa natin nakikita yung pag-iinit talaga ni Jai. Most likely si Aziz talaga ang nagkakaroon ng first frags together with Papi Chulo. And si Micro, I'm happy to see Micro na ganito yung mga impact plays din na pinapunish niya against Team Secret. But after this timeout, gagawin ba ng Team Secret is 8-4 para 4 rounds ang kalamangan against SBE, or talagang SBE susubukan nga lang nila na 2 rounds ang difference against Team Secret and babawi sila sa pistol after the second half?
Dobby, nag-aabang lang kung merong papasok. Shock darts, not connecting to anyone dahil nag-aabang lang din si Assist pagdating sa mga utilities ng Team Secret. Ang hawak ni Jeremy dito talagang pangano lang security guard moves ang meron si Jeremy. Judge ang puhunan niya, guys. At para sa side ng SBE, full buy to. At force naman for Team Secret. Kaya naman dahan-dahanin lang at hanap ng tamang pick-offs na pwedeng makuha kung sakali man to actually open up a site. But very, very slow movements coming in from these two teams that we have right here. And they still haven't decided saan pa sila papasok. It's 54 seconds remaining.
SBE? Nakaka-pro ngayon. Agad flash. Pero iniwasan lang din ni Dubstep. Onting pa-isa-isa lang sila ngayon pero mag-audition. Oh no! Naksaktuhan niya si Ja! At hiwa-hiwalay ngayon ng SB na mamblema sila paano pumunta ng P-set. Kaso nga lang tatlong tao ang nasa B-side. And most likely, prevent lang sila ni Borkun together with Jeremy. Pero alam na kung nasaan sila, may mga trap din. Ano ba naman yan? Niranan lang ni Borkun. Si Aziz ng ganon-ganon. 3v4 is what we have. Ready si Dispenser for a neural theft just in case. Pero walang ready sa SBE with any ultimates at Dispenser takes one. Palili pa rin na lang niya ang kanyang cup kung sakasakali. No cup for Kaya drip Dispenser takes him out. And si Papi Chulo na lang with the clutch. At ala, reveal na nga kung nasaan siya. Kung nasaan ang para sa'yo. Kapag para sa'yo, Dubstep takes him out. And last time out lang. 4 ang kalamangan ng Team Secret sa pinakaunang half against SBE.
Good half. Hindi ganun kasama. In terms of the team of SBE, when it comes to the gap na meron sila sa Team Secret, very much doable pagdating sa mabilisang comeback, no? Lalo na kung makukuha nila tong pistol round. But the slow play, specifically on the first part of the map that we just saw, it felt like SBE, they didn't have control dun sa mga map or dun sa mga sites na gusto nilang kuhanin. It seems like kapag papasok sila, it's just a reaction play kung ano ba yung ilalabas ng Team Secret. If there is someone in the corner, they will be reacting to it. But actually, the strategy towards the sites, parang naghahanapan pa sila, binabasa pa nila kung paano basahin ng Team Secret. Kaso, kung kailan nabasa na nila on the latter part, magsaswap na ulit ng sides. So napakabagal gumalaw, no? Kasi kahapon, Ray, ang kinas ko, AEP, tsaka Bren, ang bilis ng lahat gumalaw. Yung tipong wala ka ng time magsalita. Ito, ang bagal.
Nag-hirap ka na This one of the boys with naging Nicki Minaj.
Lahat Hindi mo masasabi yung gusto mong sabihin kasi ang bilis masyado maglaro. Ito naman, hindi ako sanay. Kinabaliktaran naman.
Yung mga tao, kung kanina naman ako, kung kanina naman ako siniship. Pag kayo mag-alala, guys, meron akong crush ngayon.
Sino? Si Old Noob Gamer? Laging nire-reto sa'yo sa comment section, Ray.
Oo nga
Baka mamaya makita ka na lang namin, sa stream. Kaduo, naghahanap ng kaduo
Hindi. Guys, meron tayo so far. Nasa qualifications na siya. Una is Radiant, pangalawa is Pogi, pangatlo is hindi siya poser. Yung kausap na lang yung ex yung medyo, tayo.
Di ka pa sure.
Di pa ako sure.
Di ka pa
Pero
sure.
the rest, nandun na siya sa qualification. At Pogi to. Promise.
Abangan nyo sa PPGL cooldown kung meron na talagang kaduo si Ray. 8-4. Balik tayo dito sa laro. Still halfway there pagdating sa first game pa lang to, guys, sa mga nanonood. This is just the first series and the first game of the day. Tignan natin kung ano gagawin ni Dubstep pagdating sa mga take ng site. Kasi malakas mang psycho to si Yoru eh. Kaya magandang balita to kung sakali maganda yung mga entry na papakita ng Team Secret. Baka biglang ma-ignite na naman yung mga utak ng mga naglalaro sa pubs. Makita mo na naman lahat naka-Yoru pick install up. Oh,
dami kong alam. Oy!
Muntik na mabulag lahat. Diyos ko, kala ko tunay na totoo eh. Hindi pala. Pati ako napeke. Buti na lang, hindi si Breach. Eto, 5v5 pa rin. Oo, Breach na peke. Buti na lang, hindi ganon. But still, they're trying to take on the site right now as Team Secret is pushing forward. Isa lang ang natitira is this is Ja on site, trying to secure the site. He is very much punishing the players here from the side of Team Secret. Ang kaso nga lang, nahuli rin siya dun sa patibong ng Team Secret. No? Nag-cancel sila ng pag-plant ng spike na meron tayo here on A. We might see some rotations, but it's still fairly quiet.
Kaso, good pick-off mula kay Papi Chulo. Sabi sa inyo guys eh. May comeback pa SB, nanalo sila pistol ng Team Secret. Pero Jesse Bash goes for a plant. 2v3 to. Malaking winnable side pa to sa Team Secret. Pero as Micro together with Papi Chulo comes in, walang magka-cut off na flag! Meron pala, may nagpapakita. But it's up to Papi Chulo. Mga matatanda, mga OTs ang magpapakita ngayon at may time. May time si Papi Chulo to actually defuse. Pero nga lang, syempre alanganin to. 21 HP, na-reveal na nga rin kung nasaan siya. Jesse Bash versus Papi Chulo. Dadaan sa edad. Sento versus Lola medyo. Pero nga lang, nag-buy time na si Jesse Bash. Low in HP. Parehas sila. Pero may orange pa ba?
Uy, tumama! Tondo Gaming, nasampal ng Titan Mail ang tropa nyo, ladies and gents. Muntik ko nang masabi ang isa, pero buti na lang, hindi. At mukhang si Jessie Bash ang nanaig. Pagdating talaga sa Tondo Things, etong si Jessie Bash ang nangunguna eh. Binabutasan yung mga katawan ng mga kalaban niya rito. Still, around 4 Team Secret, hindi sayang yung last bullet, hindi tumama.
Ay, nako. Niniwasan na rin niya si Bash.
Player standing.
Exercise.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Tawa ako. Pagandahan ng mic ko. Oh.
Layo ng abot eh, no?
Oo.
Uy, ang sakit nun. Tinanggap ni Borcom yung damage. 20 HP remaining. Ja, heading out. Meron pang kasamang isa, si Micro. The collateral is there. 2v5 situation right now for SBE. Wala silang mga barrel dito, especially on a shorty here in Papi Chulo's hand. Hindi makakapush yan.
Mahirap sa side ng SB to actually punish ang Team Secret by being aggressive. Wait lang, sorry, ang cute ng shorty ni Papi Chulo. Ito yung kumukulay pag mga bullet. Pa isa-isa. Wala lang, share ko lang. Pero ang hirap ng retake na to. Isang shorty, tas isang classic. Medyo magkakalamang talaga ang Team Secret once again. And now they're in a double-digit one against SBE. And Jesse Bash takes him out. Natry sumunod ba ni Pro dito? Kahit na-flash dinaan na naman tuloy sa Vic's Vaporub. And now, tatlo na lang before Team Secret can actually win this.
Bilis, no? Parang ang bagal nilang gumalaw, pero ang bilis gumalaw nung score. Tapos na halos itong first game natin. At kung makikita nyo, still very, very slow play coming in from both teams. Wala talaga yung mga tipong explosive play na nakikita natin from fast-paced gameplays. But they're playing surely pagdating sa dalawang teams na to. SBE still having a hard time. Habulin, 6 na puntos pa yan in a double-digit score. Wala ka ng room for errors. Para naman sa SBE, kailangan lahat ng movements ay magiging perfect. Merong nahuli dito. Alam nila, merong nag-aabang here on showers. Aziz, baka ma-stuck in the corner. Tamang-tama lang din pagdating sa flash ni Dubby. Tumama sa isa pero dalawa mapapatay niya. That is Micro and Aziz out.
Hirap nito. Good pick off mala kay Ja. May follow-up pa ba? Mag-o-audition pa ba si Mukrob sa kanya or hindi na? Pero open yung B-site ha. Si Dispenser, napasok na yung proper sa B-site. Nasa na iba. Nasa na iba. Dubstep gets a good wall bang kaso nga lang yung spike. Wala! Last ibang
enemy
kamay
remaining.
na kay Dubs. He still gets the frag! And it's up to Tito Pro! Na-clear na nga kagad ni Dispenser. Pero mo, nakipag-mind game sa Dispenser, nasa B-site na siya kagad. Ano ba nilalakbay nito? Mahilig mag-field trip.
Si Dispenser naman, tamang abang lang sa cut-off ng rotations. Ang linis ng laro dito ng Team Secret, Ray. Bawat angle, bawat angulo, lahat ng utilities, bawat aim duels, kaya nilang ipanalo. And this is a Team Secret that we are expecting to see. Anyway, the clean rounds that they are playing right now is really punishing the players of SBE. Para silang walang space to actually make a play. And this is exactly the control that SBE should have had para sa mapa na ito dahil sila yung pumili.
Alam na alam. May gumawa ng homework talaga. Sinulat, di ba? At na-nostra. At ito, pag natalo pa SB dito, talagang di na sila pinag-score ng Team Secret. Pinagdamutan ang second half. Pero si Jeremy, umot, crash gear, na-stuck crash gear. Crash gear na nabusog. Pero wala pa rin sa SBE. Pero may pag-asa pa rin ma-counter nila to. Ma-eco nila. Alam mo naman, mga SBE, pagdating sa Sheriff, ang titigas, ang kikrispy ng mga headshot sa ulo. Kaso nga lang, ito na yung oras sa Team Secret sa setup nila papuntang B-site.
Uy, yung corner nilinis lang. Pro, nasa Geddy lang din, nag-aabang. Team Secret, mukhang ito na nga yung entry. Jeremy going in, not spotting anyone here on site. SBE, napaka-careful nila. Alam nilang nasa eco disadvantage sila. Ang kaso nga lang, wala pa rin silang napipitas dito sa Team Secret. Magpa-plant na lang sila ng spike, wala pa rin nagagawa, no? And they're just waiting for everyone to rotate, playing out the utilities na meron sila. This is already the first kill. That's gonna be Ja. Sinusubukan lang i-wallbang ni Aziz kung sakasakaling matamaan. But this is spray down mula kay Borkum. Hindi gumana. That look ang makakatapat niya. One by one, they will all crumble and go out at the same time. This is still again Team Secret's round. A very, very clean one indeed. Apat pa ang buhay.
Match point.
Oh, di na talaga. Na-punish talaga yung SB all throughout terror. Kabisado ng Team Secret na rin ngayon yung composition nila. Kasi medyo naging uncomfortable eh. Minsan, pagdating nung nag-start silang debut itong Yorme pick sa Bind, yung pinakauna nating nakita pa tayo ng mga probabilities on where marami pa silang gaps. But right now, going up against SB, that used to be their weakness na team, they already know on how they can actually pick off SB in a way na hindi talaga makakagalaw ang SB at all. And even if nakahabol sa kanila sa first half, ang laki na kagad ng advantage ever since nag-switch ng sides.
12-4 yung score natin, Ray. Ito na, Hunter's Fury. Nilabas din ng SBE. Mukhang si Jan nakapitas na nga, but the Dimensional Drift is out already. Ito na nga rin yung Neural Depth na magbumula naman kay Dispenser. Aziz was able to punish one. Merong nasilip si Ja, pero hindi niya napatok. Sir, 3v3 situation. Si Jeremy, tamang tap lang na spike, trying to plant it. Eh, mukhang mapapatipi na lang si kuya mo, Jeremy, dito. Kaya mapapapunta ata ng B-site ang players ng Team Secret. But it seems like the rotations na nakikita natin sa minimap, they're still planning on taking A.
Talagang risk pa rin sa Team Secret to. Ilalaban pa rin nila pero nakabang si Papi Chulo. Ang ganda ng angle niya!
Spike down A.
Pero makuha pa naman ni Dispenser. And it's up to Joseph kasi nakita yung cloak niya pero buta na lang may tutok na nagmula sa kanya. Ito, dadaan sa edad. Pro versus Joseph. May kasama pang flash. It's up to Dispenser. Joseph pero may shotgun. Oh!
Attackers win.
Okay,
that is done.
Not a good way to end that round on the side of SBE. Ay, nako, Ray. Pagdating sa first map na meron tayo, it was so obvious that Team Secret had complete control over the entirety of the map. Lahat ng movement sa mapa, sila yung may control. Pagdating sa utility usage para i-force out yung positioning ng players ng SBE, they have complete control and napakahirap i-punish nun both on the attackers and on the defensive sides na meron tayo. So Team Secret just really played it out cleanly para sa kanila. And for SBE, another game. GG next.
Kung medyo punish talaga sila, reset talaga ang kailangan nila. But looking at it, well-coordinated games na naman ang meron sa Team Secret. Napakalamang talaga sila pagdating sa damage, pero the edge at SB has it, pero kalang naka-counter-strat lang nila on those 2v1s, 2v2s, Team Secret is actually winning it. At tignan mo naman yung frag wins nila kagad there. Alam mo na every time, especially sa first half, that SB tries to come up with something na papanish lang sila ng Team Secret all over just because of those impact kills na nagmula kay Dispenser together with Jessifash. Lalong-lalo na nag-switch ng sides. Sobrang ganda ng entries mula kay Dubstep. Jeremy is also popping off. Hindi tayo makita na sobrang highlight na type of play on where nasa duelist mo lahat. But in such a coordinated style, in where na si Dispenser makakapag-trade off. Diba? Ang ganda ng play ng Team Secret pagdating sa bind. At dapat somehow, dikit ng laban against SBE.
Makikita nyo naman when it comes to even the economy, no, it was quite obvious that it's really not aligned right now for SBE's side. May peaks and drops tayo dyan or dips na meron tayong nakikita. A total of 16 kills pagdating kay Papi Chulo on the hands of SBE as their MVP. Para naman sa kabila, yung sinubukan gripuhan pero hindi talaga tinadhana kay Papi Chulo. Si Jessie Vash with 3.6 KDA and a total of 20 kills as well. Para naman sa kanya, the locations of the enemies, especially for SBE's side, he was able to use up all the utility usage. Alam naman natin si Sovash to, mga kapatid. Kaya naman hindi na natin kailangan mag-doubt kung ano bang kayang gawin ni Sovash. Pero ito talaga yung matindi dito, Ray. Yung tamang passive-aggressive play na pinapakita ng Team Secret dito. Nakita mo, even on the defense a while ago, nagti-TP out sila. Yung Yoru pick na nilalaro nila, talagang nilaro nila ng tama when it comes to this specific map. The TP plays para lang ma-pressure yung players ng SBE. It worked out completely against them. And it feels like talaga na kontrolado nila and they had a tight grip over this series or over this game. Ito, huli-huli, dimensional drift, sabay, ganun.
Walang nasayang na utility mula sa Team Secret. Yun lang talaga yung naging answer nila dito against SBE. Everything is really giving a good impact. The Cyber Cage, mga Trip Wars, mga Shock Darts si Jessie Vash, pati yung kanya, Lily! Pati yung nice ba? Diba nagsaksakan na lang sila? Walang nagawa si Papi Machulo Kaya sobrang ganda ng bind map talaga ng Team Secret. And we all know why it's one of their best maps talaga all throughout. But talagang tinurbuhan pa talaga ni Jessie Vash Talagang 500 times. Diba? Talagang pindot na pindot si Jessie Vash Pero all in all, I think it's time lang naman sa SB to actually go for a reset. And maybe sa next map pa nga sila makakabawi. Pero ganitong pag-iinit ng Team Secret, madadala nila ito until the next map, which is going to be the favorite din ng Team Secret together with Southbuilt Esports, which is going to be here in Haven, which is I'm excited about.
Hay nako, kung ganito kalinis maglaro ang Team Secret, even heading to that second map, this is quite scary for SBE's side and even all the other teams that are probably na watching o nanonood na nitong stream na to o kaya nung VOD na to, because it was just perfectly clean pagdating sa side ng SBE or pagdating sa side ng Team Secret. Game number 2 coming up later on. Pero right now, we're just gonna go in a very short break. Isang mabilis na game yung nakita natin. Yung susunod ba ay mas matagal? Malalaman natin yan when VCTPH goes back. Don't go away. We're gonna be right back. This is VCTPH. Taylor at Ray Ray nga pala ang maghahatid sa inyo later on. Welcome back sa VCTPH. Nandito pa rin kami, syempre, Taylor at Ray nga pala ang maghahatid sa inyo para sa ating game number 2. Team Secret pa din versus SBE ang naglalaro ngayon, Ray. At natapos nga yung unang mapa natin. Very much one-sided in the hands of Team Secret. Ganun din ba mangyayari for the second map?
Talaga nga namang iba yung performance ng Team Secret. Nasa peak performance sila. Finally, the Yoru buff work here in Bind. And sa mga nagtataka lang, kasi nakakita ko ng mga medyo may pagka-fake news. Guys, kailangan pumasok muna ang Team Secret sa manalo dapat muna sila ng upper bracket finals before they can finally seal yung slot nila going into APAC. So, bali kung sino mananalo dito, mapupunta ng upper bracket finals together with the match later on, di ba? Between, if I'm not mistaken, Bren and RRQ, kung sino man mananalo, sila yung maglalaban ng upper bracket finals. At kung sino man mananalo na makakalaban ng either of the teams, makakapasok na siya matik going into APAC. So just in case lang guys, kasi dami nagko-comment, one more map lang, nilinawin namin, hindi pa. Masyado pa kayong excited. Papunta pa lang naman kasi tayo sa exciting part.
Sa true lang, papunta pa lang tayo sa exciting part. Masyadong excited agad yung mga fans natin when it comes here sa ating playoffs, no? Pero alam ko naman dahil nga yung excitement din talaga pagdating sa mga teams na sinusuportahan nila, tunay at totoo. Kaya naman pagdating dito sa second map na meron tayo, as we say, kung kanina SBE ang pumili nung bind natin, it was one-sided in the hands of Team Secret. This time around, Team Secret actually picked Haven. Ngayon, alam natin kung gaano sila kalakas pagdating sa Haven na mapa. Alam din natin na sila talaga yung nagdo-dominate even from the start nung nagkakaroon tayo ng VCT. But this time around, players and teams have actually have a good grip kung paano ba laruin ang isang mapa kagaya ng Haven, no? Kaso nga lang, Ray, base lang doon sa nakita natin a while ago on map number 1, kailangan talaga ng matinding effort coming in from SBE to punish the players of Team Secret. Pero balita ko nagpalit ng mga players on both sides kasi si Wits daw maglalaro na. At alam ko si Micro out Flippy in ang mangyayari for SBE side.
I love to see yung plays mula kay Wits with that jet. Alam naman natin, he's very consistent all throughout. And at the same time, we're seeing Flippy once again. And si Flippy yung inaalay nila parati sa interview. May pa-English pa yan. Pero pagdating kay Flippy here in Haven, it's also one of the maps where we really saw him na mag-pop off also. Pero nga lang, nag-iisip ako kung ano man magiging composition nila. Yun yung malaking question mula sa side ng SB and Team Secret. Will ang mga taga SB, babalik ba sila sa Skycomp? Or will they still continue with that bridge? Or on the other side naman sa Team Secret, magkaka-double duelist ba sila? Isa nga, magkikeo ba si Dubstep? Or si Wits ba? Still with the jet? Ang daming surprises pa ang inaabangan natin mula sa dalawang teams na to. But all I can say, it's up to their confidence and reset nga sa SB para makabawi with that 13-4 scoreline sa bind side. Pero mukhang
nagagawa na sa jet to.
Oh,
Instalak na.
Bato ba topic? Sino mas mauna? Sino mas mabilis ang processor?
Sino mas mabilis pumindot? Kay Dubstep o si Wits? Mukhang KO ang ipo-pull out nila dito, Ray, gaya ng sabi mo. At si Wits nga ang magiging jet ng Team Secret. Borkum still on the Astra. Same picks lang naman pagdating sa Team Secret na meron tayo. But Qeon showing up here in a map like Haven. Typically, nakikita natin to sa mga fracture map. And this time around, Qeon is the way.
I love Qeon here in Haven. Although sa usual, lang to pag nanonood ako ng mga laro niya. Joke lang. Sorry, thank you. Nakita ko yung Qeon ginagamit parate sa Radiant. Pero pagdating sa Haven and maganda naman. Pero dito kasi sa comp, syempre parating iba, di ba? Ang playstyle. Pero we're gonna be seeing that Astra once again. And tama nga ako! Dubstep with the KO. I'm happy to see that. Pero I think sa Southbuilt, may bago silang hinanda ngayon mula sa set of trap cards nila. And this is gonna be useful, most likely. Yung pag-penetrate pa lang ng site ni Aziz with that Qeon is also gonna give them so much impact. And that's what we need to watch out for. Dahil yung si Qeon, may concuss pa rin naman yan. Very important to actually shut down sila Wits. Pero, they're still gonna be continuing with that bridge comp. At tignan natin. Sino nga ba ang maungunahing persito? Agre lang, oh. Oof!
Naku, immediate aggression ang pinapakita here towards mid pero wala namang mamamatay, wala magiging casualties. Patamang ambahan lang, yung pakiramdaman lang, yung mga tipong tas aatras din. Mga ganun ang galawan itong dalawang teams natin dito. No one yet to be spotted pero si Dubstep, mukhang maganda positioning niya dito. He can get those info that he will need. The nade going out just to suppress the enemies and try to not let them push. Ang problema nga lang si Borkum, mukhang nakapitas na nga dito here. Exactly on mid as well. Mabagal pa rin ang galawan ng SBE at ito na nga, kinokontrol na naman sila, Ray, ng Team Secret.
Talagang alam ng Team Secret sana nila ipapunish. Delete na naman sila. Pinatakbo lang ngayon si Aziz. Papi Chulo together with Ja. Makakapag-ban sila most likely pero dapat hindi magpapapit si Wits dito unless he'll try to come up with something through the echoes pero sinabayan na natin ng paranoia. But takes him out. There's the kill at isa na lang kagad natitira pero nga iniwasan lang ni Wits. Sumide step lang. At si Vil ang makakapatay which is si Dubstep. Ang lakas naman ni Vil ngayon. Terror, parang di ako naniniwala na si Vil to.
Hindi, kung ako yan, hindi talaga si Vil yan. Tumatama lahat ng shots eh. Pag si Vil na naglalaro, nagbiwin. Diba? Dispenser, tamang ano lang eh. Pitas lang tong mga players ng Team Secret. Lalo na yung aggression na pinapakita nila kanina. Inambahan ang SBE. At hindi na nga sila na naman nakakilos here on A side to be specific para i-plantang spike na yan. Ngayon, makakabili na ng mga Spectres ang Team Secret. Meron bang aggression muli here on mid? Mukhang tamang antayan na naman. Grabe pacing eh, no?
Talagang...
Uy! Makati. Masakit yan, sir. Nasaki-saki. Hinigop eh. Chinup-chup.
Chinup-chup tapos may kasama pang nano-swarm.
Ako po!
Flawless. Dito sa main side ng garage. At mukhang care. Diba, kanina nag-usap tayo behind the scenes na ano ba talagang decision kung sino man mananalo dito. Pero mukhang tama nga ata yung sinabi ko. Nagtanong muna ako kung pasok na ba sa APAC. Mukhang oo ata. Pero kasi ko-confirm namin yan mamaya sa panel kasi ayaw namin syempreng ma-surprise kayong lahat. Mamaya, tingnan namin kung pasok na nga ba ang Team Secret habang nagkakas kami ni Air. At makakanood naman din namin yan in a few. Pero dito, Terror, nakita ko na yung few denies mula sa side ng Team Secret against SBE. And agad na kagad ng mga traps si Dispenser na bumalik siya ngayon mag-killjoy. Na-miss ko yan mag-killjoy eh.
Si Wits, tamang dash out lang. At Dispenser nga, changing up to a Killjoy. Alam naman natin when it comes to Haven, yan lagi ang typically ginagamit niya. Ngayon, buy round na from SBE side. Si Wits, nakapitas na naman with an operator on his hands. Dubstep, still waiting for that perfect opportunity to throw in the flash para matulungan si Jesse Vash kung sakasakali man. But may dalawang players here on sewers. At this moment, mukhang delicates to dahil may aftershock na lalabas. Iwasan lang yung positioning na yan for Team Secret. Pop flash coming out. May kukas din kasama. Tumama yung kukas, hindi sila makareact dahil doon sa mga utilities na binabato. Now Borkum setting up the stars. Alam nila yung info. The information game is definitely strong sa kamay ng Team Secret. Ang problema ngayon ng SBE, kailan at paano tayo papasok?
Kailan tayo magkakaroon ng timing? Si Jessie Vash naka-guardian lang Your guardian angel by Red Jumpsuit Apparatus. Pero all up to pro. Naku po, nakaabang na lang kagad sa kada si
30 seconds left.
Borkum. Hindi na gagalaw si Borkum. Alam na ni Pro. O sige, magtitigan tayo. Uy, nag-astral form para kunyari. Pwede siya puntahan ni Pro. Ang talino. Pero matatimingan to ni Borkum most likely. Lalo na't ngayon, alam na yung presence niya. Pero, on that one, pinakitaan ng loving arm si Dubstep. 3-0, Team Secret wins this. And actually, tama nga. Guys, sa mga nagsasabi sa comments, tama kayo. Kayo na ang tama. Kapag nanalo ang Team Secret, basically if you're gonna go to the upper bracket final already, Terror, you gotta get the slot going into APAC. So, kung sino man nanalo ng lower bracket final, yun yung isang team. Pero
Tatlo
kung sino man mananalo dito, tatlo diba? So kung nakapunta ka ng upper bracket final, tas isa na lang before you gonna go to the finals here in our own scene, pasok ka na pala sa APAC. So importante itong map na to sa Team Secret.
Yun nga
Dahil pasok na sila
pati sa SBE. Diba? Kasi kung makakapasok kahit i-secure nila itong map win against Team Secret, hindi na nila kailangan problema pagdating sa slot nila when it comes to Asia Pacific playoffs natin, no? So, importante itong matchup na to for both teams, not only for Team Secret. Pero si Pro, huling-huli sa aktong pumapasok at gumagapang ng garage. Very slow play again, coming in from SBE and very punishable para sa Team Secret kasi mabilis o mabagal na movement na yan. Even with the Neon, ito na nga yung operator shot ni Wits, hindi tumama ng isang beses but it's still gonna happen. Aziz now getting that triple kill, opening up the site. Ito yung explosiveness na hinahanap natin from SBE side para makapasok sila. Even with that smoke, Bash has the opportunity to get the kill. Si Ja ang nakapatay with the one tap to the head. Dubstep, siya na lang naiiwan dito. Finally seeing Flippy here, 1v2 situation. Mukhang may maganda na tayong retake na makikita. Pop flash coming out, wala siyang masaspatan at si Aziz nga ang makakapatay. Thrifty round para sa side ng SBE.
Ito na tayong paggagante ng mga naape. And yan yung meron eh. With the Neon here in Haven, diba? Mag-wall up ka lang, papasok ka na side, tatalon-talon ka lang. Na parang bulaki na nalagyan ng asin kasi hindi ka mapipick off ng Team Secret. And this is the bad thing about it eh. Hindi in-expect ng Team Secret yung pag-burst kagad ng SBE. Galing sa garage and galing sa silong. Kaya na-pick off din kagad si Wits with that operator. And now 3-1. Viper na naman sa side ng Team Secret together with SBE. Pero aggressiveness ng mula kay Aziz. But Jesse Bash will be able to get him. At ngayon si Wits nag-wash ni Wits. Hindi tumama. Si Wits Sarino, si Riley Go na pwede na mag-Riley stop. Patapak na lang ang naggagaling sa SBE.
Warning shot lang daw yon, Ray. Pero ito ata, yung alarm bot, medyo masakit. Si Dispenser hindi na sinilip. Another one bites the dust. Jack was able to take a kill before he goes down. 4v2 pa rin. Flippy, very low on HP. Meron siyang pwedeng maspatan dito. Naku po, with the neural death coming out, Flippy will be able to see kung saan ba ang location ng ibang teammates or rather ng kalaban niya. Makukuha si Papi Chulo pero hindi umabot for Kum to actually set up the kill and finish off the round for Team Secret.
Sayang sana yung take ng SPE doon. Pero kasi naglabas ng naglabas ng neural net si Papi Chulo, talagang nag-patience game lang si Borkum eh. Naglaro lang siya ng patintero against SBE. And now, ang laki ng pressure. Kaya nga sinabi mo tayo, warning shot. Pero yet yung warning shot na yon, talagang pina-eradicate nila.
Napaka-atras eh.
Oo, napaka-atras eh. Nagulan na kahit nagkaroon na shot. Dito wala kay Jack. Hindi pa rin talaga nag-work yung kanyang boost at dalawa na lang kagad yung natitira. Tignan mo naman, palong-palo. Pero SBE, they need to come up pa rin with something on their comp. Aziz naman is there. Ja is actually popping off already. Because of the next question that we have is, how can they retain yung resistance nila ngayon against against Team Secret muli?
Alam mo, isa pang dagdag dito, meron sana silang explosive entry na pwedeng gawin ng Neon. Pero nakita natin on the last round, kapag natapatan nila si Dubstep with the KO knife, yung pick na meron sila rito, cancel out yung mga dash-in play o kaya yung mga mabilisang takbo ng isang Neon once he catches the knife. Kaya kailangan mag-ingat ang Aziz dito, lalo na pag ginamit yung ulti ng KO, hindi ka talaga makakabuelo dyan, sir. And this is now Team Secret just waiting for another entry coming in from SBE. Una na nga napitas dyan is gonna be Aziz. They know the info that there might be people here on mid. Alam din nila at nakakaramdam sila na baka garage nga ang play. Borkum, Mukrob, tamang antay lang. Pero stars na pwedeng iset. Isa, dalawa, tatlo. Yan ang binilang. At kitang-kita natin Team Secret. Napakalinis lang.
Marunong talaga sila maglinis. Kaya as for SBE, they just need to take their time. Nung one round na nanalo sila, Taylor. Sudden outburst kasi yun eh. Pero, yun kasi yung kailangan nilang style eh. Instead of very slow pace, just like what happened earlier in Bind. They're trying it, pero ang laki lang talaga ng punish ng Team Secret eh. Tignan mo naman yung utilities nila. Mayroong setups wala kay Dispenser. And even if na-nerf si Astra, we always know that sobrang useful pa rin ang Astra pagdating sa mapang to. And on the other side, we have the timing coming in from sa knife ni Dubstep to actually just shut down kagad yung pagiging aggressiveness ni Aziz then yung setup mula kay Papi Chulo. So that's really giving a lot of hardships sa side ng SB at ngayon na may kasama na nga kagad na alarm bot. Buti na lang sinabayan nila ngayon ng Hottest Fury but Twitch nakahawak na nga ng Ion Thor. Operation! Ayun, operation! Ang angwak ni Kuya Muwitz. Tingnan natin kung merong mahuhuli. May tumawid pero hindi naspatan at hindi napatay. Tumama ang paranoia dito, Ray. At tumama rin yung shot ni Witz bago siya pumatay o bago siya namatay rather in the hands of Flippy. 2v2. Makakapag-plant ba sila ng spike? They have the space to do so pero mabagal pa movement nila ngayon. Shutting down the knives here, shutting out the utilities na kayang ibato ng Team Secret at retake to happen. Ngayon, makakaroon o magkakaroon sila ng space to actually plant the spike and play it out. Pero still, inaabangan pa rin talaga nila.
Spike planted.
Uy, basta pinayanig lang. Pinayanig lang pala ni CP. And now he gets the third kill. And SBE will be able to secure this. Ang ganda, diba? Sorry, ang ganda ng logo ng SBE ngayon, diba? Gold. Para mga otits. Old but gold. Hindi ako nagsabi nun ha. Basta pag nagalit tong mga to, si Ray ang salarin, guys. Hindi ako nagsabi niyan. Nakaraoke ko na yan eh. Di ba nagkakaroke kaya tayo dati sa Bren HQ? Si Tito Pro, kumakanta ng mga pang-side A na kanta.
Sino bang pinakamagaling kumanta na player?
Para sa akin, si Tito Pro.
Si Tito Pro?
Oo, si Tito Pro. Kasi nga nagduduet kami minsan. Basta gagalingan na lang. Tsaka, pinaka-the-best talaga. Yung mala Regine Velasquez. Si Micro! Ang galing ko magdala ni Micro, promise! Talagang music to your ears. Oo nga lang. Maraming pagbibigla ang SBE. Tama ka nga, Taylor. Kailangan talaga ng pagbibigla. Pero with pagbibigla din ata. Sa take-up pala kay Ja. And now we are down with a 2v3.
Nako, makapagplanta na spike ang SBE rito. And this is in the hands of Team Secret. How will they do the retake right now? Kung kanina, ganang-gana. But this time, mayroon silang kayang paglaruan na utils pa coming in here for the 3 remaining members of SBE. May lumabas! Nahuli nga si Kuya mo Pro. Dalawa na napatay ni Jessie Vash. Isa pa ang kailangan. Naging 2v1 from a 3v2 situation. And it is all up to Jessie Vash. Sipin mo, kahit si Dubstep hindi sumuporta, parang kaya ata ni Vash patayin ito mga players ng SBE.
Talagang...
Ba't ganun? Naubos yung pasensya, Ray.
Pinalo na naman ni Jessie Bash ang SBE. Pero syempre, yan talagang meron kapag yung trade-offs napaka-importante. Akala ko pinapapanalo na ng SBE ito, but yet, si Jessie Bash, disiplinado, napaka-disiplinado, ginawang Game Labs, Vandal, Prime, Buff. Pero syempre, habang meron tayong konting timeout dito, gusto ko lang i-shoutout ang mga college friends ko na nanonood na si Sydney, sorry Nash ha, at si Nash de la Cruz. Hindi ko pwede sabihin yung isang name ng friend mo kasi feel ko pag sinabi ko, mawawalan ako ng trabaho. Pero yan, kay Sydney at kay Nash de la Cruz, shoutout sa inyo. Yun.
Napatimeout yung SBE. Ito yung kailangan nila tong timeout na to. But actually, to be fair, if we take a step back, look at a different perspective, nasa-shut down ng SBE parati si Witz. He might be able to get 1 kill, yes, pero may shutdown agad from SBE. So isa to sa mga kailangan nilang gawin, no? Kasi laging may hawak na operator dito si Witz eh. At laging meron silang napipitas dito. But the good thing is, isa-isa lang. Typically, yung positioning ni Witz dito, one and done position kahit kaya niya makapag-dash out dahil nga napapunish din siya agad ng SBE. Now, isipin nyo na lang, if hindi nila napapunish to si Witz, aside from the other players, hirap na hirap talaga ang SBE right now. But they're still trying to find a way in how to actually take over sites here. Lalo na sa positioning ng Team Secret na talagang antayan portion. Tiis pogi.
Tiis pogi. Pero at least, meron din pa rin disiplina, but here it is. Don't tell me, may iko na naman ang mga taga-Team Secret. Pero Jessie Bash, may gusto ba siyang i-deny with that Hunter's Fury? Wala, pero may mga natanggalan siya ng armor, ng HP, and now as he tries to go with that plan, it's gonna be a 4v4 retake. May advantage sa Team Secret pagdating sa mga baril, pero nakakuha na rin si Aziz ngayon ng kanyang Phantom.
Ja, setting up the site lang para sa post-plan position ng SBE. Kung mapapansin nyo, dalawa dito ay walang baril. Now Aziz taking in the damage. Pero meron siya mahuhuli. Saktong-saktong dumaan sa harapan ang dalawang players dito. Mukhang ito na nga ang SBE chance para mabawi. Pero nandito na naman si Kuya mo Jesse Vash. Nakuha lahat ng info. This is another one bites the dust. The third kill comes in and it's a clutch coming in from Jesse Vash right there. And a defuse to finish things off. 7-2. My God, so Vash.
Never give up.
Ang Jesse Vash peak performance, and that is the Republic of Gamers clutch. Bayim, Taylor at daming buff talaga. Ilan ba na maintenance ang nakuha ni Jesse Vash ngayon? One extension complete, pangalawa yung pang-high blood, pangatlo yung pang-hypertension, pang-apat ay siyempre ang Lola Remedios na kailangan at pinakahuli ay siyempre sinamahan ng buko yan ni Miss Yam Yam. Pero all in all, palong-palo, tumalo na siya kanina sa bind. Pero ngayon, ang init talaga ng kanyang performance. And now, we're down with a 7-2 muli. At ngayon ba, may mapipick off nga ba ulit si Riley?
Riley go o Riley stop real quick? Ayan ang katanungan na SBE lang makakasagot kapag na-shutdown nila to. But how the players of Team Secrets are, especially Jesse Vash, 1v3 situation. Minama niya lang, sir. Ito na naman yung saki-saki na manggagaling kay Mukrob. Mahihila at mapupul si Aziz. Will take up some damage from that Nano Swarm. Hindi ka na natuto, sir. Kanina pa yan.
Hindi na natuto. Pero, pagkarinig ko na siguro, nalabas na champadali. Sinamahan na shock dart, kaliwat kanan. Pero, ultimate lang ngayon ang katulad ni Ja. Pero Flippy was able to take down two. Apaka-good way kay Qeon to actually take down Jesse Vash together with Dubstep. Pero nga lang, Wits is up there with that operator. And may pag-asa nga pa ba ang Team Secret to actually retake this. Alam na nga din na saan magagaling sa Mukrob. Kailangan na dito magsimpa. Isa-isa, Dispenser gets it. 3v3. There's the refrag mula kay Pro. And now it's up to Wits to get the clutch. But Pro, pinatigilan, pinakitaan din ng edad kasama pa ang maintenance. And it's gonna be a 7-3. Same lang ba to ng first half nila sa vibe? Or talagang SB is back on track?
It's hard to say, to be honest. Dahil Team Secret, kung paano nila laruin tong mapa na to right now with how we see how the usage of utilities are, even in a 3v1 situation na kayang i-overtake. Parang instead na si Jesse Vash ang ma-overwhelm sa mga rounds na to, baliktad ang nangyayari. 1v3 pero ang na-overwhelm ang SBE side. Ngayon, 7-3 ang magiging score natin. Aziz, kaya niya na namang makapag-entry dito. There is that Flippy na kaya ring makapag gumamit ng utilities to actually make an entry happen. Ito na nga yung Hunter's Fury na inaabangan natin from SBE side. Tumama kay Dispenser, but Porco only with a frenzy, securing 1 kill out. 2v3 situation ngayon. SBE side, mukhang na-take nila yung B side or rather C side. Dito makakapag-plant din sila ng spike. But we've seen this time and time again. Jesse Vash versus the others. Ito na naman ang clutch potential ni Kuya mo Jesse Vash. Makakakita ba siya ng isa? Merong pumat. And that is gonna be Flippy securing the kill into a 7-4 score.
Last round before the switch.
Flippy na rin Initiator sa Flippy. Pero nga lang, Terror, dito naman parang nakikita ko na naman to parang sabay lang. Memories bring back to ang nangyari. Pero, ikaw rin naman kasi ang mga taga-Team Secret. Kaya malaking advantage yung baril na meron ng SBE. Pero looking at that, nakita natin last time si Flippy here in Haven na naka-breach. Sobrang laki talaga ng kakulangan niya. Pero ngayon, I think it's back on track. He's actually doing it. Sobrang ganda ng timing niya with his breach. But at the same time, Team Secret, kailan ba nila balak magkaroon pa ng 4 na rounds na kalamangan against SBE? Kasi nasa defending side pa sila Siguro kung nag-pop off sila sa attacking side, that's the next problem na kailangang harapin ng SBE muli.
pagdating sa post-plant position, kung mapapansin nyo, no, medyo the positioning of SBE, they have this post-plant position na kung saan kayang i-disintegrate ng Team Secret agad-agad. Even with a single recon dart from Jesse Vash, he can punish the players. Even a single utility usage na meron si Borkum, kayang mapunish ang SBE. Napakasakit nung mga utility usage talaga nila rito, especially even the aim duels na kaya nilang gawin talaga. Focus coming in, kaya naman si Wits matatamaan, tamang dash away lang para hindi mamatay. Pero meron ata siyang natamaan sa paa. That is gonna be Aziz 30 HP remaining. Wala tayong Sky na picks na nangyayari dito, kaya naman walang healing capabilities yung teams na meron tayo.
Talagang itong Team Secret. Ano yung next nilang changes? Pinayanig na naman sila ngayon ni Flippy. Pero si Aziz, agad na posisyon niya. Ma-realize ba nila? Buto na na-realize si Porco. And now, may control pa rin sa C-Set. Sobrang dali kasi para sa SB to actually go into C-Set. Pero kala, buto na lang may follow-up na pick-off mula kay Porco. Pero kala, Capichulo is ready. Spencer goes with a frag. BBT tayo muli. Jesse Pass drops up together with Wits. Pero kala, there's no frag. Drops up is gonna go down. Gagasolinahan lang naman ngayon ni Wits. Pero syempre, baka matimingan nga lang sa dito ni Pro.
Oh, baliktad na timingan niya si Pro. Yan ang kaibahan ngayon for Team Secret side. Si Jesse Vash ngayon ang bumuhay sa patay. That is gonna be dubstep up again. 3v1. It's not gonna happen anymore. SBE. Ito ay isang round na naman napunta sa Team Secret, Ray, no? 8-4 bago tayo mag-swap ng sides. Problema ngayon dito ng SBE, Ray. 3 sides ang kailangan nilang hawakan.
Switching sides.
At yan yung advantage and disadvantages pagdating sa comp din na meron ng SBE. Pero ang magandang tulong naman dito is syempre may paranoia naman mula kay Ja. Kasi pagdating talaga sa control at deal, told me nga kahapon din sa laban ng SBE, ng Team Secret usually, is that they have that huge crowd control na hindi talaga makakapagpasok yung SB kagad. Kaya ganito yung naging first half. But I think once that we're gonna be switching, ano nga ba ang kailangan ipakita ng SB this time around? Dahil wala nang dash out na mula kay Aziz with that neon.
Halftime pause dito na mag-iisip kung kanina timeout. Dito ngayon, ang isip ng mga players natin, it seems like SB is still having a rough patch here when it comes going head-to-head against Team Secret. Pero ang matindi naman dito, at least, kahit pa paano, 8-4. Yung feeling mo, medyo one-sided yung match. Pero kung sisilipin natin talaga, hindi naman ganun kalala. Parang kayang palaga ng SBE. Meron lang silang hindi mahanap na maliit na bagay na hindi nila matapatan dito sa Team Secret.
Talagang mainit. Sabi nga ni Super MJ, Cobra, sa comment section, mainit daw. Sobrang init. Na kailangan ko ng ice. Pero
kasi kung mapapansin
talaga
mo din naman dito, laging may trade ang Team Secret Mamamatay si Dubstep, sige. Pero yung kasunod niyan, si Wits. Di ba? Yung nangyari kanina on Garage. Aside from that, buhay agad si Dubstep habang busy si Wits kalabanin yung ibang players ng SBE. Ganun yung confidence nila na alam nila na si Wits ay makakapatay. Sige, hayaan nyo, i-revive nyo lang at tuluyan nyong i-up si Dubstep dito. Akong bahala. And exactly like that, punish na naman ang players ng SBE side. Ngayon, etong pistol round na to, importante talaga. Knowing that Team Secret, series point na nila Isa na lang yung mapa na kailangan nila. Secured spot na for Asia Pacific.
Ano yun, no? Magkikita-kita na muli sila ng paper Rex. At kung sakasakali, talagang alam na kagad na gusto pumunta ng Masters itong Team Secret. Diba? Siyempre kung sakasakali silang mananalo, pero papayag bang SBE? Siyempre, hindi pa. Dahil pag nag-fractured map, magkakaalaman sino mas magaling. Dahil we haven't seen much, excuse me, ang meron ng Team Secret mula sa fracture map, although nag-improve na din sila together with SBE based on their game yesterday. Pero ngayong pistol round, very important muli to sa Team Secret. They win this, then maybe it's just gonna be the same as what they did last time sa bind map. Pero naghihintay sila ng perfect timing mula sa setups. Ayan na yung mga stars ni Mukrob. Pasok na nga kagad si Witz. Magda-dash in na siya. Wala pa naman pick up pero na-reveal na nga din kung ilan sila. And Aziz was able to take him out.
Masakit yung damage na tinanggap ni Flippy. Ang kagandahan nito, buhay pa rin siya to actually execute, especially those utilities na meron pa ang isang breach natin. No? Pero on the other hand, nandito lang din sa Heaven, nag-aantay ng rotations itong players ng SBE. They wanna do that 5-man retake against Team Secret. And knowing in a post-plant position, alam na, may mga votes na to eh. Tignan natin kung masaspatan nila na matindi o talagang mananalo sila when it comes to the aim duel. Dahil the aftershock coming in, this is already a problem for Mukrob. Napatay na nga siya using that aftershock. This turret is gonna kill another. Tamang 6-man ang turret ngayon ni Dubstep or ni Dispenser dito. Isa na lang natira and that is Flippy. And this is still a round for Team Secret, ladies and gents. Isang malinis na malinis lang para sa kanila.
Talagang clean take na naman ang meron sa side ng Team Secret at kahit nabawasan si Witz, but the information was really important din naman and that's how you make the impact when you have that jet of this. At buti na lang si Dispenser nakapag-pick up siya kagad ang dalawa with this frenzy. And ganda na positioning ng Team Secret. Meron silang i-expect coming in from A tower, i-expect din sila galing sa main link mismo. And now that SB is gonna be punished na naman muli, paano sila makakapag-comeback sa second half against Team Secret? Pero nga lang, malamig talaga sila ngayon. Kaso ang init naman ay nasa side ng Team Secret. Parang ngayong hapon muli, ang init talaga dito sa Pilipinas. Parang ito ay trial dito sa impyerno. Pero nga lang, Win takes down maybe a bit. May kasama na kagad si Bokro. Tapos ngayon, isa-isa, pinakitaan ng Spectre. Taylor, di pa ako tapos mag-cast, di pa ako tapos magsalita, pero tapos na pala yung round.
Maganda talaga execution ng Team Secret, guys. Wala kang masasabi, malinis lahat. Pagdating sa utility, pagdating sa execution, pagdating sa aim duel, kompletos, recados, pagdating sa Team Secret. At kita mo rin naman when it comes to post-plant position. Ang problema kasi during that last 2 rounds na nakita natin, yung post-plant position ng Team Secret is pretty normal, pretty usual coming in here in a map like Haven. But the problem was, ang tagal bago nila na-shutdown si Mukrob dun sa corner nung site. Kaya naman nakabuelo yung turret ni Dispenser tsaka rin yung ibang players like Dubstep. But heading towards this round though, buy round na nga ngayon ng SBE. Ito na yung opportunity nila kasi kapag natalo pa sila, mawawala na naman ng pera to. Wait, sumusubok makapag-plant pero hindi pinapayagan ng SBE. Hawak nila ang B-side. This is the control that we're looking after in the hands of SBE right now. Kaya naman mapapaatras at mag-iiba ng position ang mga players ng Team Secret. Ang problema, si Pro umabante na naman at huling-huli sa akto ni Burkum.
Huling-huli sa akto ang side ng Team Secret. Pero nakapasok sila ng mabilis here in side itself. Pero how will this retake work? May paranoia pa naman, ready sasabihin nila. Pero si Jessie Bash!
Hello!
Pinasok! Dilaan talaga sa Jessie Bash buff! Ano ba ang nangyari? Tinahay ni Jessie Bash? Anong gamot ba ang kanyang ininom ngayong araw para maging palong-palo? And now, dalawa na lang before Team Secret can finally win this. Alam na alam din, kapisado talaga na nila ngayon ang Haven map, Taylor.
Grabe naman si Burkum, ginawang bulalo ang players ng SBE. Tinutube parang bulalo. Ginanon, Ray. Ubos, pati pantubos para sa players ngayon ng SBE. Ang gandang pull mula kay Mukrob, ladies and gents. The team synergy of Team Secret, definitely there. Aziz, naghahanap na naman ng possible kill, pero naspata na nga rin sila. There's certain aggressions heading here sa sites na meron tayo and also on A main. Kaso lang, mas mabilis magdesisyon dito ang Team Secret. It seems like they're gonna do a take on C instead.
Yun, pinakitaan kagad ng paranoia muli ni Ja, pero won't work. Sabay-sabay na yung Team Secret. Alam mo yung coordinated na parang nag-build ng Vault S5. Ganun may robot na kagad na napakalaki na talagang pinatake nila against the SBE. And akala ko 8 points sana ngayon even, but seems like it's not. And it's up to Assist to save the day. At alam, reveal na nga rin kagad kung nasaan siya. At pag, he gets one, but that's it. Match point sa Team Secret. Same lang ata ng bind performance ang SBE Terror. Hindi na nila ma-stop ang Team Secret sa attacking side nila.
Ang sakit. Kung kanina yung map number 1 natin, ang score is 13-4. It feels like it's a deja vu of what happened with game number 1. Hirap na hirap ngayon ang SBE para sa ating takes, even on the retakes, even everything na nilalapag dito ng Team Secret, Ray. Ang hirap hanapan ng loophole. Talagang on form, in shape, ang players ng Team Secret right now. Let's see if they can actually take this round for SBE. Assist, na-suppress nga rito from that KO. But this ultimate coming in from Jesse Vash. Alam natin, nag-connect sa ibang mga players na bawasan lang pagdating sa kanilang mga armors. At si Ja, 70 HP. Buhay na buhay pa naman, no? Pero may damage pa rin.
Malaking damage nga, Terror. Ang balak nilang gawin. Pero Wits, parang galit na beast. Galit na galit talaga with his jet. And now we are trimming it down to the 3v4. May pag-asa pa ba ang SBE to actually finish the night? Pero nga lang, yung between na walang hindi. Nakibol ko. Bakit yun yung laki? Pero I think not just it. 13-4. Ang mangyayari ngayon between Team Secret. And mukhang may unang team na tayo na makakapasok papuntang APAC. And that's it. Team Secret finally achieving their dreams after ng performance nila last stage. At ngayon, they are remaining undefeated so far, Terror.
Naborkum time sila doon. What a play coming in from Team Secret. Alam nyo, very textbook play ang meron ng Team Secret dito. Clear out all the angles, usage of utilities, make it proper, get the aim duels right, magpatutok ng maayos. Typical, it is a tactical shooter. Anyway, you have to kill enemies. They have all three of those. Maliban doon, they also had good reads coming in here in this game against SBE. It was very much one-sided from the very beginning, and Team Secret goes unpunishable up until the very end. Etong stat-wise naman, makikita naman natin, no, headshot percentage is actually on the side of SBE. Pero Team Secret, hindi kasi sa headshot na puhunan ang meron sila dito, Ray. Ang puhunan nila, yung info, yung utilities. Doon pa lang, bawas na yung mga players ng SBE. Pag nakita nila, patay talaga, sure.
At in-improve talaga nila kung paano nila minamanage yung mga duels.
All the way up.
Sana ganyan. Para nag-invest ka sa something tapos nag-pop off bigla, no? Pero all in all, I think it's still a good game sa side ng SBs. Pero na-punish talaga sila. Alam mo nung nakita ko ng 8-4 yung first half, knowing na nasa defending ang Team Secret, they're gonna be popping off all throughout the second half. And pagdating kay Borkum, he's back already with that Borkum time with this Astra of his. Anong na-nerf yung Astra? Pag ako gumamit, palong-palo pa rin. And gusto ko lang i-add, Terror, dati diba nakita tayo ng clutch plays, ng highlight plays mula sa Team Secret individually. Pero ngayon, I think mas maganda silang makita na ganito. Kahit sabi mo nga textbook, but I think at the same time, Terror, lahat sila nagpa-pop off individually. Tignan mo naman yung mga KDA nila. Kay Dubstep, 4.6, kay Dispenser, 1.7, kay Wits, 2.0. Lahat sila consistent. And that's the thing about Team Secret this time around. Talagang nag-improve sila after that heartbreaking story nila nung stage 1. And we are happy, syempre, sa mga fans nila to see them back. And we're excited on what they can show to us pa on towards the next scenes pa na pwede natin i-expect sa kanila here in APAC. But at the same time, tignan mo, ang ganda. I love their comp at the same time. Pero still for SBE, guys, sa mga fans ng SBE, GG's pa rin. Makikita pa rin naman natin sila sa lower bracket run. And remember, parati silang may lower bracket magic.
Ginawang pulutan yung miyembro dito ng SBE. Especially those opportunities by Jesse Vash in a clutch situation. Kagaya nito na nakikita natin. Yung rotations ni Dubstep medyo na-lead ng kaunti. But Jesse Bash was there to actually secure that triple kill. It didn't happen just one time. It happened twice in the entirety. This is the second time around. Itong highlights na to. And it's just phenomenal kung paano maglaro ang Team Secret. If this is how they are playing right now, hindi na ako magtataka bakit ganun yung nangyari sa group stage na meron tayo nung time na may point system na walang nakakatalo sa kanila. Ito, Bulalo Gaming. Tinundo na naman ni Jessie Bash eh.
Na-miss ko tuloy kumain ng Bulalo Tater. Pero syempre, sa mga maganda na remarkable story na naman ng Team Secret, they remain undefeated so far here in playoffs, and at the same time, they get the ticket already sa papuntang APAC. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, they're just one win na lang. And I don't know when. I think it's on Saturday. Makakapasok na sila papuntang finals here in VCTPH Stage 2. But then, all in all, GG's pa rin to SB. I'm expecting dito sa lower bracket pa nila, it's gonna be amazing then.
Totoo, hindi pa naman tapos ang lahat for the side of SBE. Yung mga pagkakamali kayang-kayang ayusin on the next one. Pero dun nga sa lower bracket ang mangyayari, no? Although Team Secret is going more further. Now, tapos na ang game number 1 natin in a clean 2-0 fashion. Syempre, ang kasunod niyan ay interview section, no? Interview, moments na ngayon ng Team Secret later on panel. But right now, we're just gonna go in a very short break. Sa pagbabalik nga ng VCT, interview mula sa panel and maghahanda na tayo for our second series of the day. Tay-Ray nga pala ang nag-cast for game number 1 or series number 1 rather. Kaya naman magkikita-kits ulit tayo. Paalam na muna sa ngayon. Don't go away. VCTPH. We'll be right back.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow. Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me, why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Welcome back to VCTPH Stage 2 Challengers. That series was shorter than what we expected, but I guess it just goes to show how prepared Team Secret really is going into the playoffs, especially with that 2-0 versus South-Built Esports. G10, I have no idea why you wanted to see Yuki jump off of the balcony, but I'm happy to say that the Penguin is safe. And
yeah,
as we go,
unfortunately.
as we go into our series highlights, I'll tell you who isn't safe right now. It is SBE. They aren't eliminated just yet, despite that loss. But Fluffy, do we know that we do know that they're going to go to the lower bracket after that game versus Team Secret. I know you had your heart set on seeing these teams revealing their pocket stats, but I don't know what it is about Team Secret or South-Built that resulted in this game.
I mean, coming into this, South-Built Esports looked like they were on that upward trend, taking out Oasis Gaming on this Bind map. But coming into the first map, which is Bind on your screens right now, Team Secret just showing a dominating performance on the map, scoring a very, very, very intense first half, but a very dominating second half, taking it out 13-4. On the second map, we have Haven as well, which Unfortunately for Southfield Esports, looks to be a repeat of their group stage game on Haven against Team Secret. Not enough lessons learned there. Team Secret playing a phenomenal game. Jesse Bash especially playing very well on the first map. A lot of high impact, even a little knife kill to, play a kicker.
Oh yeah, look at these frags. I mean, we're gonna be talking about the series MVP in just a bit, but I just gotta say it off the bat. Jesse Vash was just on a whole other level to this game. I'm sure you'll have a lot of things you want to share about Jesse Vash as well, but I want to know what your thoughts are on the entire performance of Team Secret, G10.
Well, today Team Secret really showed up, and just speaking of Jesse Vash, just look at that rush down, spray down. Man, Team Secret, they really felt like they showed up big. They did their research, and it seems like they had an inside look at SBE's stratbook, and they were just responding in kind to whatever SBE did, perfectly. Secret really had very, very few misplays, I feel, and the way that, they just kept stacking multi-kill after multi-kill, especially Jesse Vash, who is the MVP, it was absolutely beautiful. And SBE, man, they really need to assess what they do wrong against Team Secret.
Oh, for sure. But as we can see on our screens over here, Jesse Vash is the MVP. You know why I think that is? It's just because he's the better melee wielder. We saw the knife fight that he had with Papi Chulo in that round. Now, Fluffy, you are our resident lineup guy here. I think that in the talent pool, you're the one that can closely resonate with the fantastic initiator, Jesse Vash. So I want to know what your thoughts are on the guy.
I feel like compared to other Sovas, he really plays a pivotal role in their team because he's the type of player that there are some initiator players that are very aggressive on the agent, but he really maximizes the effect of his recon dart and scans for the team because he plays a more calculated style of Sova, really playing out the time and getting into those prime positions because he repositions a lot in sight, which is very important. It keeps the enemies guessing while giving their team the advantage knowing where the enemies are. So very good there. He also has a lot of good lineup kills. Even I feel like on the first map, there's a Raze that was running away and then he got hit by the double bounce shock dart on short. So that was a very 5-head from him. But overall, yeah, I mean, Sova is a type of agent also that scales off of experience. So having an experienced player like Jesse Vash pilot the agent really proves to great effectiveness.
Again, as what we said earlier, that's what happens when you have an OG on your team. And we are very fortunate because we do get to interview the OG, the one and only Jesse Vash. Hi, Jesse.
Hello.
Congratulations on the win. I have to ask, wait, is that the penguin?
Yep.
Yuki is safe?
Safe.
Oh, thank God.
Safe.
Thank God. I was worried. I don't know what was going on through Coach Fades' head for him to do that, but I'm glad that Yuki is safe. Now, I have to ask, I really saw that you guys had a really good read with Southfield Esports. How did you guys prepare for this matchup?
Actually, pinagandaan talaga namin sila. We watched their boards, lahat ng latest match nila. And talagang waiting kami na makalaban ulit sila. Compare sa lahat ng teams. Sila talaga yung parang target namin this VCT Stage 2. And for me personally, yun, masaya ako natalo nila kami last time. So, yun, more challenging para sa amin. Kaya, ayan. Kaya medyo ganado yung laro ngayon. Kasi sila talaga yung look up ko.
Oh, wow. That goes to show that is why that game ended. Because you guys were already on a roll. But, everybody already fears Team Secret to a certain extent. But for them to be targeted by Team Secret, that just speaks volume for this series. Now, I was talking about Coach Fade earlier. I was really worried about Dubstep's Penguin Yuki. I want to know how Coach Fade is as a coach. I mean, for him to endanger a plush animal like that, one has to wonder what it's like under his coaching.
Alam niya kasi talaga yung nangyari. When we are screaming, alam niya yung nangyari. Meron kaming in scrims, hindi kami masyado 100%, alam niya yun. So, pagka dating sa tournament, medyo may pagbanta na about kay Yuki. So we give our 100% talaga.
Oh, that's really cute. But of course, I'm pretty sure that at the end of the day, Coach Fade wasn't actually gonna endanger Yuki. But then again, maybe I'm not so sure. Maybe I need to get to know Coach Fade a little bit better. Maybe we'll get to interview him again once more. But you guys are at an all familiar situation over here. Once again, you are the king of the Valorant Philippine scene. Do you guys feel the pressure, or do you have the fear of being dethroned once again?
For me, personally, I think Team Secret is back. Compared to Stage 1, I can say, personally ulit, masaya akong matalo nung Stage 1 because of what we are doing noon, na naging medyo pabaya kami. Compare now na I think we deserve na manalo dito sa tournament na to. And feeling ko secure na yun.
Woohoo! We're really happy for you. I mean, when you think about storylines, we can see that you guys were on a roll prior to Stage 1, and then it kind of put you guys in your place in a sense, kind of humbled. It was a humbling experience, some people would say, right? And now you guys are back, and I'm pretty sure that you guys learned your lesson. You felt complacent during Stage 1, and I don't think that we'll ever see that complacency again from this team. Now, this is your chance to give some shout-outs to all of your supportive fans out there. Let's go.
And shoutout sa lahat ng Valorant community na sumusuporta sa PPGL and sa Valorant community natin. And yun, support nyo lang lahat ng team sa Pilipinas, hindi lang kami, and enjoy nyo lang yung mga match and yun, mga action match na malulupit.
Thank you so much, Jesse Vash. I love that message. Don't just support us, support the entirety of the Philippine Valorant scene. Thank you so much once again, and congratulations. We'll talk to you again next time. I am so glad that Yuki is safe. I can't believe that Coach Fade is willing to go that far. Maybe this is the price of victory. Fluffy, if you were in Fade's shoes, what would you be willing to risk to take your team to victory?
I mean, if your plans to go all the champions, almost anything, if I'm being honest.
Every team secret game we see here on the VCT stage hits different. Because of that, we're going to give you guys some time to settle down and get ready for the next match. VCT is going on a quick break, but when we come back, it is RRQ versus Bren Esports.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here. Let you know, yeah. I'm here to let you know, yeah. I sky gaze over my taste, like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke, taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope, the stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core, inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights, flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air, walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm
fertilizing the earth to rise, realizing global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting, creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened, cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, Woody in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams too.
Hello, everyone! It's time for Series 2 on Day 2 of the playoffs for Stage 2. I feel like I'm saying a lot of number 2s over here because of that. Let's discuss the two teams that are going to be facing off in the upcoming series. It's RRQ and Bren Esports. Funny enough, they also faced during the Day 2 of the group stages. I'm starting to believe that there's a conspiracy going on over here. But G10, can you run us briefly through on what went down during the last time that these two met?
Sure. I mean, there really was a very, very dominant game from Bren Esports.
Let me guess.
2-0.
2-0?
Yep. And if we guys consider that RRQ is the second seed from the group stages, we get a lot of 2s in this one. Maybe again it will be a 2-0 this match. You never know. But I mean, Bren Esports and RRQ, it was a very intense match. It did go to that 11-13 on Icebox, but Bren, it did look like they were very backed into a corner. It looked like they were actually going to go to the game 3, but then in the second half, man, they just beasted it up, and I think that's kind of what this team does, or this matchup does. It makes them kind of pull up their pants at some point and really kind of clutch up when the pressure is on.
Oh, definitely. We're wondering whether history is going to repeat itself over here. But before that, let's get to know these teams as they are presently. Let's start off with the King of Kings, Regum, Qeon. Regum, Qeon, Latin for the King of Kings. On this team, we've got Tuge, Draxi, Kelly S, Nexi, and Rabbit. Fluffy, they were the second best on the group stages, but one has to wonder, do they have what it takes to be the best in this competition?
I mean, if we look at the stats and we look at how they did through the past group stages, I feel like that really fits our twos team today. They really came back on the second week on group stages. This team that is basically dominating right now and has formed of basically those dynamic duos. We've got the Nexi Jaxi connection, the Kelly S Rabbit, and the 2G or 2G with Flash connection. So much possibilities, so many flexible players in this. It looks like that they really improved over the first weekend coming into the end of groups, basically 2-0ing every single team that they played during that stage. So they're very hyped, and I think they're on a high coming into this group playoffs. I mean, and I think it's going to be a very strong RRQ that we see today if they keep following that trend.
Oh, there we have it. The boys are getting ready. They're looking really serious right now. I don't know how that's gonna go on in the match that we're gonna be seeing. But all valid points, Fluffy. I can't wait to figure out how these players are going to get creative in this leg of the tournament. Moving on to the opposing side is the team that was able to show dominance in their Stage 2 playoff debut. The Cat Jammers and the Resident Sleepers, as you will call it. It's Bren Esports. Bren Esports, the team we've all come to know and love. I don't know if it's just me, but basing off of the cameras that we saw yesterday and the performance that they had, I'd say that Bren Esports is beaming with confidence right now. What do you think, G10?
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, after their win yesterday, I would be as well. I mean, the confidence has got to be very up there for this team after a victory against Alpha Esports Pro, which they were heavily predicted against. I mean, it was me and Laika who kind of predicted against them. But anyway, they were still not predicted to win. I mean, even Fluffy was saying that Alpha Esports kind of had an upper hand, but he wanted to be a believer. And, well, believers get rewarded today because Bren Esports, they are looking like they're on fire in the group stage. And man, I want to see, some more pop-offs here. some more dance moves maybe from these boys.
Not today, according to Hot Sauce. I think he wasn't expecting that to get clipped. But for us, it was a pleasant surprise. We were happy to see him dancing, smiling, and just vibing off before starting the series. As I say that though, we're letting these players face off in this head-to-head. In the first series, it was a head-to-head between the OGs, but now we're going to be seeing a head-to-head between the Sentinels over here. We have got Nexi of RRQ and Hot Sauce of Bren Esports. When we do these head-to-heads, it's not about the physical looks, it's about the numbers, the performance that they've shown. So Fluffy, how much of an impact do these players have on their team and in their matchup?
I mean, being in that critical role, the Sentinel role is the role that is mostly alone in sight. It's your job to somehow keep control of such massive areas of space while still, being impactful in those rounds, giving your team the ability to move around as freely as they want and make the plays that make your teams really shine. So these unsung heroes really do play the best part of the roles in their roles. Hot Sauce and Nexi, both Sentinel mains, but they also do have adapted in a bit more this stage. They both flex onto that initiator role from time to time. Hot Sauce, we've seen him on the KO, or Nexi on the Fade. So they're not strictly Sentinel players, but regardless, they still play the same role of being that rock, that anchor for every team.
Oh yeah, we've definitely see that. I think G10 was gonna add something. Sorry.
Yep. Sorry, I Fluffy just kind of faded out. I thought my connection was being weird, but anyway, I was gonna say, if you guys looked at the stats, there were also quite a lot of twos there, kind of fitting our theme. 212 ACS. Number is what I saw there, and their average damage was like almost 3,000, but still in the 2,000s. But I mean, Hot Sauce and Nexi, two of the, I think, more lovable members of their respective teams, is what I want to say, because I mean, Nexi, just look at him, looks like he gives some of the best hugs, and of course, Hot Sauce, the dancing legend of Bren Esports, although on the battlefield, they do become monsters in their own right. As Fluffy said, they are kind of rocks of their own teams, and especially Nexi, I think in their last match of the group stage, is absolutely beasted. He was the MVP of that match, and for RRQ, a team that kind of decides on the day of who is going to pop off and be the best player, I think we have to kind of watch out for every single one of them. But Nexi is definitely on the short list for the radar here.
Of course. It's going to be very interesting how this is all going to come to play. At the end of the day, these players are out here to strut their stuff and show us another good day of Valorant. I love the player discussions that we have over here, but what I think is also interesting is how these pros are going to be able to adjust depending on what map they play. I think even in the map picking process, it's a huge mental gameplay. So let's take a look at the map vetoes that we've got over here. Fluffy, yesterday you've shared your expertise on the whole map picking process. With everything that you know as a coach and about these teams, what maps do you think we'll be seeing?
I feel like if it gets through the first phase bans, Ascent is a pretty good map that we don't see that often for that teams are picking, but RRQ seems to have a very solid Ascent game plan. The last time they did play it against Oasis, they did have a super dominating first half and a critically crushing second half. So it's a map I think that they can see. Both of these teams also pretty good on that Haven map. RRQ a bit more flexible, so I feel like those two maps are maps that both teams are kind of eyeing, so I think that they're going to make it through at least the first wave of bans. And as I'm saying that, the first ban that we do get from Bren is Split, a map that they have a bit of trouble dealing with in comparison to RRQ. And doing their research, RRQ, of course, Split masters for this stage. They really had a very high win rate on that map. And even though, like in one of the interviews they mentioned, it's not their most comfortable pick, it is a map that they are willing to take because they've just been doing so well on it. And as I say that, RRQ removing Fracture out of the map pool, they don't want to get that away. Maybe it's part of their practice, maybe it's a target ban towards Bren Esports, but that does leave the two maps that I opted on earlier, which is the Haven map and the Ascent, to still be possible picks for the first phase pick.
As we saw that Fracture just got banned, we have yet to see an RRQ Fracture game this stage. I'm really curious as to why they aren't showing us some Fracture plays over here. But now we have Bren picking Bind over here, G10. The last time that these guys met on Bind, it was a Bren win. So do you think that is why Bren was confident enough to have this as their first pick?
Yeah, absolutely. That is kind of part of the game where, it's a little bit of almost mental warfare, really, where, Bren, they want to kind of invoke some PTSD on RRQ, make them remember the last time that they went head-to-head there. Icebox going to be the second pick here for RRQ, a map that they do very decently well in, honestly. And Bren, they do have a little bit of trouble on the icebox typically, but it's still a very winnable map for them. Now Haven and Breeze is going to be banned out as well. And yeah, that means that we only have one decider map left in the
Yes.
pool. It's going to be the 50-50 map, Ascent.
You know, I look at this now. I am a little bit curious about the icebox pick. I could be wrong about this, but I believe that this was the second map that they picked during the last time that they met, and Bren
Yeah.
also ended up winning here.
Yes,
so I
but it
am
was a difficult
curious as
one.
to why RRQ was like, you know what, we lost to you guys against in icebox. You know, I'm wondering what the thought process are, or maybe they actually really studied the icebox game and they're like, nope, not again. You guys are not gonna beat us at this map again.
Yeah, I mean, because Icebox, even though Bren did win, they were behind for quite a bit of the map, honestly, except for when Bren did go for an absolute banger of a comeback. They went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rounds in a row in the second half to win it in the last round of regulation. So, I mean, RRQ, they definitely have some good strats here. They made Bren struggle a lot, and if they're able to patch up some of the mistakes they had in their defending side, then I think that this could be a very close map, if not a win, maybe for RRQ.
Yeah, I think I have to agree with G10 there. We've seen this team from going from week 1 to week 2 of the group stages improving by a lot. So even though they may have faltered previously, I would not be surprised at all if they take a lot of lessons and if they really adapt to what they did wrong and can really make that icebox work for them. But I wanted to really point out the fact that I've noticed this trend recently where, in general, people have been first phase banning bind in most of the group stages games, but it seems like just because that's been happening, a lot of teams still have a lot of practice on it because they've been first picking it in this playoff. So I'm pretty sure that the first map, which is bind, is going to be one of the more explosive games because it seems like that's the map that has the least information on for most of the teams, and it's a lot of surprise, and it's a good pocket pick, honestly, to as a strat to basically pull out in the playoffs when it matters.
Well, that's very interesting that you put it that way because, again, I said that Fracture is yet to be seen for RRQ. Maybe as we progress along in the playoffs, we'll finally see it and everybody's going to be surprised and unprepared for the strats that this team has. But anyway, here we are again, maps locked in. We dived right into getting to know these players prior to that too. So I think it's only fitting for us to finally share our predictions. Fluffy, why don't we start off with you?
I'm going to go with the 2 theme and predict a 2-0, but I feel like I'm going to favor Bren Esports here. You know, they've been playing so well recently. Even though RQ has been doing the same, I feel like they have a bit of motivation coming off of yesterday to really stick at this series.
G10?
Well, you know, this is a little uncommon, but I'm going to be agreeing with Fluffy on this one. I mean, I think it's a Bren 2-0. A little bit of a chance for it to go 2-1, but I think it really is more likely for Bren to take these 2 maps. As Fluffy said, I mean, they're coming high off a win, and Bren is what they are a team that benefit more from momentum coming from the previous day. And ooh, that's pretty cool. We have our predictions down there now, guys. Thank you, Prod.
Thank you, Prod.
Oh, I've been
very
revealed.
cool.
I have
There
been
you go.
revealed. Yes, I'm going against the flow from our panelists. I just want to clear out that I have had 0% predictions throughout the playoffs. For very good reason, though. Even though at the first series I did want to bet on Team Secret, I didn't go for it because I wanted to save the Penguin. And if I am indeed cursed, then so be it. If I am cursed, I am so sorry.
Are you weaponizing it now?
RQ. Yeah, I guess so. I guess so.
no.
I'm not. It's not intentional. There is a belief system going on. I just wanted to save the Penguin for the first series. Now, I'm sure our viewers have their own predictions at hand as well and are just as excited as we are to find out how it all turns out. So let's head on over to our casters for the agent selections. Casters, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the VCT Stage 2 Playoffs. Ladies and gentlemen, we are cast for today. My name is Phil. Alongside with me is Honey Glaze right here, and this is the second match already between the yellow team, Bren Esports versus RRQ. Honey Glaze, kumusta ka?
Kala ko hindi ka magtatagalog really happy and excited lalo na it was a banger for Bren Esports na mag-start off strong kahapon laban sa AEP. Really is such a banger, Phil, dahil nandito na tayo pagdating sa ating draft battle between RRQ and Bren.
So, makikita natin ngayon yung double fade setup na pwede gawin ngayon RRQ and Bren Esports, mga kaibigan. So this is gonna be really tight. This is gonna be really lit. Dito sa dalawang players ito. Well, Bind, ito ang mapa ni Raze. So, tsaka ni Daddy Brem as well. Pero back then, I mean, yung mga dati nating kinast, kinast namin ni Ray yesterday. Dito sa Bind, nakita tayo ng double controller setup. Nakita natin si Brem. Nakita natin si Astra na sa isang team. I mean, si Viper rather. Pero mukhang wala atang gagawa na double controller ngayon. Kasi why do you have to do that? Diba? I mean, meron namang Sky, meron namang Fade, meron namang Cypher. So ito yung gagamitin ng mga players natin ngayon dito sa matchup na to. And yun napapansin nyo guys, chill lang ako. Kasi solid yung game namin kanina eh. I mean, nung nakita ko, kasi kumain lang kasi ako eh. Kumain ako eh. Then pagkatapos ko kumain, medyo malapit na yung score. So, nag-step in na ako. Naglaro na ako. Siyempre.
Yan.
And, siyempre, a big shoutouts nga pala dito sa mga nanonood ngayon sa Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch as well. And, itong mga teams na to, lalo na dito sa RRQ, kilala ko coach nito. Si Mr. Robotics, mga kaibigan, si Mr. JC Jamir. Which is, ito ang kapatid ni Jed Jamir. Si Draxi. So, ibig sabihin talagang, sabi ng coach nila, hindi ko na kayang maglaro, kapatid. Ikaw na lang.
Tuturuan ko na lang kayo kung anong bahala mag-execute.
Bring them down. Blocking vision. Concealment.
Mainit sa mga nangyayari dito sa game na to, mga kaibigan, dahil si Honey Glaze, mainit-init na rin talaga eh, no? Talagang solid na solid talaga yung mga hype na ginagawa natin dito. Nakikita ngayon si Lexi at saka walang nangyari. Isipin mo naman si Kelly S tsaka si Nex ay nagbabantay doon sa may showers, and ang ginagawa na talaga ni Kelly S, syempre, get that information, get that tag, and si Nexi ang makakakuha ng kill. Alam mo ang tawag doon, that is a bait and switch, mga kaibigan. Silip mo, putok ko.
Pero this time, hindi magkakasilipad dito si Daxi, but here we have the 2K from this guy. Mukhang isa na lang kaagad ang matitira dito. He has the spike, yes, but unfortunately, there's still a lot of utilities at may nakapag-jump and Poka na kaagad. Toge cleans up that game. Unfortunately for Bren, it started off good sana here in bats, but unfortunately, yun na nga, we have here RRQ with a bait and switch. Nakakuha sila ng mga pick-off, immediately down to 2 members, at hindi sila nakapwesto kaagad. Maigi makabuelo laban sa RRQ.
Tanungin kita, Angelica. I mean, Honey Glaze. Ano ba ang mo dito? Ano ba ang prediction mo dito? Sino ba sa tingin mo ang mananalo dito? RRQ or Bren Esports?
Hati ako usually kapag Bren nang nakikita ko sa series eh. Pero kasi pagdating sa firepower, parang equalize sila. I think RRQ has the amount of advantage here, especially na sila yung isa sa mga teams na talaga mamataan mo pagdating sa defending side. And speaking of, they are the ones holding onto the sides, but there we have the utilities already set up. We have Toddy Fowler getting in that info, at meron na kaagad dito. Mga concuss. There goes the white swing coming to us by Rabbit. One member down immediately for Bren Esports. Happy 8K kaagad ang nawala sa mapa.
Happy 8K being down here in this gameplay right now. Pero katapos mga players ngayon ng Bren Esports, they're actually waiting patiently dito sa pagpasok ngayon ng mga players ng RRQ. Well, apparently RRQ, they have all the Spectres on hand. They have the Bulldog as well. So pwede talaga sila makabay dito if ever they know that they have the advantage onto this site na lang din if ever because of the firepower that they have. Pero nga nag-block mga kaibigan, nakita nga si Hotto will get a kill as well. EJ muntik na, pero yun nga lang, muntik na matamaan din mga players ng RRQ, pero it's just to get. finishing this round together with Jaxi. Pero that's a good round na ginawa din dito ng Bren Esports. At least nasira din nila ang ekonomiya dito ng RRQ. Take it down 2. Ganoon naman talaga if ever na you're actually playing on a free round like kunyari 1-0 sa second round, talagang all you're gonna do is syempre just break the economy. If ever na yung tayo mananalo doon, sirain nyo nang talaga lahat yung cycle ng pera nila. Pero it's a good round indeed. Look at Simple. Take it down 2. I mean, I love that second kill na ginawa ni Simple, mga kaibigan. That he did. Pero dito ngayon, Kelly S checking this point of the map right now, trying to be really aggressive. Walang pabagal-bagal, pero EJ catches one with a Vandal on hand. But it's all up to the 4 remaining players of RQ right now. Pero ngayon, nauna na nga si Tony Prowl. Wala siya makikita dito, pero ito na yung sweet sodok. Checking the corners, might as well get all these information para sa talaga yung mga players ngayon ng RQ. Pero kung mapapansin mo, Bren Esports, Diyos ko po, literal na parang inaararo. Sinatagasaan yung mga players dito na may showers. Pero Javi gets one, Draxi gets attacked right now. Pero EJ with another one right now, nasa yung mga dalawang players ngayon RQ. They need to get this spike done as well for them to get the 300 pesos na makukuha nila after that spike. Na plat. Pero kung napapansin mo, grabe yung aggressiveness na ginagawa ng Bren Esports ngayon and wala pang namamatay sa kanila kahit isa. Wala pang nababawas sa kanila kahit isa dito. Well, except EJ ito. EJ gets a 3, EJ gets a 4! 2-1 already. And Bren Esports winning dun sa round na dapat talaga silang manalo.
Good enough jobs for Bren Esports na yung magpatuloy nga yung ganong klaseng aggression. 5 silang biglang rumagasa here in bats. After nila makakuha ng pick of dito kay Nexi, naparusahan nila ang RRQ from trying to be aggressive on that round. Na sana nila dito mambulaga sa Bren Esports pero hindi sila naging ready dito sa pag-aantay. Patient game for Bren Esports. And now this is another buy round na muli for this game. We have RRQ, half an armors lang dahil nga as mentioned ni Vil kanina, naparusahan yung ego nila and now they are playing it slowly for this one.
Obscuring vision!
If ever mangyayari ba na talagang slow push ang gagawin nila dito, well, napapansin natin, I mean, yes, that could happen. Pero si EJ waiting patiently inside that smoke. If ever na meron mag-aagin sa RRQ, pwede talaga siya makakuha na isa, pero alam talaga magagawa ang RRQ dito kung di mag-antay. Pero that is the flash, that is the swing come again from EJ! Pero muntik nang tumama! Muntik nang tumama si EJ, mga kaibigan, konti na lang talaga tatama na siya.
Hindi natin in-expect yun.
Oo, grabe yung pagka-whiff na nangyari kay EJ. Pero alam ni Draxel meron tao dito. May hook ako ngayon. Napakadaming tao ngayon dito sa may B, mga kaibigan. Seas will not gonna connect. Hot as well. Tony Prowler not gonna be able to deactivate it dito sa B. Pero Hunt will gonna be denied dito sa Bren Esports and syempre ng RRQ. Smoke coming in from that Asta all the way from home. Grab it, pushing in. But that is Javi and came together with that blade. No, Simple catches one, Brave frees another one right now. So it's all up to Nexi. Sexy,
30 seconds
that
left.
chick sa tabi. He's so Nexi.
Spike planted.
Doesn't have any utilities left for this guy pero at least dalawa na lang din naman ang natitira dito. Alam natin kung gaano kalupit mag-clutch dito sa Nexi pero it all comes down to the fact na sino ba yung mga natira from Bren. Kaya niya ba ito with the wide swing or makakot by timing ba dito ng dalawa? But here we have exact timing by Brain Freeze and Hot Sauce para magsabay sila dito mampik mula dito sa city and that is the equalizer round. Unfortunately for our teams, mukhang mahihirapan ng RRQ for this one dahil napersa sila for the eco. Sheriffs naman mapanghawakan dito RRQ.
And syempre, there's a gold round na rin talaga lalo sa Bren Esports. Sino naman talaga si Kelly S. Napaka-perfect. Napaka-perfect nung flash na nangyari, mga kaibigan.
Last player
And it's
standing.
just all these extras, all these important kills that they are making. It's just really, really smooth. And for Brain Freeze, what a perfect entry na ginawa nila dito. And wala silang choice ngayon. Kundi ang RRQ, magsisave na lang din talaga. They need to make the most out of all these sheriffs on hand. Pero tingnan natin if ever mag-work ko naman yan. One tap to the head, yeah, that could happen. Pero ang tanong kung tatama nga ba. Satchel out, para lang syempre makakuha siya dito ng mga early kills, early damages, or if ever talaga makikuha nila dito sa may A-short. Pero napakatagal na sa A-short, mga kaibigan. If ever matagal na tayo nagbabantay sa isang site, sa isang lugar, umalis na lang din tayo. Pero napakaganda pulsion dito, mga kaibigan. Sige. muntik na makin ng isa, pero yun nga lang, Heavy 8K knows what's up. He knows kung ano pwedeng gawin dito ng mga players ng RRQ. He capitalized on that information, on those kills for them to catch them off guard, and they're now pushing out. Hindi nga sabi mga kaibigan, pero kala Hot will gonna be denied. Pero ando si Rabbit, just andun lang sa may backside mo, pero talaga siya makukuha dito kahit isa. It's really hard for you na makabawi lang dito if ever, knowing na alam mong papasok na yung mga kalaban mo dito, Honey Glaze.
Yeah. Yung mga satchel in kasi talagang hindi mo makakompose yung aim mo laban sa kanila. And now we have our 2 remaining members with just the Sheriffs. But look at that, with that flick given to us by Kalias. Isa yung na-pick off nila laban dito sa Bren Esports. Now with the lead, ang Bren Esports. Pero kita naman natin kung ano yung mga napanindigan kanina ng RRQ. This is just a problem for RRQ kung paano sila magiging consistent pa pagdating nga doon sa later rounds natin. Na nababasa sila ng Bren Esports. Alam ng Bren Esports that they took so much time na mag-push in A-short. Kaya alangan na yung mangyayari dito, mga push na ginagawa nga ng RRQ. Na pati yung nandun sa corner, bandayan niya rin.
Yeah, kasi gano'n naman talaga yun eh. If ever high level play mga kaibigan, hindi ka talaga papasok na lang bigla-bigla. Well, you really need to check all these corners kasi the reason kung bakit sobrang obvious naman kasi talaga ng gano'n eh. Isipin mo, may tao dun sa may bungad na nakasilip na sa'yo, malamang meron magta-trade talaga dyan sa gilid. Parang ano na yun, matik na yun.
Body-body system eh.
Oo, tama. I got you, bro. Parang gano'n talaga yung nangyayari dito sa mga games na to, pero walang magagawa ang RRQ kundi mag-timeout lang din talaga. And ito yung gusto ko ngayon sa Philippine scene mga kaibigan. Na-adapt na rin naman talaga nila yung mga ginagawa lang din ng mga iba't ibang bansa, lalong-lalo na nasa EU and syempre nasa NA. Kasi simula pa lang, 5th round, 4th round pa lang, if ever medyo mahirap na, doon na talaga sila nagka-timeout. Wala nang timeout ang RRQ ngayon if ever, pero ang Bren meron pa. They only got like 1 timeouts per half. So, sana maging maayos na yung mga gameplay ng RRQ dito if ever. Kasi if hindi pa, Diyos ko po, paano na ang gagawin ng RRQ dito? The momentum of Bren Esports is actually overflowing right now. Bulumpiang tugi, natamaan ng Tony Prowler mga kaibigan. Medyo mahirap lang din to, pero nga lang, Steve will be activated pero not gonna catch anyone dito sa hook. Pero EJ, natamaan ngayon ng Hunt and for the count, paano makakapasok ngayon ng Bren Esports dito if ever na alam ng RRQ kung nasan ba ang BRN?
Delayed na nga sila eh. This is calling so much attention here in B para makapasok na rin dito si Kalias. Pero kailangan din naman nila magkaroon ng information kahit papaano mula dito sa pwedeng ang gawin ng Bren Esports. 3 of them almost trying to get inside of B once may makuha silang info or may makabuelo dito for Heavy 8K na meron siyang mapipick off dito mula sa backside. And this might be a problem then for RRQ dahil there are also sometimes na meron lang din na talaga nagbibigay dito ng attention here in B para makakuha sila dito ng A side. But this is the diversion play. The smokes are already placed in. Pero ang problema dito ng Bren Esports is the trap wars na meron dito kaagad, sinarado.
Yan, napakadaming trip wars indeed. Pero yun si Kelly as mga kaibigan, natamaan siya nung flash to the sky. Pero kala AJ coming here from the backside right now. Next see with that ultimate. Meron pang ultimate dito si Fade mga kaibigan. So para sila magkakakitaan, wala silang marinig, wala silang makita. Ito mga kalapag ng papagbumunta sa A. Diyos ko po, napakadaming ultimates. Napakadaming dito pinapato nila. Pero kasi nakapatay pa nga ng isa. Pero kung dito ang situation right now, hot sauce. Gonna take down 1, simple as 2, gonna take 2. The clock is ticking already. And Tuget will gonna fall down as well in the hands of hot sauce. Masyadong mainit. Kung ibibigay niyo sa amin ultimate, isasagot din namin ultimate din.
Grabe yun. Sagutan.
Men, 3 ultimate ang nabato ng RRQ. Meron silang Fade, meron silang Fade, meron silang Sniper. Pero but still, Bren pa rin na nakakuha nun.
Hindi na kailangan nilang marinig eh. Na-blind na nga dito si Symbol. He was composed enough to go in for 2. Follow up na lang dito kay Hot Sauce. Tapos 1v1 with a great one pa ang nangyari ng opportunity na yon for Tuge. Pero unfortunately, mas composed kasi dito talaga si Hot Sauce. But speaking of Hot Sauce, ang tatunguin nila ngayon is going in garden. Tapos meron naman dito dalawa. Masisist dito si Tugui, pero with that corner, pwede kung masabi na pwede siya makakuha ng pick off. Pero may info na tuloy na gather dito sinasabi. And immediately goes in for the wide swing. 2K for this guy. Immediately, na magkakaroon naman din ng explosive entry dito sa Symbol. They are down already for 2 members laban sa RRQ.
Ito yung pinakamahirap na problema talaga ng RRQ. Naman sila sa may pera wala. Pero ngayon wala naman talaga silang pera ngayon. So paano sila makakabawi? It's all up to the momentum na ginagawa dito ng Bren Esports. Well knowing that this map that they picked them, and meron sila silang bawi dito if ever. Next map, tingnan natin kung makakabawi bang RRQ sa Icebox. Pero alam talaga natin na sobrang crack din talaga ni EJ. Si EJ talaga isa sa pinaka-crack na player dito sa Bren Esports. Sabi nga ni Hot Sauce, 1v1 daw kami ni EJ. Papalag naman ako.
Papalag naman.
Papalag naman ako. Sabi ni Hot Sauce yun sa PPGL ko. Papalag naman. Ako pa ba? Nakita na nga ni Hot nakita na nga ni Hot Sauce tsaka ni Javi 8K kung paano maglaro si ang Jet ng Marikina papalag naman daw. Tingnan natin.
It's time para naman si EJ yung maka-witness kung paano yung play ng Marikina Jet. Pero this time, there's immediately the entry na dito for Sabi 8K. Let's see kung magwawagi nga ba sila dahil may mga trippers na dito kasama. There's the bombot spotting and Kelly S. Nice timing for the smoke. Kaya naman madedelay na bahagya dito ang Bren to try and commit into A site. Pero with that delay, magkakaroon na tuloy na opportunity ang RRQ makapasok, makapag-hold into the site at play for time na lang agad dito for Bren Esports.
You don't have any choice mga kaibigan. All they're gonna do is wait. Wait for this early pick-offs na pwede nilang gawin. Pero napakadaming tao ngayon dito sa A. Merong 4 na RRQ people dito. RRQ players. It's all up to that Asta na nagbabantay lang dito sa B. They need to make a diversion if ever. Probably mag-iingay sila sa B, then go there in A. That's the best thing to do in order for them to get all these skills. Pero EJ catches 1! But Kelly has with a big trade-off sa pwede nilang gawin dito. Pero, ito na yung pag-iingay na ginagawa nila dito. Puntang A mga kaibigan. But this is now the showstopper coming in to the players of RQ. We're gonna take down Symbol. Wala na silang initiative ng mga kaibigan. Pero kailang Javi and with all these pop shots, with all of these early pick-ups na pwede nilang gawin ng talaga para sa talaga makuha nila itong spike dito sa may A. Gabet, dito sa matamahan dito ng orbital site, pero meron pa naman talaga showstopper dito si Javi 8K na si if ever meron pa wala. Pero 14 seconds in, they need to plant that spike. Pero this is now the spike coming in from the side, but Kelly has with a big 3, 6 seconds in, pero pang oras, Kelly says no. What a big 40K, may kasama pang foul. RRQ, buti na nakabawi na sila dito kahit pa paano. I need this. Ito na ba ang momentum shift or makakaisa pa ba ang Bren Esports dito? Kasi yun naman inaantay natin. Pero medyo nakakagulat lang din talaga kasi napapansin nyo si EJ with that operator on an attacking and bind. Never pa siya makukubo dyan kasi usually talagang meron kasi mga ibang Jets mga kaibigan na talagang gustong-gusto na mag-operator kahit anong mangyari. Attacking, defending, kahit bottom para wala silang pakialam basta mag-operator siya. Bakit? Kasi maganda yung skin niya. Pero syempre, ano naman yun sa sitwasyon pa rin naman talaga yun. Kunyari, kung tayo lagano talagang pumasok, kung si Jet lang talaga pumapasok, bakit ka pa mag-operator, di ba? Syempre, push that in. Pasok lang ng pasok. Pero sabi ni EJ, sige pre, mag-operator ako. Andiyan naman si Javi, pwede naman siya pumasok, di ba? Tapos ako, sa malayo lang.
Tsaka may mga initiator pa silang kasama. So, kahit na hindi maging affected dito si Javi, there's still a lot of opportunities for Ben to get inside since we have those double initiators. Look at this amazing opening dito for EJ with the pick-off naman si Draxi, pero maka-caught off guard siya dito ng utilities. Then is Symbol. Rabbit goes in for another kill. Symbol though goes in for the trade. Dalawa na lang kaagad ang natitira dito for RRQ. And this is a good opportunity for Bren na makapasok na kaagad dito sa B. Pero hindi pa kasi nila nakiklear out yung site kung safe na bang pumasok dito or maka-cut off guard lang sila dito and ni Kelly S na kanina pa nagpa-pop off simula nung magkaroon na sila ng
medyo FX pero napakagandang ultimate ngayon ni Fate para syempre makita ba niya sa ibang players ngayon dito ng RRQ pa rin nga ng Bren Esports is gonna go down to the hands of Kelly S. Kita-kita na pupasok dito sa may octagon.
One enemy remaining.
Switching right now, Alexi catches one. It's all up to Brain Freeze. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see if he can actually get that RRQ clutch. Pero yun nga lang, ang pagsilip ni Brain Freeze, kitang-kita ni Kelly S. Yung kalahati ng katawan ni Brimstone, masyadong thick with a double C. Kitang-kita men.
Bulky. Bulky kasi ni Tito Bobrim but that is just really such an opening sana dito for Bren. They had the operator, hindi lang nag-connect dito yung couple of right clicks at nag-connect Dito namang utilities pa ang binigay ni Rabbit. But that being said, nagkaroon na naman ng opportunity dito sa Symbol for those trades, for those white
Nakuha ba yung
swings.
operator? Hindi.
Pero kasi, di natampot eh. Hindi rin
Kaya
nila
hindi nadampot.
nakuha ka. Oo. Nasa garden kasi, nasa loob yung dalawang natira from RRQ.
Well, yeah, it's fine. Ang tawag doon, economic damage. Nandito talaga matikira dito ngayon sa Bren Esports because of that Vandal, I mean, operator na wala. Pero po, ABA kaya kala natin makakakuha siya ng isa. Pero yung nga lang, it's just Kelly, yes. Take it down. What's going to second one right now? Next! Say what a big way! It's all up to Symbol. It's 1v1 sa 5. At alam nila, so this is Simple ngayon. Catching one, but Rabbit with a big threat, with a big swing. 5-5 yung scoreline right now. Medyo mainit, medyo dikit. To be honest, itong match na to, hindi na ako magugulat kung nag-3 games to. Hinahanda ko ang sarili ko sa mga 3 games talaga eh. Ito na yun eh, pakiramdam ko, ito na yun eh. Alam mo yun? Yung kanina, yes 2-0. Yun, pwede mo pang makuha 2-0, pero dito, man, to be honest, 50-50 talaga. Pwede mo
Spike down.
Ma-witness dito. Oo. Di makakaila na sobrang equalize ng power nila dito. Umabot na nga tayo to a 5-5 scoreline. Tapos talaga nakikita natin yung struggle ng Bren Esports to get inside. And there's also the struggle na talagang hindi nakakapag-hold dito or sa immediate entries na ginagawa dito ng Bren. Imagine all of their utilities, imagine all of their entries. But now, they will be canceling out one member. Elias is already down. Break Cito goes in for the wallbang. Makukuha nila yung pick-off mula dito sa kabilang side. The Daxi and Rabbit goes in immediately. Dalawa na lang din ang natitira sa tig-isang team. But here we have first or 1 HP na lang palang natitira dito for Brain Freeze.
Brain Freeze, super low on HP, less than 11 o'clock right now. AJ, get him some verticality, getting some advantage right now, cutting off these players. Hindi narinig to ng RRQ for sure. Hindi na alam ko nasa si EJ, pero yun nga lang, it's all up to Brain Freeze. Medyo sobrang nagiging aggressive siya para kay EJ. Itong position na to para kay EJ, mga kaibigan. Si Silip, si Brain Freeze para kay EJ. That is a thing that they need to do in order for them to take down this place of RRQ. Pero, Draxi, at least he's half on HP right now. Pero nag-iiginan sila. Pero, Rabbit knows what's up! Brain Freeze, ladies and gentlemen, 1 HP in a dream. Si Rabbit, 5 HP in a dream. Pareha silang low. Sino makakuha ng kilito pero mukhang Brain Freeze nagpapatay lang din ata. Pero Rabbit, hindi niya alam. Magkaharapan lang sila. Pero who's gonna swing? And Brain Freeze gonna swing! Taken down 2 with 1 HP left.
Last round in the half.
For Bren Esports. Very unfortunate na na-pick off nga si EJ all the way from top side. Pero kasi talagang expect na natin yung worst case scenario dito. But good enough for that 1 HP mula dito kay Brain Freeze para manatili na nga dito in our lead. Dito sa half na ito, napakabilis na reaction time ni Rabbit. Brain Freeze goes in for Draxi. Tapos dito na lang din, talagang nasa kanya kasi yung lamang. May mga utilities pa siyang kasama, may orbital strike pa, may molly pa siya. So, ang hirap na for Rabbit to clutch that out. But thankfully for this final round, makikita rin naman natin na full potential yung nilalabas na ngayon ng RRQ. They can equalize it to a 6-6 para mapigilan nila ang Bren Esports. Lalo na ngayon, tingin ko medyo hirap tayo sa ego ng Bren.
Men, Risky Valorant, hindi kinaya yung ginawa ni Brain Freeze dito. Literal, nananigas yung mga players ng RRQ sa ginawa ni Brain Freeze. Isipin mo, 1 HP yun. Siyempre mo, kahit ngat-ngatin ka ng Chicho Dog ni Sky doon, out ka na rin.
Patay ka agad eh.
Patay ka na if ever natamaan ka ng satchel. Lahat ng may damage, mga kaibigan, type at sa academy ka na. Alam mo, matamaan, sumabog nga lang yung trip war sa'yo, type ats ka na, di ba? Yung sa mga nagtatanong, hala, may damage yun, oo.
Hindi lang concuss yun. Hindi lang stun, damage, pero this is just really such a good game well played by RRQ para makakuha nga rin ng enough lead para makakuha lang din ng habol dito laban sa Bren Esports. Ngayon na nabawasan nila yung eco ng Bren, this will be hard for them to secure in a site.
May putok ng shorty. Ang ingay. May nag-uusap dito. Ang ingay ng mga players na pinapasabog yung shorty nila eh. Bang bang. Bang bang. Ingay. Respeto ha. Galit. Hindi, joke lang. So, sa mga nanonood dyan, nood lang kayo guys. Sorry, hindi ako nagkas kanina eh. Nalaro ako eh. Tsaka kumain ako eh.
Mm-mm.
Puyat kasi ako gabi. Nung oras ako natapos maglaro eh.
Ayan!
Oo. Ayun, isang series per day, tapos after yun, laro ka na. Ayun. Kala nyo, may bayad to. Wala, appear lang, sapat na.
Oo, makikigrind ka na lang kasama ng prod, okay na.
Oo, lagi.
Makapag-plat, ganun.
Oh, pag tinatanong, pag nagtatanong, sinong kalaro mo kuya? Kalaro ko si May, syempre. Number 1 na kasama ko. Syempre, sino pa ba? Yung prod din natin ng PPGL, sila din kasama ko.
Direct Ayeb.
Yan si Ayeb, hindi ko pa nakakalaro. Pero balita ko, Regent daw yan.
Panis. Diba?
Diba? Diba? Pero huwag kayong mag-alala. Kasi may nagtanong, pare-parehas lang ba hitbox ng lahat ng agent? Oo, pare-parehas lang. Pare-parehas lang yan, man. Hindi porket medyo thick si Brim, hindi na ganun katulad nila Jet, ganun. Hindi. Magulat ka siya pa nagkaroon ng loli, di ba? Baba ng tutok mo lang, di ba?
Disrupt talaga yung head angle.
Oo. Syempre, kaya nga tayo may tinatawag na na crosshair placement. Kasi pare-pareho lang naman yung height ng mga yan. Isipin mo si Jet kasing tangkad niya si Brimstone, diba? Yung mga diba?
Kahit Asian yan si Jet.
Oo, Sim, diba? Kahit Asian yan si Jet, ang tangkad niyan kahit niya si Brimstone, sila Breach, si Robocop, diba? Isipin mo, ganun lang mga height ng mga yan. Pare-parehas lang yan, kapatid.
Oo.
Hindi, si Sky okay lang yan eh. Ano yan eh? Tawag dito, European yan eh. So,
parang
pag
almost
ka,
level lang ni Brimstone. Oo.
So, pag EU, kunyari, kasali ka sa mga EU teams, pantay-pantay lang talaga kayo, men. Alam mo, sayang nga talaga eh. Kasi ang inaasahan kong pumasok sa APAC ng Oceania, wala akong magagawa. Ito yung pangalan niya, yung Team Bobo. Sayang lang talaga. Hindi nakapasok yung Bobo sa APAC. Kasi isipin mo, ilang players, kasi yung mga dating bonkers, yung 3 players doon, galing bonkers mga kaibigan ng Team Bobo. Sayang lang talaga hindi nakapasok sa Oceania. Wait lang.
Sa mga viewers natin dyan, legit na team yun You can check it out in VLR.
Oo, totoo
Hindi
yun.
hindi
ako natatrash talk I mean, legit yun, men. Wait lang. Sino nga ba yung nakapasok sa stage ng Oceania?
Na-check ko rin niya yun nung nakaraan.
Sino nga ba yun? Teka. Ano pangalan na ito? Order. Yung Order yung nanalo. 3-0 sila. Isipin mo.
3-0?
3-0 sila. Naglaban ng Order tsaka Bobo sa upper bracket final 2-0. Tapos, yung Bobo, napunta rin sa grand finals. So, 3-0 sila ng Order. Sayang talaga. Isa lang naman kinukuha sa Oceania, di ba? So, ayun. Sayang lang talaga. Hindi ko masasabi na,
grand finals sila pareho. So, kung parehas dito sa PH na tig-dalawa yung team sa papasok in APAC, papasok din sana sila.
Oo, ganun yun, men. Pero wala eh. I mean, sayang lang talaga yung Team Bobo. Hindi nakapasok, sayang.
May emphasis, pero legit, again, reminder sa viewers natin, legit na team po yan.
May conviction, di ba? Sarap yun. Sarap ikas nun. Kunyari, kalaban PH team. Kilala niyo naman ako, guys, di ba? Pag napanood niyo na ako sa APAC, sigurado. So, alam niyo na yung mga pinagsasabi ko doon, di ba? Tama lang talaga na yan pangalan. Joke lang. Joke lang. Pero malapit ng APAC, guys. Malapit ng APAC. Makikita nila ulit ang barong ko. Sakto. Nakalibing na yung heheraman ko eh. Kaya if ever nalibing na yun, kunin ko na yan, men. Matik na yun, bis.
Oo nga pala. Naalala ko din. Meron din ako. Naka-ready na rin dyan. APAC.
Nakalibing na rin?
Feeling ko. On the way na daw siya.
Papunta na doon. Lahat naman tayo papunta doon, mga kaibigan. Paunahan lang tayo. Pero syempre, ganyan talaga. May shoutout sa mga nanonood dyan.
Uy, shoutout nga po pala sa mga nagbigay ng pang-coffee sa akin kasi nandala yung Team Secret kanina. Thank you, Valo community. Really thankful sa mga nagko-comment dyan. Sobrang lively. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, wow. Tas ako pa yung mamibigay. Wow. Si Meralco, ako pa yung magbibigay sa kanya. Kapal na mukha, di ba?
Meron nga dito, easy meal. Akala ko easy meal pagkabasa ko.
Hindi, ako yan. Man.
Rapper na kaagad, pre.
Ang dami ko na kang variant kasi nga, ang dami ko ng variant para na akong COVID eh. No? May Easyville, meron ako nakita RRQville, oh. Oh, di ba?
Ang pinaka-hyper dito si ano eh, si PRX Enigma. And time daw.
Yung mga sinasabi,
Tapos,
time.
mga miside mag-ingay. Ganun.
Yung kanang ano ko, andyan na rin. Shoutout nga pala sa inyo. Ay, nako. Nung oras na ba?
Kanang ano?
Direct. Baka naman.
Galaw na natin yung baso.
Direct. Pero sana makabawi lang din talaga. Pero, I mean, shoutout sa mga nanonood ulit. Wala na kami magawa, hindi shoutout sa di ba? I mean, hindi shoutout ulit.
Oo, nabigyan na nga natin ng highlight yung team from Oceana eh.
Oo nga, di ba? Hindi kasaling Oceana dito, pero shoutout natin sila eh. Oo.
Ayun, naririnig ko na.
Naririnig nila?
It's time.
Wag na, usap na lang tayo, tigil na yan. Tikpos lang, magdamag. Pero Kelly S! Let's see if ever natamaan siya, pero ito na nga talaga yung Dalmatian na plane. Pero yung nga na talaga sa,
oh no!
Nagpagpag pa! Anong gagawin ng mga tao sa towers? Siyempre, magkasama lang talaga sila. Conserve water, shower together! Pero ito si Kelly S, catches one, pero that is a big showstopper coming in from Kelly S. 2v3 on this game, Tony Prowler will be activated. That aftershock as well, it's all up to Brain Freeze. Ito na talaga yung kanyang mga Crash Gear mga kaibigan, pati yung Beyblade dyan nilabas na. Pero Brain Freeze, kailangan mo tumakbo. Tatlo yung mga nasa likod mo. Pero sa minute life ako right now, Brain Freeze, paano niya kukunin yung spike? Napakahirap nito. Kasi kung napapansin mo, yung mga players ng RRQ, syempre nakapalipod siya sa spike para syempre hindi makuha ni Brain Freeze. Time.
Expect the worst case scenario for RRQ kanina doon sa pagkakataon na ginamit nga dito, yung Rolling Thunder Orbital Strike. Pero tingnan mo naman ngayon with just the follow-up na ginawa dito ni Rabbit. Down to one member na lang. Si Brain Freeze na lang dito with just the molly at hand. Binabantayan na ng RRQ yung spike. It's already been compromised. Clean KK for Rabbit. And that is just really such a key round for RRQ. Na na-counter nila yung pag-entry dito ng Bren Esports. Kahit naipit na dito yung dalawa. Imagine, na Rolling Thunder ka na saraduhan pa yung pang-exit niya dito from that orbital strike. Tapos samahan mo rin pala dito ng showstopper ni Kelly S. Kaya naman pala sobrang naipit din yung Bren. Pagpasok from TP dito ni Rabbit. 6-6 kaagad ang scoreline natin from that half.
Ang sabi sa Twitch, Australian daw nga pala si Sky. Hindi pa rin, hindi na Australian. Oo, nag-patch. Taga ano na. Nag-patch na eh. Taga London na daw siya. Nag-patch na eh. Ano, nag-iba na nationality kasi nakita doon niya yung baby boy na sa ano, sa Europe, sa London. Andun yung asawa ni Sky. So nagpalit ng ano nationality si Sky. Check nyo sa patch notes. Magbasa kayo ng patch notes. Anong Australian si Sky? Nag-patch na. Taga ano na yun? Taga Europe na yun. Nag-migrate na.
Pwede na naman maging animal lover mga taga-Europe hindi lang mga taga-Australia, guys.
Ano ba? Siyempre, andun yung baby boy niya, pinakasalan niya. Matik! Di ba? Naging EU citizen na. Di ba? Ganoon naman talaga, di ba? Pag nakapasal ka sa ibang bansa, syempre citizen ka na agad. Syempre gusto ni Sky ng green card. Kung may green... meron pang green card sa Europe. Di ko kasi alam eh. Basta yun.
Alam ko, Australia.
Di ba kayo, parang di kayo nanonood ng patch notes
Nanonood ng patch notes
yung coach daw ng Bobo si Gadon. Sim.
Nako, bulaga kanina sa amin ng tech pause pero halftime pause naman dito for the next half. 6-6, atake naman dito ang RRQ. They have what it takes to get inside the side. Dalawa rin naman yung initiators nila. This is a good one, lalo na't lagi nila nakaka-counter out dito yung Bren. It all boils down to the fact kung sino ba yung mabubulaga sa kanila. We have that double duelist all the way from Kuka. This is a good positioning from Bren Esports. Pero kasi with just the utilities, imagine yung podcast, yung fault line. Sama mo pa dito ng Tony Prowlers na makakakita at makakakuha ng info. And then, followed up by the C's, Boombot, it will come down in the landslide kung hindi ma-execute dito na maigi ng Bren.
Grabe nung Energy Showers kanina.
Oo, ang dami, diba?
Ano nangyari? Tawag
may showstopper pa yun.
nag-date si Nexie tsaka si Kelly sa showers. Diyos ko po, ang daming kumalampag eh. Literal nakalampagin sa showers. Pero nga si EJ nakakita ng isa. Pero Diyos ko po, sumabit! Sumabit yung dash! Diyos ko, ano nangyari kay EJ mga kaibigan? Wala naman yun dati. Wala naman. Sabi ni EJ, nag-chat sa akin, pre, wala naman yung dati. At ganun, meron ng parang pillar dun sa may gilid. Pero, 2v5 onto this game. Brain freeze and simple lang natitira dito sa side ng Bren Esports.
One enemy remaining.
Trying to be really aggressive right now, pero Nexie waiting patiently. Catches one. Simple, going out. Ano yan? Isa-save mo yung ghost mo? Hindi. Exit parang yung gagawin ni Simple ngayon. Pero tuge! Lumpiang tuge mga kaibigan, getting that kill. 7-6, now in favor of RRQ. Bren Esports kanina, sobrang solid na mga pinapakita nila. Pero RRQ, talagang bumabawi na rin talaga kahit paano.
Talaga nag-iiba yung timpla once na umangat ka nga for another round here in the playoffs. Kahapon, they had so much lead. Pero kasi dito sa round na ito, nakita naman natin kung gaano nila kasolid na nagamit yung kanilang mga utilities. They were able to contest in with the fault line. Tapos, napigilan nga dito yung pag-exit nga nila EJ. And that is the punishment ng RRQ laban dito sa Bren Esports. But look at this right now, B pa rin naman yata ang gustong tutunguin dito ng RRQ. They just need to make sure na mapatay nila dito sina Savvy 8K here in Hookah. Pero parang feeling ko ready na rin talaga ang RRQ dito sa mga aggressive picks na kinokobit ngayon ni Savvy.
So talaga pala kay Rage Gaming, hello. Rage, hello sa'yo. Pero going back here in this game, Tony Prowler gonna be activated, not gonna catch anyone. Pero meron siya nakita dito. Alam nila kung nasa ngayon si Hot Sauce. Pero probably not gonna be the exact agent kung sino talaga. Pero nga lang, Kelly S! Catches! We're gonna go for the second one right now. Kelly S! Wrecking havoc already, getting two. But he needs to grab possession. Brain Freeze and Simple pushing in as well. 2v5 onto this game right now. Brain Freeze super low in HP. Simple gonna get that exit. Pero nga lang, Haunt! Not gonna catch anyone. Kaya nakaisa pa! Pero Diyos ko po! Tuge nakapatay. Ay, si KLS na nakapatay. Pero kitang-kita naman ang ginagawa dati ni Rabbit. Jumping lason.
Talagang lason na lason ka kapag na-spray at nauluhan ka kaagad dito ng mga Spectres na hawak kayo ng RRQ. Pero let's look back in the replay na kung saan naman sobrang compose lang din ni Kelly S. Goes in for 2K kahit na naka-hide nga in the smoke dito yung some number from Bren Esports all the way from Hookah. Pero with that being said, since naabuso nila yung first 2 rounds here in B, why not take it out again? Dahil ngayon, mas morely maganda yung advantage dito ng RRQ pagdating sa mga rush and sa mga leads. They are slowly pacing out here in Garden. So let's see kung ano ba yung magiging sagot dito ng Bren just to hold and to make sure na magiging worth it yung kanilang mga buys after Vandals.
See if ever ano mangyayari dito sa mga side ng RRQ. If ever talaga makakabawi pa sila. Pero ito na ngayon yung Tony Prowler mga kaibigan. Not well gonna catch one of Brain Freeze and Hot Sauce. Now being compromised. Pero Brain Freeze pushing in. But Kelly S with a spray and pray. Hot Sauce catches one. But Hot Sauce super low in HP right now to get. Recovers that gun. Sa akin yan, pre. To get. But the spike already. 3v3 onto this game. All the smokes are down. All the utilities are now down as well for the side of these teams as well. Pero simple mga kaibigan here that Hunt will gonna reveal kung nasan ba si Kelly S ngayon. Pero meron pa siya isang Prowler dito. Meron pa siya isang Seize. That's EJ from the backside of the map right now with a wall back. I just one flip. That's Hey! This is our site. This is our turf. This is our map. Yan ang sabi ng Bren Esports.
Clean of a retake dahil all over the place, all over the entries dito manggagaling yung Bren Esports. Kaya hindi alam ng RRQ kung ano yung unahin. Lalo na yung mga utility ba dito ni Symbol na make use na ng tama para mahirapan nga dito pumesa or mag-react on time ang RRQ. We saw earlier yung Hunt nakakuha ng info from Kelly S and let's look back into the replay na mabilis man yung entry dito ng RRQ, but with the guns advantage, it's all up to Hot Sauce and the rest of the team para maging worth na yung mga buys na yun. And with that being said, it's just truly the diversion play at sabay-sabay din sila pumasok dito. Hindi mo gugustuhin na mag-retake na isa-isa kahit na nakakuha kayo ng info dahil masasayang lang din yung mga pag-pick nyo at yung mga opportunity manalo kayo sa mga aim duels dito. Lalo na it's about the body system to win out those duels, especially here in PAX.
Because of that season, mapipigilan na ngayon pumasok ang players ngayon RRQ.
Taking that back.
Grabe pala pag natamaan ka ng Seize para may ASMR rin.
May bumul ko lang.
Parang si parang yung sa isang bangbang. Si Para sinasabi ng their voice in my head. Pero Kelly S with a big 2 already taking on the remaining players of Bren Esports. They have the money, they have the strength, they have the advantage. Kailangan manalo dito ng Bren Esports mga kaibigan because this is their bye round if ever. Wala na silang pera next round if ever matalo sila dito. So kailangan talaga nilang mabawi ito. This is gonna be a 9-7 or probably 8. The players of Bren Esports waiting patiently dito sa may city though, pero napakadami nangyayari ngayon dito sa site na to because of that confidence na itinig sa pwede ng iba to. All time we're gonna connect onto these players nandito talaga plus that Sky flash as well. We're gonna flash everyone na nagbabantay lang dito sa may U-Haul. Kali S nagmamaasim. Mukhang makakuha siya ng isa dito pero yun nga lang, ito ang disiplina kailangan nila. Huwag nilang silipin if ever alam nilang medyo low-key sila. Brain freeze, pushing in, exit flags, not gonna see anyone. Pero are they... Oh, you just ko po! Si Brain freeze! I mean, ang ginagawa lang ni Brain freeze doon kasi what if meron tayong makita, what if meron tayong masilip, what if meron tayong mapatayin ng isa. Good na yun eh. Sira na economy. Pero yun nga lang, ang kailangan gawin ng Bren Esports ngayon is mag-evas para evas.
Mag-call for a timeout din para mapigilan na nila yung momentum dito ng RRQ. Just clean usage of the blinds from that breach para mahirapan nga dito ang Bren Esports na makapag-hold. Unfortunately, they were caught off by timing. Hindi sila naka-reposition immediately. Pero good save for Bren Esports. Dalawa yata yung nabuhay pa from that previous round. So, ilan na lang din yung kailangan makapag-buy dito laban sa RRQ. Medyo kailangan na rin nila mag-force. Tama nga din naman na kailangan din nalang mag-save, but this is just going all in favor of RRQ. Kapag hindi mo nabuluhan yung eco, kapag hindi mo na ipon yung mga kailangan mong mga rifles and utilities, it's just going on in favor of RRQ. Kasi mas delikado kung hindi kayo pantay-pantay ng eco and even the buys eh.
Alam mo ba? Every time na... Hindi naman every time. Most of the time na kinakas ko ang RRQ, panalo sila. Legit yun. Ewan ko bakit.
The Vil Magic, ganun.
Oo. Feeling ko, bigyan ako jersey niyo eh.
Meron na Southville Esports nga eh.
Meron nga Southville Esports eh, di ba? Isipin nyo, Southville Esports, gumawa na talaga ng jersey, di ba? Hindi ako pinapansin ni Team Sikat kanina. Hindi ako pinapansin. Hinuhoy ka na, hoy! Pansinin mo ako! Hindi ako pinapansin.
Magalang pa nung una eh, boss. Laro na ba ako?
Ang gana ko pa nung una, pero hindi ako pinansin. Nagmatry na ako. Hay nako, yung isa dyan. Ganun ako nag-ingay ako eh. Pero, Brain free, just smoking out the showers, waiting for the ngayon ng RRQ. Pero at least pot shots, yes, kasi what if meron tayo dito sa may loob na smoke. I mean, ang mga ginagawa nila, syempre mga precautionary measures lang din yan. Kumbaga, Prowler, is that gonna be activated right now? Probably not. Waiting for the entry na pwedeng gawin ngayon ng RRQ. Dapat sabay-sabay silang pumasok, sabay-sabay silang gagamit ng mga utilities. Syempre, paiba-iba dapat kasi once nabasa ng mga kalaban mo, ang strategy mo, oh my god, paktay ka diha. Pero yun nga lang, alam mo na meron naglalakad dito, meron nag-aantay dito sa may Gedli, pero muntik na matamaan ngayon si Brain Freeze right now. He's super low! Piso!
Oh my gosh!
Pero nga lang, Brain Freeze still catching one! Pero on mga kaibigan, I mean, Seize not gonna catch anyone dito sa side ng RRQ. Kelly S kailangan tumakbo na pakadamot na yung tumatang niya sa Bratis. Pero yung alam, muntik na siya makapatay ng isa. Showstopper missing on everyone sa side ng Bren Esports. And to get low on HP, pero where is the swing? Where is the entry pwedeng gawin ngayon ng Bren mga kaibigan? Waiting na pwedeng gawin ngayon ni EJ and Symbol. Dapat sabay sila lumabas dito or nag-aantay na talaga sila na matapos ng security. Pero yun nga lang! Wala silang idea na si Kelly and Draxi waiting on that corner. Will gonna secure the round 7-10. Walang pera ulit ang Bren.
Makakapag-blind man sila, yes. Pero kasi with that crossfire that happened, merong isang nag-aabang all the way from short. Tapos nakakuha rin naman sila ng mga blinds dito ng pick-off. Pero with that being said, talagang ready kasi with the retake dito or RRQ. So with that, isa lang tuloy na pick-off nila from RRQ. And this is just going in favor of RRQ's momentum. Yung mga buy sila ecos. Problema ngayon ng Bren Esports is just they can only push out onto one Vandal tapos Sheriffs na lang din. They cannot hold anymore inside the side. So most probably, kailangan nila dito ng mga magandang retakes or even have those early aggressions or even bait out just some of the utilities here from RRQ. Pero tingnan muna natin ngayon kung ano ba ang mangyayari dito. for hot sauce, especially na ang dami na kaagad niyang nabubueluhang mga utilities dito from RRQ. We have here the TPs, reposition na kaagad for RRQ dahil nga this is just an open opportunity for them to secure an A site at wala na talagang pang tubig-tubig pa dito for our team. We have here RRQ to plant in the spike. We also have here Bren to secure in flanks. They have already what it takes para makakuha ng mga pickles, but ang problema lang dito is kulang sila sa mga buys. Very low on HP. Sabi AK goes in for one, but unfortunately, it's just one remaining member, Symbol, with just the Sheriff. He doesn't have any utilities left. So now, pwede siyang i-wide swing dito ng mga target. That is just a clean 11-point matchup ng RRQ laban sa Bren Esports. Just really unfortunate na hindi nila na-make use dito yung buy na meron nga si EJ. They weren't able to pop onto the heads of RRQ. At nakita rin naman natin kung gaano kawais dito ang RRQ sa mga sunod-sunod na mga utilities na inuulan nila. Bren Esports, they were also countering out the utilities na nililapag nga dito ng RRQ. Pero hindi pa rin ito nagiging sapat dahil nga sa mga white swings and composures dito nila Kelly S. And speaking of this guy, he's already popping off at 24 frags. 8 times lang siyang napipick off dito ng Bren Esports. So ang laki ng impact niya together with the rest of the teams here in RRQ. But this time around, it will be another different story since we have your bats again for them to take.
Focusing already for the side of RRQ right now, mga kaibigan. Let's see if ever talaga makakuha pa sila ng isa. Pero nga lang to get waiting on that corner. Let's see if ever talagang sinong una magsiswing dito sa may showers. Pero to get, you need to be really careful. Kahit anong mangyari, lamang pa rin naman sila. Kahit anong mangyari, napakadami pera ng RRQ. Look at that. 6-4, 7-5 on to get. Men, hanggang next game, may pera pa yan.
Hindi na kailangan mag-pistol round.
Hindi na kailangan mag-pistol round. Isipin mo, pistol yan. O di na tayo ilalabas because why not? Pero Kelly S, ito rin ngayon ang kalapag ng papagpapunta ka talaga ngayon sa ima kami para wala talaga siya makikita ngayon. Pero that is the hunt. Pero where is the orbital strike? Mas meron pang fade ultimate dito para talaga magkakitaan sila. Pero break and sabi 8K. Sabi the possible push of RRQ right now. Push it on TV for solution right now. But there's no stopper coming in for the players of Bren just to stop the push of RRQ. Napakadami nangyari. Ilang ultimates yun? 1, 2, 3. Tatlong ultimates. Apat na ultimates ang binato ng Bren. Napakadami.
Sobrang costly
men, may showstopper na, may orbital strike na, may pet Chinese sky pa, may watch this pa, lahat na nilapasan nila.
Pero hindi, pagdating naman dito sa susunod na round, wala silang papigil sa pagkuha dito ng RRQ. They had also the Nightfall. Grabe, sobrang explosive ng round na ito at hindi nakabuelo na maigi dito makapag-reposition man lang ang RRQ. Look at this. We had the showstopper, Bren Esports. They have EJ with the use of the Blade Sword was able to take down 2. Pero sabi nga natin kanina, napakadami ng kailangan nila para manalo lang sa round na yon. So what more kung wala na silang mga utilities dito? What more kung wala na silang mga ultimates to use against RRQ na nakakuha na ng momentum of support some point time. Especially nung nangyari nga kaninang first half natin and ngayon hindi pa nila kahit ever nagkakaroon ng continuous na rounds dito na ipapanalo yung Bren Esports. 11-8 is still our scoreline and now close to a match point na meron pang ego dito ang RRQ to buy their rifles.
Grabe yung nangyayari sa bind, man. I mean, dito lang talaga makikita mo na literal na 3 o 4 na utilities talaga, na ultimates talaga ang nilalabas nila. Hindi ko na nga alam, hindi ko na nga rin maintindihan eh. Hindi ko na nga alam kung ano nangyayari, basta pasok sila ng pasok eh. Bahala na, sige. Kung ano maabutan natin ultimate, para na syempre mahirapan pa sila makapasok, manalo sa isang game, sige, G lang.
Hirapan sila eh.
Oo, wala eh, ganun talaga ginagawa nila, pero yung nga lang, hunt, catching everyone outside showers. Napakaganda ng hunt na ginawa ni Symbol na nakuha na sa akin. Hashtag fade main here. RRQ though, they don't have any ultimates at all. Pero kung napapansin mo, meron pa naman sila sa Symbol. 1 ultimate orb away for that ultimate na pwede nang iba to. Which is napakalaki niyan para lang syempre mahirapan pa makapasok dito ang RRQ. Pero in terms of ultimates naman, lamang ang RRQ dito. Kahit wala pa sila, malapit na silang magkaroon. Look at next. Look at Kelly S. Konti na lang may showstopper na sila. Konti na lang may neural theft na sila. So they need to be really careful. Aantayin talaga nila na magkaroon pa ng ultimate sa mga players dito ng RX. Ito lang syempre masecure nila yung pwede nga ng brain freeze catching. One! Grabe yung flick na ginawa ni kaibigan brain freeze mga kaibigan. Check niya yung corner, then biglang nakita si Lumpiang Tugi. Pero it's fine, na-trade off naman yan. Pero that kill is huge already. So wala na silang main smoker, kumbaga ang RRQ. Ang smoke lang na meron sila. So syempre si Nexi with the cyber case, pero tatamaan na talaga dito. Ang faultless, pero Kelly is still gonna get that kill even na kung kasya. Kelly is super low on HP. With 2 HP left sa kanya. Pero nga lang, Daxi we're gonna plant the spike already, pero where is a possible punch na pwedeng gawin yun ni Javi 8K? Javi, that swing is gonna be there, pero nga lang, Daxi will get that trade-off na pwede lang gawin. EJ.
Blocking sight.
Nakita na dito ng camera mga kaibigan, pero nga lang hot toss tamang Chicho Dog lang din talaga alam nyo na nasa isa 2v4 out of this game right now. Next he catches one. It's all up to EJ. 1v3. Kelly super low on HP. The clock is ticking. EJ, can he get that big ROG clutch right now? Meron tao sa heaven, meron tao sa may backside, meron din tao din sa may showers. Sinong unahin niya? Rabbit, natamaan na kayo. Hunt talaga gonna deny that. Hunt na rin din talaga, pero wala nang siyang oras, kaya talaga patay ng mga rin sa tao. Pero nga lang EJ catches one, catches two, but failed to get the Rabbit as well. RRQ with a match point already.
Sobrang nag-take time ang Bren Esports. Noong pumapasok ng RRQ in A, they already secured in their utilities. Napaka-controlled pa dito ni Kelly to pick out onto symbol, dito sa lamps. Ang daming nangyari inside the site. Pero kasi, kung titingnan natin yung minimap kanina, we had EJ all the way pa from Fountain. So, nung nagkakaroon na ng mga tools dito inside of the site, they took so much time, nakapag-plant na sila at hindi tuloy nakarespond kaagad sina EJ. And now, match point tuloy ang RQ. Sobrang low on budget na dito on Bren Esports. Half an armors lang ang pinangahawakan nila. So, they need to make sure na magiging worth it yung mga pick-offs sila dito. Yung mga aggressive pushes sila. And I think, tama na lang din ng ganito. Well, walang nagpo-push over-aggressive na dito for Bren Esports. They still have the Nightfall to secure in this round. Pero they need to make sure na mababaluhan nila yung mga tamang tao dito from RRQ kung hindi talagang magiging eto na kaagad ang game number 1 for RRQ.
Oh no. Paano ang gagawin nila dito para makabawi sila kahit papano? This is the last, maybe the last round of the map, or let's see if ever makabawi mga Bren dito sa mapang pinili nila. Pero Kelly S, why do we have to stop? Andito naman talaga ako with that aggressiveness. Meron pa dito ang showstopper. We're gonna take down AJ. Grabe naman si Kelly S, literal na sinagasaan yung dalawa. Pero Brain Freeze catching 3 already. This might be a big turnaround of events. Brain Freeze with a 4K. Can he get a name?
30 seconds left.
The only map remaining, he knows that kung nasan yung isa. Pero symbol, denying the ace na ginawa ni Brain Freeze. Wala na siyang pang-hashtag mood challenge.
I need this.
Can I get a drop?
What an possible ace nga dito for Brain Freeze from Bren Esports. Ang dami nangyari sa mga puntong hindi mo na nasundan yung mga opportunity nilang makapasok dahil si Kelly S lang. Napangga ulit si EJ doon, Bill. Napansin mo na hindi naka-exit agad si EJ from the moment na nakapag-pop up and ng showstopper. Pero Brain Freeze just went in with that spray control at pang-finisher dito sinassemble. Pero with that being said, timeout naman din dito for RRQ to make para mapigilan din dito yung pag-iinit na ng Bren Esports. Kaya naman, since nasa timeout tayo ngayon, shoutout muna sa baby kong nanonood din.
Oh! Oh! Andiyan ba?
Nang mention na eh. Baka...
Asan?
Si Ian.
Si Ian. Ian, long time no see. Ulit tayo nagkita. Nasa Etivac pa ako nun ah. Dapat magkaroon ng...
Oo, yun, nakabarong ka pa nun.
Nakabarong pa ako nun eh. Dapat ang Etivac magkaroon na ng sariling sa Pilipinas. Diba Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, Palawan, tapos Etivac. Dapat gano'n na. Napakalaki ng Cavite, hindi ko alam eh. Ilang taon na ako pumupunta sa South pero hindi ko pa rin kabisado ang Cavite.
Yung mga malalayo, makakapagbilang ka ng Alpha Mart eh.
Oh, yung mga malayo sa Cavite, mga Indang, ayan, layo.
Yan, oo. Kahit taga Cavite ako, ayan ang pinakayo kong puntahan.
Oo, diba? Layo ng Indang Cavite. Shoutout sa mga Valorant players sa Indang. Uy, Diyos ko po, nakita na ngayon dalawang crash gear dito. That is the bombot kiss na inaantay natin dati. Kasi kung meron owl drone kiss, that is a boombot kiss na talagang kitang-kita natin. Ibig sabihin nun, talagang yung mga players ng Bren Esports at RRQ, kasi yung mga ganyan, may lineup yan eh. Di ba? May lineup yan, depende kung saan mo ibabagsak
Ang gulo
yung
din
boombot
yan.
para pumasok ng hoka. Which is, nakita na natin yan kanina sa game. Actually, matagal na yan eh. Matagal na yung lineup na yan eh. Check nyo na lang, mga boombot lineup. Ganyan. If ever, kunyari mag-raise main kayo para syempre malaman nyo yung mga pwede nang gawin lineup para syempre makuha talaga yung mga iba't ibang side dito sa may hook. Pero going back here in this game, Brain Freeze, meron siyang orbital strike dito. This is actually really hard for the players of RRQ na makapasok. Pero paano nila gagawin to? Ano na sa may likod? Yes, pwede nilang gawin yun. Pero nga that is the Tony Prowler. We're gonna catch one dito sa may taas, dito sa may heavens above. Pero, debated, they're gonna go here in B instead. Akala nyo mag-A kami ha? Hindi pala. Pero, napakadami rotation talaga yung ginagawa ngayon ng mga players ngayon ng Bren Esports para syempre mahuli ngayon ng mga players ng RRQ. Pero next natin to 1 4v4 in this game right now. Pero meron tamaan pa at yung mga season dalawa. Pero heavy 8K, satchel out para siya hindi makakita na isa. Pero orbital stars, we're gonna connect on 3 players. Pero wala naman talaga damage siya makukuha ngayon. 13 seconds left in. Pero Tuge, catching out these players if ever meron talaga siya makukuha isa. Operator misses, Brain Freeze catching one. Pero this is when pwede gawin ngayon Tuge. Pero Brain Freeze muntik na. 3 seconds in, meron bang oras si Kelly is! Merong oras for him to plant the spike down. 3v3 on this game. EJ is low, simple as well. Kelly is super low din. Pero heavy 8K para siya makakapasok dyan. Wala na siyang ultimates ngayon. Wala talaga siyang utilities para makabawi sila. Pero si EJ, meron pa talong up down, meron pa siyang smoke, super na siya makabalik at pero ang sabi 8K, pero may wallbang, happy with that go! This is gonna be a 1v2 game, open game right now, Kelly is super low, catching moment, what a big trade-off, what a big trade! Bren Esports is still alive!
Surviving for another day!
Ayun yung hinga!
Easy build talaga.
Yun yung hinga na hinahanap nyo.
Really crazy of a match, really crazy of a round. Talagang nagpupursige dito ang Bren Esports para ma-secure nga nila dito yung upper bracket slot. Here in our playoffs, RQ is really just doing it as well. Kelly is most of the time talagang nagbibigay siya ng diversion play and napaka-clean lang din talaga ng ibang mga trade-offs na ginagawa dito ng RRQ. Imagine, now, na pwede na nilang magamit dito yung mga Rolling Thunder. There's also the Cosmic Divide. There's a lot of pressure on Bren's shoulders para makasurvive pa ng ilang mga rounds dito para makapasok na muli dito for an overtime. But that is again, the fault lines, the boom bots won't be connecting as much. Pero at least yung mga blinds will be getting in the info na meron nga dito magpupush all the way from Garden.
Pero ulitin ko, this is the last buy ng RRQ. Last buy na to.
Off your feet!
Pero ito talaga yung Rolling Thunder na nilabas sa mga players ng RRQ. Magpuntang B pero nga ng heavy 8K will gonna fall down to the hands of Kelly S. Satchel out for him to stop the possible push. Pero pasok dito lang sa may AB. Pero he knows it already kung nasan pa sila. Because of that Euro set that they use. Pero Fade ulti, hot sauce being revealed. Aftershock gonna stop and gonna move his path to victory. Pero Rabbit pushing in, not gonna be activated with that fall. Sa mga simple makakuha isang kill ngayon 4v4 onto this game right now. Napakagulo na nangyayari. Wala na akong maintindihan. Bahala na si Batman kung ano mangyari dito. Wala na akong pakit kung sino mangyari sa inyo. Basta ang gulo-gulo nyo. Pero Kelly is nakapatay ng isa. Brave Freeze as well. Hot sauce catching one as well. Pero 2v3 onto this game right now. Brave Freeze! Stopping the win of all these players.
Oh my God!
Diyos ko! Wala na akong maintindihan.
Ang dami nga talaga nakipagpartagulan all the way from the Defender spawn. Nag-push, sinassemble. Napatay dito nila Rabbit. 2 members down. We have 2 more remaining for Bren. May Cosmic Divide pang kasama. Imagine yung mga nagamit nilang mga ultimates dito pero hindi naging pabor sa RRQ. Napigilan pa rin ng Bren Esports para matapos na itong round na ito, itong game na ito with a 13-10. But now, it is finally 12-11, still in favor of the momentum of Bren Esports. And this time, sila ngayon na magka-call for a timeout. Pero force buys ang gagawin ngayon ng RRQ. If ever na hindi nila ma-secure ito, it will be huge dahil overtime na muli. But then itong mapunta for Bren Esports dahil sila rin naman din yung nakapagbigay ng problema dito for RRQ pagdating sa attacking side.
Sabi? Sabi nangyari? Ako maintindihan. Dami nagsisigawan. Face your fear! Here comes the party! Let's go!
Let's go!
Ganun sila. Royalty fighting! Tapos si Nexi, Kimi a corpse. Kimi a corpse.
Wala, hindi sigaw kaya kay Cypher Iba yung round na yun. Talagang gusto nilang ipanalo na kaagad. Or kill, sayang, they came out short. Sa mga duels lang din na kami dito ng Bren Esports. So now, this is an opportunity for them na makapag-invest na for the operator. Ready naman na rin yung Blade Storm dito ni EJ. There's also one with the Bulldog. Sobrang daming force spice na ngayon for Bren Esports. Pero mas malalayo sa RRQ. They're leaning towards the Bulldogs and they really want to win out this one. Para in case na magka-momentum na dito yung Bren Esports, mahirapan sila pagdating sa comeback.
Gina na lang ako ng konting Uy! Kitang-kita, Rabbit! Kitang-kita yung kaliwang kamay mo!
Grenade!
Kaliwa yun, diba? Tama, kaliwa. Diyos ko! Nakasilip yung kaliwang kamay mo, Rabbit. Pero ito na, Chicho Dog. Wala nakita dito kahit isa. Diyos ko. EJ, tingnan natin if ever makakuha siya ng isa dito. Nexi, delikado ka dyan. If ever sumilip ka, tayo-pats ka talaga. Pero tamang flash lang din. Pero meron pa kayo. Pero that is the smoke! And Hotforce catching one already. EJ misses. Nilabasan nga na dito. You showstopper! Kellyan's catching one to get! Nakaisa pa po siya ito. 2v3 situation right now.
No.
It is gonna be a big OT or not. And Tugi! Napaka-importante ng kill niya. Pero ito pinaka-nakakatakot. Si Javi 8K. Alam mo, meron siyang showstopper. Isa na lang ang kailangan niya. Kailangan nilang i-take down si Javi 8K if ever, pero nagiging aggressive siya. Might as well catch one instead. Pero yung nga lang, jiggle peek, wala din sila nagkakakitaan. Parang pinagtagpo, pero dili tinadhana. 25 seconds in. Saan sila mag-detect? Saan sila papasok? They're probably gonna go here and B. Wala na silang choice, pero hindi pre. Sige, planta natin to. Pero, Kelly S into get
one enemy.
Oh! Kelly S, what a big kill! That is the biggest kill that you can make dito sa gameplay nito. Pero they're actually pushing it already at Kelly S. What a big 3, finishing this map with a big 1-0.
It's just the force buys na naging worth it na talaga for RRQ. Ginusto natin ito at ibibigay ng RRQ ngayon. Really just the crazy amount of duels na panalo dito ng RRQ in this one. And really is just cute to have here next na sobrang kapos siya sa mga times na kailangan niya talagang makapag-clutch. Kailangan niya makapagbigay ng mga overwhelming duels. And with that being said, talagang nakita natin na in a very tight pinch ang Bren Esports to secure in those overtime plays.
Tapos din. Takot eh. Pagod ako doon, man. Pagod ako. Diyos ko, wala na akong maintindihan. Grabe yung wasakan ng pangarap nila dito sa Bind. Pero at least, di ba, ito yung mahirap. Nanalo ang RRQ dun sa mapang pinili ng kalaban nila. So, next map nila, syempre, mapupunta sa RRQ. Next map is RRQ, so Icebox.
Icebox really is one of the best picks na pwedeng mapunta dito for Bren Esports. Pero syempre, let's look back into what happened here for RRQ. Mostly talagang duels lang din talagang naipapanalo na laban dito sa Bren Esports. Look at this. Ilang objectives lang ang kailangan nilang ipanalo dito kay Bren Esports. Kung kaya naman pagdating sa mga fundamental mastery for RRQ, it's just leaning towards them dahil hindi ito nakakabuelo ang Bren Esports pagdating sa mga pagbawi nila with those utilities, with those immediate times na pwede sila lang makapagkuha ng mga pushes. They went in for a close fight dahil naging 13-11 nga ito. Nag-start ito strong, especially for the side of RRQ. Pero nung second half na tayo mabante, talagang naipit nila yung Bren Esports dito to try and get in those rounds na gusto nilang may equalize dito for RRQ. It's just really not happening, especially sa mga times na gusto mag-aggressive push man dito ng Bren. Pero ang bumubulaga kasi sa kanila dito is just the utilities. I saw one pistol round na fault line na dito lahat ang mga tao from hookah. There's also the blinds pa or even have here the hunt pa ni Rabbit, and it just really wasn't in favor of Bren Esports. And now RRQ with just the explosive round last round nila doon sa game na yon, 13-11, just really makes sense na sobrang worth it ng RRQ ngayon manalo in the map of Bind.
Masyadong ginagawa ng mga players natin ngayon. Dumating talaga sa point na wala na ako maintindihan. Yung mga viewers din for sure wala rin talaga maintindihan ngayon. Pero importante natapos na 1-0 in favor of the yellow team. O, hindi nyo alam kung sino, di ba? Pero RRQ ang mananalo doon. Pero dito naman sa game number 2, this is gonna be a map picker so pwede nilang gawin or probably this is gonna be a 2-0 for the side of RRQ if ever. Pero we're gonna see that later on dito sa Icebox mga kaibigan. Pero syempre, panoorin muna natin yung mga nangyari kanina. Talagang kitang-kita talaga natin kung paano tinulog yung dalawa dito sa may wall. Pero syempre, muntik nang makahabol ng Bren Esports. Muntik talaga nila na tawag dito? Na ma-overtime pero syempre wala man talaga choice ang RQ doon kundi mag-force final natin talaga. Alam mo doon sa last round, Honey Glaze, talagang kitang-kita talaga natin kung gaano kasolid yung kill ni Kelly S kay Javi. Kasi if ever si Javi ang nakakuha ng kill na yon, Diyos ko po, meron pa siyang showstopper plus 1v2. Men, ang hirap ipanalo nung round na yun. Napakahirap talaga. Pero sigurado nung at alam din ng RRQ doon na kailangan nilang patayin si Kelly S muna. At for sure, nung napatay nila si Javi 8K na merong showstopper, nagsigawan sila ng nice one baby talaga.
Enemy remaining.
Yun na, nakot by timing talaga dito si Javi 8K. He was trying to use in his satchels. Pero with that being said, napakaganda ng timing nandito talaga ni Kelly to pick him off. Tapos wala na rin nagawa dito si Brain Freeze. Just really goes to show na kita natin yung equalize factors dito ng firepower of both of our teams. And gotta say na ang ganda rin ng naging habol dito ng Bren Esports. But it's still RQ na mananaig at makakapagtuldok. And this game number 1, this is again Honey Glaze the double. Kasama ko ngayon si Bill. Magbabalik kami muli ng ilang sandali. Diyan lang kayo.
They drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak.
The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping a 1 in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start.
Unless you heard heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot.
At kami ay nagbabalik dito sa pangalawang game ng VCTPH Stage 2 Playoffs. And napanood na natin kanina yung game number 1. Grabe, man. I mean,
Mind blown place, no?
Sigawan sila ng sigawan. May wala na ako naiintindihan eh. Bahala na sila. Dumating na ako sa point na, sige, bahala kayo dyan. Maglaro kayo dyan. Bahala kayo. Gulo na maglaro.
Hindi mo masusundan eh.
Diba? Galit na ako eh. Hindi ko nasundan eh. Diba? Bad trip eh.
Parang ang daming ng utilities na ginagamit. Ang dami pang nakikipag-duel dun sa backside. Kaya hindi mo talaga makikita kung sino ba yung mananalo. Kaya naman in this map, Icebox, tingin ko talaga magiging close match pa rin ito. Basta't magkaroon na naman ng momentum dito. Close match. Ang RQ at Bren. Pero this time, I really hope for the best for Bren Esports. Dahil kahapon hindi naging maganda yung run nila in Icebox. Laban ng AAP.
Pag si Honey Glaze, kunyari, tinanggal niya yung upuan niya sa likod. Tapos pag ngumiti siya sa gitna, para siyang 1 by 1 eh. Kasi puputi. Kasi puti yung background niya. So sorry, napansin ko lang. Alam niyo naman ako, di ba? Pinapansin ko lahat, di ba? Pero yeah, I mean, dito sa game number 2, there's gonna be a really tough one for the side of Bren Esports. There's gonna be a tough one for the side of Bren Esports for sure. Kasi mahirap nga talaga. Kasi there's a map pinili talaga ng RRQ. So let's see kung ano ba magagawa dito ng mga players. And Bren, if it's gonna be a 2-0 or probably a 2-1. Na po talagang pupunta pa tayo dito sa last match. Knowing, I mean, it's fine anyway. Kasi the winner of this match is syempre magkakaroon talaga na sila ng slot APAC. So mainit, napakainit na itong match-up na talaga. Ito talaga ang pinakakailangan nila. Pero yun nga, isipin mo, we have 6 teams. Tapos naglaban na yung mga iba. So syempre talagang wala silang choice kundi talagang kunin yung mga slot na yun. Kasi ito isipin mo, ang Team Secret at saka ang Team Secret SBE, ang RRQ at ang Bren Esports, ayun, dito sa araw na to, they only need 1 more win to be included there in the VCT APAC next month. So talagang kailangan talaga nilang manalo dito sa match na to. And dahil sa RRQ, they're 1 win away representing our country para sa VCT APAC. And to be honest, na ano ko na rin to, na tweet ko na to, na post ko na to, I really want to see Nexi, Draxi, Symbol, and Hotso na makapasok sa VCT APAC. You know why? Kasi no matter kung ano yung team nila, they always find their places here in VCT. Diba? Merong team or looking for org yung team nila, they always find their way back dito sa tournament na to. So, alam mo yun, parang kahit saan mo sila ilagay, sila pa rin talaga yung pinaka-best sa Pinoy land.
Parang tamang timpla lang din talaga for RRQ. Just really goes to show, nakita naman natin yun kanina in mind. So, hoping na matuloy-tuloy nila yung kanilang consistency. And game number 2, we have here the draft. Ito ay pinili ng RRQ. Bren Esports, hindi sila nag-ogi kanina to push everything out for the overtime at may panalo nila yung bind. But this time, this is the double initiator setup. We have the same Vipers, we have the same controllers, or even have here the initiators. Nagkakatalo na lang tayo dito. So mobility, RRQ has it. Since Nexi dito, holding on to the chamber, kasama niya dito si Jet At ang kabila naman is just a Killjoy. So more potential for Bren Esports to win out the postmans or even have the retakes dahil meron silang recon or meron din sila ditong lockdown. And Bren Esports, that is RRQ naman dito with their lineup Nexi with the chamber.
Shoutout nga pala kay Paze. Ayan, sinasabi si Ray na lang si Ray single sa Tagalog.
Hindi na may kaliwa, ngayon may kanan.
Ano na ba yung mga, yung mga kwek-kwek?
Dito na.
Shoutout sa mga kwek-kwek mga kaibigan, mga kanan at kaliwa dyan. Kaya pala wala. Kaya pala hinanap ko kanina, wala na dito pala sa comment section.
At least present pa rin sila.
At least present sila, di ba?
Oo.
Yeah.
Mabuti na yan, kaysa di mo talaga maramdaman, mahanap. Now in the second game,
pero
we have our RRQ for the attacking.
Oo nga, sila naman mag-a-attacking ngayon. Parang yun nangyari lang kanina dun sa Bind. They managed to end the game na sila yung attacking. Pero right now, here in this game, let's see if ever makakabawi pa ba. Makakabawi pa ba ang RRQ dun sa mapang pinili nila? Nanalo sila dun sa mapang pinili ng kalaban nila. What more dun sa mapang pinili nila? We're gonna see na later on kung ano mangyayari ngayon. A big shoutout nga ulit pala sa coach! Sa coach ng RRQ na matatanda na si Sir Robotics, Sir JC Jamir. Pero brain freeze, catching one already. Kali is now down. Pero Nexi, super low on HP. Let's see if ever makakuha pa siya ng isang kill dito mga kaibigan. Pero Draxi, 20 seconds onto that 0 point. In order for him to catch kung nasa ba yung mga kalaban na dito, Rabbit. Together with all these players of RRQ. So that is the peak already. Pero Tuge with a big right click onto the classic, catching one. Pero Hot Sauce with a swing, catching no one right now. Pero ang pinupush lang talaga ng Bren Esports ang RRQ dito. Umalis kayo dito. Sa amin tong site na to. Pero Rabbit catching one as well. Source up to Rabbit. 1v1 with a great one. Sabi ni Hot Sauce. Mainit-init pa. Not on our turf. Not on our base. Pero meron pa siyang oras. Ay! Meron! 0.39!
Oh my gosh! Kakapigil hininga yung round na yun in favor of RRQ. Yes, nakapag-plant sila, nagkaroon sila ng numbers advantage. Pero it's just Bren Esports, kanila ang B, kanila ang retake, and now they have the potential to clean things out pagdating nga sa mga next few rounds natin dito dahil makakasecure sila ng mga Spectres. They have full-on utilities. Ang nangyari lang din talaga dito is just clean of a retake. Dagdagan mo pa dito ng mga sudden abilities na kahit may lineup man dito, Sinatuge at Traxi, it will not be enough kung ipupush ka naman dito ng Bren Esports. And speaking of push, they will be committing such. Dahil dito sa B, we have here one member just holding on to
Spike down B.
Garrod. At ngayon, siya pa yung may hawak pala ng spike. They have already compromised in the position of the
Possession is now compromising, so kung talaga makakabawi pa talaga dito ang Bren Esports, kita ba natin, they're actually wrecking half, they're making damage. Oh my god, Nexi catching one, muntik tang dumalawa. 1v4, Heavy 8K pushing in, Draxi waiting on that corner, and AJ! Okay, take him down. Mabilis ang nangyari dito sa mga game na to. Solid na mga nakikita natin dito sa mga matches na to. Pero paano nila mababawi ito?
Ang weakness kasi ng Bren Esports kapag sila yung nasa defending side is hindi nila alam kung paano nila i-control dito yung mga rush na ginagawa ng RRQ. But RRQ plays in a different type of strategy na mas gugustuhin nila makakuha muna ng info before they go in the site, win out the duels, commit every utility that they have para makakuha din ng advantage. And speaking of advantage, they have now here the rifles. They have the 0 point to detect in anyone, pero ready naman din ang Bren Esports to eliminate it immediately. With those blinds, tama lang din yung timing ditong lumangoy. Si Swarm Grenades dito si Kellyes. AJ goes in for 1, Nexi for 2. Now, dalawa na lang din ang natitira dito for the side of RRQ.
Ito na naman tayo, hindi na naman natin maintindihan kung ano nangyayari dito sa mapa na to. Pero ang importante ng mga RRQ dito, 3v2 on this game, very simple. They need to play close kasi Spectre lang ang gamit nila. Pero ang RRQ, alam nila talagang sila ang lamang sa mga malayuan dito. Aldron, they know nila na mayroon tao dito sa may rafters. Pero wala silang idea na si Brain Freeze andito lang din sa may screens. Pero, Nexi knows it already. Nakita niya yung tabunan ni Symbol ngayon. Pwede sumilip, pero medyo cheat siya ngayon. Pero next scene, together with all the players of RRQ knows what's up. They know kung nasa si Phoenix, pero wala pa yung isang players which is Symbol. Symbol, with all this swing, with all this push, with that Spectre on hand, can he do the big ROG clutch? Maybe not, maybe it's all up to him now. It's all up to him though, pero Symbol muntik nang matuhog ni Symbol yung dalawa.
Close enough to close out that round though. Napaka-solid ng napaka-strong ng start dito ng Bren Esports, especially with EJ's popping up potential against 2 members. Hindi nagkaroon ng maganda pagkakatalon nung may 3 na lang natitira dito for RRQ. After getting in 2 kills, wala nang nasundan dahil nga enough na ang RRQ dito to get inside and even have the spike planted dahil they have the utilities to cover up those angles. And speaking of, we have the toxic wall already placed down here in A. Pero tingnan natin ngayon kung magwawaging man sila dahil we also have here the Poison Cloud and just the lineup para ma-secure niya dito yung position of that Poison Cloud and even give a lot of pressure and help naman dito here in A. Pero look at EJ goes in for the wide swing pero quickly traded off naman ni Draxi.
At yung nakapag-kill siya sa mobile VCT pero Kelly S. Una, makakulit naman na talaga. Kita-kita yung isa, penetra ng Robo ka mga kaibigan. Ito talaga yung ultimate niya. Breaking, catching mo siya na the second one right now. Pero Dallas Rabbit with a double peak.
Last player standing.
You get the 2v3 right now, but it's all up to one. And Rabbit with a quick kills, quick trade-offs, quick denies. 2-2 in favor of no one. Still in favor of RRQ. And ang problema ngayon ng Bren is syempre, wala silang pera. Pero mag-play close ba sila? Mag-i aggressive ba sila? Mag-go first ba sila? Maybe not, kasi simula pa lang naman ang game natin ngayon. Pero walang choice ang Bren Esports kundi talaga bawin itong win na to sa side ng RRQ. Why? Para nang syempre ma-push it to game number 3. This is what they need. They need to represent the Philippines again dun sa ating VCT APAC. Pero mga RRQ, only one win away from making it happen.
Clean takes lang din talaga ang sinesecure dito ng RRQ. Especially the fact na hindi makabuelo dito si EJ. And speaking of EJ, hindi nag-connect lahat ng mga tinidor niya dito laban kay Rabbit. Pero thankfully enough, Paisabi, their girls one pick off with just the Sheriff and just 3 members na lang din ang natitira dito for Bren Esports. With that being said, will the retake be happening in favor of them? Dahil nga may mga rifles at may mga utilities pang kumpleto dito sa RRQ ngayon.
Pero wala literal na sobrang ang gulo ng mga nakikita natin ngayon sa the practicing already and after it, they're gonna go here in B instead. Pero muntik na mapatay din si Kelly S because of this Aldrone tag na nakita na dito. Pero they know already naka-vandal naman sila lahat. Pero nga lang Kelly S makakuha isa sa second one right now. Nakakita ka isa dito and to get, we're gonna finish it off. 2-3, sobrang crack! Ni kaibigang Kelly.
Kelly pati, Ito talagang nakikita ko for Bren Esports here as they play in Icebox na parang hindi sila nakakapag-commit further pagdating sa mga retakes. Yes, they wanna do everything in their hands pero kasi pagdating nga sa mga buys, it's just all in favor of RQ. Hindi sila makapag-slow push, hindi sila nagiging successful pag nagiging aggressive na sila. Especially with the Bladestorm of PJ, hindi nakapitas ng isa. So with that, hindi magkakaroon ng advantage tuloy ang Bren Esports, but we still have here the buys naman na kompleto sila ngayon. There is the aggressive push naman dito ni EJ, just getting in the info. Pero with the attention na ginagather nila dito in A site, meron naman din nagaganap dito sa B.
Maraming nangyayari dito, maraming ganap. Sa'yo lang kung paano mo malalasap ang mga panahon. Yes, catches one with that dash. Let's see if every man pero pa isang tao dito sa may snowman, which is the hot sauce, waiting on that corner, waiting patiently, catching one. We're gonna take Kelly S down right now. Pero the clock is ticking already. They need to do some retake dito. Pero sa hot sauce, nakadalaw rin talaga. Pero sa EJ, tsaka sa mag-1v1 sila dito sa mid. 1v1 with the great one. Pero ito na ngayon yung lockdown. Nabila mo pa ngayon mga players ng Bren. Pero again, gonna deny that player with his EJ. Pero si hot sauce. Hot sauce winning it, but Draxi muntik nang makuha siya with that spray transfer na ginagawa niya. Pero 2v1 out of this game right now. Bros, don't fake! Fake, don't bros! Bakit ako titigil? Pero sabi ni Nexi, tumigil ka na. 2-4, RRQ. Lamang na ng dalawa ngayon. And ang problema din talaga, ang Bren Esports, allow silang arep ngayon. Nangyari sa kanila yung nangyari sa kanila kanina, which is may pera wala, pa, ikot-ikot lang.
Deja vu ito for Bren Esports. Dahil nga sa mga times na naging aggressive dito si Kellyes, it's just really worth it. Lalo na hindi nakakabuelo lang din talaga for the trade-offs dito sa Natuge. It was close for Hot Sauce dahil naka 3K din pala siya. We had the overwhelming spray transfers din kasi dito for Draxi to make. Kaya naman ngayon, nabawasan tuloy another by for RRQ. Eco na naman dito ang Bren. Makapag-secure sila dito ng B. Retake na naman ang gagawin dito ng Bren Esports. Pero mananalo at magwawagi nga ba sila dahil Kellyes ready enough to get in those streets. Quick off a dash. We had the Cloud versus cover himself up. Nandito naman yung pagulan ng mga molly. The utilities are just already covering themselves. Pero meron naman din dito fight for spit. Kaya tingnan natin ngayon kung magiging worth it nga ba yung pagpasok nila EJ after being tagged in by that big
Ano naman yung sa game na to? Napakatabi naman talaga nangyayari dito. Next si Low. Kelly is super low right now. Pero Heavy 8K nakabit na sa kanay sa dito. But this is the big Viper split na meron talaga sila. Pero Rabbit, catching one. That's low. Pero talaga inuubos talaga nila yung bala nila. Ang dami nagbabarilan dito. Pero Heavy 8K dun sa likod. Pero hindi naman natin yung buhay niya. Nawawala na. It's all up to EJ right now. 1v3. Pero nasa pa si EJ. Kaya pa ata pero parang hindi na. Rabbit with a big 4K.
Last player standing.
Rabbit! Talagang masakit! Literal na walang sabit! Pag tinignan mo, parang malagkit!
Hindi mo inaasahan na magiging pabor pa rin talaga dito for RRQ. Pero nakalimutan ko, Eco nga lang pala dito, Bren. Ang daming gumagamit ng kanilang mga shares. It was really risky for Javi to get inside of the Viper Spin. Pero that, hindi pa rin talaga naging okay ang lahat. We have here another aggressive push ang mangyayari na ngayon in favor of Kellyes. Pero with that timing of the blind, push away siya. There is the delay. Pero there is also the push na ginagawa ngayon ni Nexi. Nice follow-up, but unfortunately dito, for RQ, nabawasan sila kaagad ng dalawa. Hot Sauce lang ang natira.
Pero Hot Sauce will go down. Pero nga ng problema talaga sila si Ito. Kasi mag-overlap ng mga kaibigan. Pero ito lang yung sa Robocop talagang ultimate na kayo papakita. Pero nga na EJ and Heavy 8K doing the job done. Pero it's all up to Rabbit naman na nakit. Pero kaya po na kaya pa ba niya i-clutch to 1v4. But EJ says no. 3-5. Napakabilis maglaro. Yan ang gusto ko.
Daming nakakabiglang pangyayari dito for Bren Esports. They're willing to win out to Zubas. Once na na-shutdown na nila dito si Rabbit, Nexi, here in mid, nag-game pabor na kagad sa kanila dito yung numbers, especially nung retake. Nagkaroon nga ng Hunter's Fury, pero kasi nung timing na pumasok dito ang Bren Esports for the retake, it was all in favor of them dahil kinuha nila kaagad yung mid. And there was also so much diversion plays para mabawasan nga dito yung pag-controls ng RRQ na mai-secure nila yung mga pick-off, mai-secure nila yung mga lineups and even have their availability. But with that being said, timeout muna for RRQ.
Ba't kayo nag-timeout? Listen nyo lang!
Tuloy-tuloy lang.
Kasi nag-isip ko, hala baka napapagod sila Vil tsaka si Angelica.
Di ba pwedeng Justin naman sa'yo at Angelica ang akin?
Justin! Uy, magkakaroon ng, ng concert si Justin Bieber dito. I love the songs of Justin Bieber sa totoo lang. I love the songs.
Pinaka-recent niyang favorite ko is Red Eye.
Gusto ko yung kanta niya yung Tubidibidap-dap. Nagagalit si Pico. Galit si Pico. Ang ingay ko daw kasi natutulog siya tapos nagising si Pico.
Siya naman daw mag-iingay after.
Oh, siya. Pero Kellyes Up Jaff, pero ito lang ngayon yung mga players ngayon ng Bren. Huwag kayo pupunta dito sa B, pero Diyos ko po, mukhang pupunta pa rin ata dito. Oh! Alam nila dito na sa harapan, pero Brain Freeze, magkatabi lang sila! Kellyes na! Diyos ko, what a big kill na ginawa niya! Pero meron tao dito sa may yellow. Brain Free, si Hot Sauce waiting patiently. Next in Hot Sauce, makikita mo sila. Ang mga former teammates magkalaban na. Pero ito na. Nag-ultimate na rin si Optimum Pride. Ito na yung kailangan niya. Pero ang Hot Sauce will gonna go down to the hands of Lexi. Pero ito na yung Longa Dog Milk. Coming in from Symbol, we're gonna deny Jaxi again. Pero ito man mo, buhay naman talaga siya. Pero Kalies trying to resurrect Jaxi right now para makakuha pa sila dito ng mga enough tries, enough advantages para for them to win this game. Pero 2v5 on this game right now, Rabbit is down. Kalies, super low on HP. Heavy, super low as well. Symbol, pababawi mo din na to, pero medyo mahirap din talaga na mangyari yun. Pero nasan ba si kaibigang Heavy? Heavy all the way. Dito lang sa may...
Snowman.
Nandito sa may default mga kaibigan, pero yun nga si Symbol all the way from Snowman mga kaibigan. 1v4 in this game right now. Symbol! Pagkasilip, may napitek. Pero next you're gonna kill 6-3. Still in favor of RRQ. Napakabilis, sobrang aggressive nila, men. Balong-balo.
Sayang lang dito talaga si Brain Freeze eh. Nagamit niya na yung Viper Spit niya, pero kasi si Kalies dito ay just once B-side. Ito yung quick replay natin na magkatabi sila. Sa point na meron na nga dito ang Longgadag na nilabas ang members from Bren Esports, hindi pa rin pala magiging sapat ito dahil nga with the toxic wall, was just in favor of them to control in their vision at ngayon another save lang muna ngayon for Bren Esports. Hindi ko naman din na-doubt dito yung mga one-tap capabilities sila, pero with just the advantage ng RRQ na pwedeng makapag-rush here in A, here inside the site, makakapag-secure sila ng mga pick-up dito once na makuha nila yung timing and even have the information kung saan ba sila nakapwesto in every corner.
Ano ba ang core na kailangan na silipin dito mga kaibigan? Ang problema ng Bren Esports is wala silang pera ngayon, so they need to make the most out of all these Sheriff and Marshall and Classic para malala sila ngayon. Pero ito na, napakagulit na pangyayari mga kaibigan talaga ng Spike is being planted already and the retake is now off on the side of Bren Esports. Lexi trying to catch someone off guard right now, trying to advance his possession para lang syempre na makakuha siya ng isang kill kahit pa paano. One-way smoke, on the hand of Kalies, not gonna catch anyone. Pero ito din siya talaga sa EG mga kaibigan, buntik na makaisa pero Heavy 8K with a big Marshall kill. Pero hindi pa naman tapos to, marami pwede mangyayari dito. Next getting tagged, Symbol, hindi pa rin yung pero this way coming in for Break Beast right now, we're gonna take down one. Pero EG with a big Blade Storm. Pero deploy, grabe na din talaga dito. Pero yung business kami 4v2. Ito ba ang magandang?
Wala, tingnan nila.
May oras ba? Oo. Drifting round for the side of Bren Esports. Napakadami nalang napitas. Wala na akong maintindihan kung ano nangyayari doon.
Nandun kasi yung mga toxin wall. Tapos yung mga gamit nila ng mga utilities, umuulan na rin to cancel out that plan. Pero with that being said, hindi ko na rin talaga nasundan kung bakit naubos na dito ang RRQ with just the sheriffs na hawak dito ng vendors also the Morton. Pero ito na nga yung replay na kung saan napakagandang linis ang din ng Morton pick dito ni Heavy 8K. You're planning to play it out with the post-plant na makakapag-line up sana dito.
You
Si
want to
Brain
play?
Freeze or
Let's
rather
play.
si Toge, pero hindi pa rin pala ito magiging pabor. Pero with that, we have the Regum, we have the blinds, it will be unfavorable kay EJ para makapag-aggressive po siya nga dito kay Kalies. Tamang usage ng mga utilities dito, even though na alam na hindi pa nila nakikita kung sino yung pwede maging aggressive dito in Bren Esports. Gagamitin nila yun kaagad. Hindi sa masasayang ito, pero what if may nakapwesto na pala doon? And now, we have already the side. Kalies goes in for one. Heavy 8K is down. They have the spike already down as well.
Ito na rin talaga kailangan sila pumunta ngayon sa mundo ni Viper. Pero tamang initiative din talaga kailangan nila lumabas ngayon. Pero mag-stay ba itong Viper Spit na meron? Si kaibigan Toge or wala na naman talaga. Pero Brain Freeze pushing in. Ano ang pwede mangyayari dito? The clock is ticking already for the side of RRQ. Brain Freeze can they still do some big kills here. Pero Brain Freeze and EJ gonna do the job done. Pero mukhang meron ata sila mga ngayon na shock darts. Pero nagsisilip pa lang sila napakadaming tao sa may iba't mga kaibigan na shock already. Pero mukhang hindi. Oh my god! 2K with a big 2K! But it's not yet done because they need to defuse the spike. 2v2 to get super low in HP. Hustle skill spot. Nexi! Meron pa siyang oras! Briefing mo! Briefing mo! Nexi! Muntik na! Walang nagpipin, pre!
Last round before the switch.
Kainis na poison cloud yan from Brain Freeze. Really just the DJ Vuville. Aabot na naman tayo potentially for a 6-6. It was really a commanding lead for RQ, pero ang problema lang dito is nakakahabol na rin ng Bren Esports. Nakakompose na nila yung sarili nila pagdating sa retake at hindi na umi-effect dito ang mga rushes ng RRQ. Let's look back into what happened in favor of RRQ in the first certain points of time. Nakakuha ng wide 2K. Pero with that, ito na tuloy yung magiging reason kung bakit kailangan na rin maging hesitant dito ng RRQ. But speaking of, we have your two members speaking out on mid. Let's see if this is doable for RRQ to make. And it won't. Dahil si Hatos at Symbol pala ay nakadalawa na kaagad.
Pero sa next season, talagang nakadalawa bagay napakabilis sa mga pangyayari dito. Diyos ko po, parang walang timeout na nangyayari. Parang walang break time na nangyayari dito. Pero ano, Tugay mo kamaliliko ng paata yung isa. Pero tignan natin kung matotondo gaming ba. Si Symbol ngayon, pero makikita ata sila. And Tugay, so one right now, pushing it to 1v5. Tugay na lang magkita dito. Pero that is brain freeze here in mid. Waiting patience 6-6 ang nangyari ngayon. Dito rin sa first half.
Switching sides.
Ay! Ben. Kala ko chill lang tong game na to, pero just day in pala, Orb.
Just really are giving it all. Dahil nga sabi nga natin, once na makasecure sila dito ng slot into another round in the upper bracket, secured na yung slot nila going in APAC. Kaya naman ngayon nakikita natin yung pagpupursige ng Bren Esports na matalo dito ang RRQ. Pero with that being said, it's again the switching of the side. Will it be the same storyline nung mapa ng Bind? Dahil RRQ kanina, they had what it takes nung second half in Bind. And this time around, EJ dito, may opportunity na siya makapagwala, makipagbardagolan, especially sa mga utilities dito nila Javi. But will they be given the chance? Lalo na't ngayon si Nexi is already hitting the top frags. 14-8. Sa lahat ng mga rounds na na-execute nila dito sa Bren Esports, 8 beses lang siyang na-pick off dito nila EJ.
Pero si KLS, pero kitang-kita naman na talagang palong-palo si KLS. Pero kung napapansin mo naman, talagang siya yung nasa pinakababa. Pero it's fine. As long, hindi naman, sa mga tournaments, mga kaibigan, hindi naman talaga importante kung sino yung top frag, kung sino yung bottom frag. As long as nagagawa mo yung mga utilities mo, as long as nagagawa mo yung mga objectives, yung mga kailangan mong gawin, goods na. Kaya if ever, naglalaro kayo, kunyari, meron kayo nakita, bottom frag, so ba, ganyan, bottom frag yung, yung killjoy, ganyan. Huwag din ang pansinin yun. Kasi, pansinin nyo kung nagagawa ba nila ng tama yung mga utilities nila. Kung nagla-lockdown ba sila, kung nag-deny ba sila, kung nag-alarm bot ba sila, kung nag-detect ba nila yung mga nagpa-flank, kung meron ba sila nakikitang pa nag-recon bolt, kumbaga, parang ganun. Yun ang pansinin nyo. Diba? Hindi kayo yung tipong bida-bida na, galit na naman ako eh. Sorry.
Akala ko magiging lesson lang, may papagalitan ka na pala.
Yung bida-bida na tipong naka-top frag lang. But
First
first time?
na ngayon.
Ha?
Ang Bren Esports.
First time? First time maka-top frag, ha? Gagalit kayo sa bottom frag? Yung ganun.
At least nagagawa na yung secure niya yung trabaho niya, di ba? Info, makapasok, makakuha ng space.
Oo, di ba?
Time na for RQ na sila naman yung makakuha ng trade.
Naglaro nga kami ni, naglaro nga kami ni Direct YB nung kagabi. Mamaya ikukwento ko na. Pero kasi maglalaban na tayo ngayon. Pero tingnan natin kung magiging ganito rin ba talaga ang Bren Esports, kung magiging aggressive din sila or magiging super close. Pero Diyos ko po, dire-diretso sila papunta dito lang sa may sa may
kitchen.
Sa may ebot. Dito sa may sub. I'm going in already from the kitchen. Pero yung kala natin sa Javi 8K with a kill onto Rabbit right now with a big frenzy. Protection bago umaksyon. Draxi waiting patiently. Catching one. Pero not gonna be able to take down that guy. Pero tingin mga kaibigan, medyo delikado siya kasi meron talaga dito sa may. Pero hindi mo talaga sila nakikita at all. Diyos ko po, medyo mali ata yung nalagay nung turret kasi hindi nakita yung mga papasok dito sa papasok dito sa may A. So, ano gagawin nila? Kita-kita naman natin ngayon. Diyos ko po, tatlo ang nagpa-flank dito sa mga players ng RRQ. Medyo nag-iiba ata ang simoy ng hangin, mga kabigay. Talaga lumalamig na. Pero, Symbol, low on HP. Javi AK will plant the spike already. Pero to get waiting, if ever meron talaga meron sumisilip ng mga players ngayon ng Bren Esports dun sa may baba. Pero Javi 8K, pushing in. Medyo makakita ata ng isa sa Tugay dito if ever kasi wala naman talaga silang idea atol kung nasa yung mga players ng RRQ. Pero, brain freeze. Tsaka with all the remaining players of Bren Esports right now, just trying to find all the possible kills pwede lang gawin. Pero Diyos ko po, ano ginagawa mo dyan, Simple? Pero kita-kita talaga, pero nga Tugay mga kaibigan mo, naman to ata yung snake bite, pero medyo mali ata. Pero, hot sauce kills mo, pero Kelly's! Still gonna get that kill! Nasaan yung spike, pre? Ayun.
May time pa.
Marami siyang time. Kitang-kita natin, nasa sila, nasa ebot.
Grabe. Sobrang daming confusion ang naganap dito for Bren Esports. Kung ano bang gagawin nila after nila matake yung mid. At-detect kasi sila ng trademark dito. Makakakuha ng kill na trade-off nila dito sa Rabbit.
And they just went fully rushing all the way from mid, going into a nakapag-plant sila, yes, pero with the retake all happening in favor of RRQ, it's just Kellyes with a wide 2K. Kaya naman ngayon sila may advantage. With the Spectres, what is Bren going to do next? Lalo na this is just really such an advantage for RRQ to completely destroy the momentum here and Esports after ng mga nangyari kanina. And speaking of, it's just Kellyes doing his thing, doing his job, goes in for 2, and now this is the probability na makakuha pa siya ng pangatlo. But unfortunately, dalawa, nakadungaw sa kanya. Sabi niya, ako nang bahala, 2K, going in for 2 as well. 2 rounds lead na ngayon for RRQ.
Yeah, feeling ko Honey Glaze, medyo lumupit ka sa mic mo. Maraming salamat, Honey Glaze. Hindi ko alam kung ba't ka lumalayo. Galit ka ba sa mic mo, Honey Glaze?
Nagiging habit lumayo kapag nai-intense na yung laban.
Wag ganon. You know,
wag ganon.
Wag ganon.
Noted.
Galit na ako eh. Ha? Ka na naman eh, ha? Malayo ka na naman eh, ha? Hindi, okay lang. Walang problema din, Honey Glaze. Basta Honey Glaze yan.
First name Honey, last name Glaze?
Oo, tama. Ano pangalan ng anak mo? Choco Butternut. Masarap ang Bavarian
Boston
Field.
Cream?
I love Boston Cream. Mga Bavarian Field, mga ganyan.
One of the classics.
Oo. Masarap yung donut pag may butas eh.
Pag may
butas.
Naputol ka.
Sorry. Masarap yung donut pag may butas. Pero masarap din pag wala. Kasi yun yung may feelings eh.
Yeah. Yun yung may feelings.
Anong tawag dun sa dun sa Jayco, yung may parang nuts ang tawag dun. Kalimutan ko na. Yung may puting feeling, yung may puting sa tao. Oh! We're going back here. Next scene, getting tackled ready. Yun, yung Al Capone.
Yung may nuts. Oo, sarap nun. Classic din yun, OG.
Al Capone. Al Capone or Al Capone. So yun na yun.
Gusto gets yun na yun. Sabi na sa spelling.
Oo. Ito! Game na! Tuge! Catching one! 100 little big trade-off right now, pero meron pa isang tawag sa may generator mga kami, pero nga nakakita na talaga natin yun, si Draxon talaga natin dito. This is gonna be a 6-9 nice, or probably a side para dito sa Bren Esports na makabawi kahit pa paano, pero nga si Draxon talaga ang dami na nakakita na nga ng isa! One gonna deny one, pero! Checks it with a big 4K! 6-9! Nice! And a big ROG clutch right there that RRQ did! Anong nangyari? Diyos ko po, sumabit sa baging mga kaibigan!
Iba rin yung start ng RRQ dito with just Toge goes in for the pick off. Pero iba rin yung nag-inflict dito ni Hatsas all the way from top side. It was all up to Jaxi to completely destroy here the momentum and the eco for Bren Esports. Papanindigan natin, i-emphasis natin dito yung eco dahil ngayon mag-save na naman yung Bren. This is a huge problem lalo na sila yung magigandahan dito. We have a lot of pressure na may ibibigay ngayon for Bren Esports dahil yung Viper's Fit is just cancelling out the members of Bren Esports na pumasok nakapag-entry inside of V. Kaya naman ngayon, it's just a site for them to take or just completely wreck out the members of RRQ from defending in mid. Pero tingnan natin yan kung magwawagi nga ba sila. Lalo na nakatingin, nakadungaw dito si Nexy Sexy all the way from that corner with the crossfire committed with Kellyes.
Grabe ka naman, Drew. Mainit kaibigang Drew. Pero mukhang RRQ is on fire naman talaga dito mga kaibigan. Pero nga lang tamang mampaut na dito talaga. Pero sa Kellyes mga kaibigan, magdelikado rin talaga kasi napakadaming sumisilip talaga. Pero kalahagi, HA with a big kill.
You should run.
With a martial on hand. Pero tamang guardian na talaga para syempre mahirap pa sila dito sa pag-take ng side na to. Pero lockdown secured already. One of these players, pero Draxi with a big 2K. Rabbit, mga kaibigan, pushing in, pero meron atang ma-detain, pero mukhang wala ata. Pero 2v2 onto this game right now. That is the players of...
Hindi nila alam na sa si Tuge.
Oh, hindi nila alam. Magkaraman ng Tuge na ako na isa. Tuge kills 2! 6-10! Wala na naman pera ang PRN!
Di talaga nagiging pabor sa kanila. Nakapag-save sila, they were able to take down 3. It was really wide. and wild for Symbol and Hot Sauce to make a move and to make a statement na kahit nakasave sila dito, pwede sila makapop ng mga heads laban dito sa RRQ. And with that finisher though, wala kasi silang idea dito kung saan magagaling si Toge. Kahit ako hindi ko alam kung paano nanggaling nga dito all the way from flank. Si Toge was able to take down Draxi and Nexi, and that is the go signal na makapag-call for a timeout again ng Bren Esports. 4 ang namang dito ng RRQ. They are just winning out with the duels, yung mga placing nila mga utilities, at yung timing pa sa mga recon, and even have that 0 point. Mapipitas mga dito yung 0 point, pero hindi mo mababaluhan ng timing naman dito yung recon. So, makukuha pa rin yung info kung saan ka ba nakapwesto. And that is just really just the wise usage of utilities na meron dito RRQ ngayon, at kaya naman they are just really doing it with their commanding lead and with their consistency laban sa BRN.
Wala silang choice kundi mag-time out. Mag-isip-isipin lang sila kung paano na mababawi ito, pero kung napapansin mo si Hot Sauce talaga mainit, 15-15 KDA. Maraming salamat sa time out, nakapagpahinga kami.
Hingay nga ng maluwag. Another round on this half. Will, may operator na hawak dito si Kelly S. Even though na nasa bottom siya ng food chain natin ngayon, he's just really doing it for his team. Pero this time, we have here RRQ na naging aggressive na nga with their push. Nexi, tingnan natin kung makakaligtas siya dito after siyang pwedeng mabulaga, maragasan ng members natin for BRN.
Pero next, mga kaibigan, see what's gonna happen here. Pero nga, simple lang kita na meron tao dito sa may baba ng B. Pero next, waiting patiently, pero alam na nila na meron siyang mamba out. Pero ito na nga ginagawa niya. Okay? Muntik na siya makapaglason doon, pero buti na talaga nakapag-mamba out siya. Pero EJ, peeking. Inside, pero bago nila mangyayari yun, disimulan muna nila with a big ultimate dito for the side of Bren right now. Draxi, everyone is actually being suppressed right now. But the next day, we're gonna take down one. That is the Nexi and Draxi connection. Dito sa side ng RRQ. Pero hindi nila mabubuhay ngayon si Javi 8K. Medyo mahirap to. Nexi, nakaisa pa. Oh no, medyo mahirap to. Kasi pwede makabawi ang BRN pag match point na ang kalaban nila. Pero kung napapansin mo, halos wala pang damage ang RRQ. Bako sa mandaw kahit armor lang. Pero
30 seconds left.
Hot Sauce, para nila mapapasok to. But this is gonna be really hard for him to do it kasi wala na sila talagang solid entry dito. Knowing na si Simple, wala na siyang auto, wala na siyang recon bot, pero yun, at least meron siyang recon bot yun, so pwede siya makaba, pero nga ng Brain Freeze, yes, meron siyang Viper Spit, pero medyo malayo siya kiyasnan. Pero Simple, tamang bait lang din talaga ng pag-plat spike, pero that is Brain Freeze, only remaining 1v5 on this game where it's catching one! Boy! Got two already, but Talia said no! Ano bottom frag ako, ha? Gonna take him down, bro!
Mukhang kanina, hindi na naman ito magiging sagana for our BRN. RRQ is just really doing it 11-6 scoreline. Tapos ngayon, kailangan mag-push ng Bren dito for their buys. Balikan natin yung mga sandaling nag-crossbar lang din talaga sila dito here in B. We had Nexi and Draxi. We also have Kelly S for that to happen in favor of them. Pero nagkaroon din naman ng pagkakataon dito si Brain Freeze makakuha ng 2K. This is already just going wild and crazy for our at mukhang nanganganib na nga dito ang Bren kung may isi-secure ba nila yung slot na to in the upper finals. But look at this. Na-punish na nila ngayon finally si Nexi. One member down for RRQ in this round and will just be happening in favor of them. Dahil ngayon may matatamaan ng Hunter's Fury. Oh no for Hot Sauce. Oh no for Kelly. Oh no for EJ. 5 HP na lang ang natitira.
Medyo masakit to, Kuya Eddie. Literal na hinampas ni Rabbit ng longgat si Hot Sauce ngayon sa mukha.
Take flight.
Galit na galit pa. Catching one, catching two. Dalawa ang nakita na dito mga kaibigan. Parang sila na tag-isa pero it's fine. Meron naman siya information kung nasa may mga players na to. 55 seconds yun para sila makakapasok. Meron pang shock na dito para sila mahirap sila. Pero this is the fight. Kasi may hinahanap nila. Rabbit catches one. 2v3 on this game. Brain Freeze is low. Simple as well. 45 seconds in, hindi pa nila napaplant yung spike. Paano nila gagawin to? Paano nila ipaplant to? Kailangan nila makapatay ng at least dalawa para siyempre makuha nila to. 25 seconds mga kaibigan. The clock is ticking already. Brain freeze, waiting on that corner. Waiting dun sa
30
loob ng
seconds
Viper's
left.
pit. Pero alam nila yun, na pag pinlant nila, typat sila. Kailangan talaga
sila.
sila dito makakuha ng isa mga kaibigan para lang syempre medyo okay sila. Pero Kelly S, andun lang din sa likod. Pero this is the
One
biggest
enemy
block
remaining.
na pwede gawin ni Kelly S ngayon! RRQ is in a match point already!
Match
Ibang
point.
klase ang RRQ dito. Kahit na may Viper Spit na meron dito ang BRN ng Bren Esports, hindi pa rin ito magiging pabor dahil nga hindi nila na-plant pa yung spike sa lahat ng mga eksenang nangyari na nga dito in favor of RRQ. It's just going really well for Tugen na magkakaroon sila ng mga magandang trade-offs dito together with Nexi. At naging malaking possibility lang din talaga na mabawasan pa dito ang Bren Esports with just the Hunter Spirit dito ni Rabbit. Hindi tuloy nakabelo ang Bren, hindi nakaposition na maigi dito sina Capsos. They were caught by timing, but this time around, we have the aggressive push na ngayon ni EJ going in for the popping of the head onto one member. Will fail to get in another one. Rabbit is 4v4 na kaagad ang laban.
Spike
4v4
down
yun
A.
dito sa game na ito mga kaibigan. Heavy 18 tatlo pa sila dito sa side ng Bren Esports mga kaibigan. Pero napapansin nga rin ng RRQ. Medyo they're really struggling right now. Ang problema na din talaga isa pakarami nila. Pero nga Heavy 8K, the savior of Bren Esports, catching one. Pero tatlo pa ang kailangan niya silipin dito. Lexi, it's just gonna be ang pagbawi ng api. Pero nga na simple, denying the win of RRQ dito. Angelica.
Hindi ko in-expect yung Angelica. RRQ kasi dito, talagang na-bulldozer sila by AJ with the Blade Storm. But now, this is just the good timing para mapigilan na naman dito. Yung pag-iinit ngayon ng Bren Esports, timeout is everything. Is already in favor of RRQ dahil nga meron pa rin naman silang eco, half an armor lang makocommit dito ni Brain Freeze. We saw earlier na nagkaroon na ulit ng confidence dito makapasok ng site after and even have the tailwind to eliminate indom players from RRQ. Pero nag-fail siya to get in another one, pero at least sa mga pagpasok nila ng site dito, hindi nakapag-hold ang RRQ. And now we're going in for another round and about. Na-force na naman yung Vice dito for Bren Esports, and this is just everything on their hands para makasurvive pa for another more rounds dito para maihabol nila dito for an overtime. Pero kasi 5 pa ang kailangan nilang panalunan, Bill.
Medyo malalim at matagal. Pwede natin makita mga matches dito mga kaibigan, pero importante lang din talaga is malaman natin kung sino ba talaga yung pinaka-deserving sa lahat. RRQ is 1 win away para i-representa ang buong Pilipinas. Para samahan ng Team Secret at isa pang team para sa VCT APAC. Is this gonna be their comeback if ever? Noong VCT Stage 1, ladies and gentlemen, na naglag sila. Pero ngayon, babawiin nila yun. RRQ. Konti na lang. Sorry. Na-space out ako ng konti. Pero, Kalias pwede ko that corner, pero EJ, dahil pinakadelikado ngayon, pero alam, Kalias meron tayo sa may taas, pero nga na EJ denying that kill right now. Pero ito din talaga yung mga hunters, pwede na iba to, pero nga na EJ, Heavy 8K, gonna take down 2 already, pero this is gonna be a 3-first situation right now. Rabbit, mga kaibigan, meron pa naman siya shock na dito, pero yung senior, may at amaan ba? Pero Brain Feast, gonna pass the spike already, pero this is gonna be denied by the players of RRQ, denying the spike that being planted right now dito sa may A. Talaga napigilan pa rin talaga. Si EJ super low, 1 HP pa rin talaga yun. Yung second pero oh my god! The utilities of RRQ is just really good! Ladies and gentlemen, RRQ is our second representative for the VCT Asia Pacific qualifiers.
What a banging win all the way from RRQ with a clean 2-0 laban sa Bren Esports. Cutie Nexi. Shoutout sa mga players ng RRQ ngayon, and really is just an overwhelming match na meron sila laban dito sa BRN. It's just really giving to us na sobrang deserve nila Nexi Draxi makapasok na nga in APAC here in VCT.
Finally. I posted that on Facebook. I tweeted that as well. I want Nexi and Draxi to be there in Asia Pacific qualifiers. They're here, I love it. Let's go. Finally. Pero yeah, I mean, a big shout out sa mga nanonood ngayon. Pero, syempre, hindi naman nagpapaka-bias dito. Of course, gusto ko rin talaga manalo din ng Bren Esports, di ba? Syempre, bakit nasaya mo? Kasi si Nexy at si Draxy, makakapag-APAC na. Yun lang yun.
Oo, deserve na nila to
Yun lang yun. Oo, tama. Yun lang yun. Kasi, tulad ka sinabi ko kanina, with or without org, Nexy and Draxy, Symbol and Hustos, still find their place dito sa VCT. Kahit anong mangyari.
Eto na, finally, it's all in favor of RRQ. Let's look back into the stats. All in favor of RRQ sa lahat ng mga pagkakataon na naging attacker-sided sila. They were able to win out their duels, although there are times na talagang nangangamba tayo sa mga retake na ginagawa dito ng Bren Esports. Nagbabalik naman tayo dito sa second half, kung saan sila lang naman din. Dito yung nakakapag-eliminate ng chances of Bren Esports to win out those duels. At even yung mga battle of utilities nila dito. We're going into our numbers real quick with Rabbit all the way from the top of our food chain. Nakikita natin yung mga times na nagagamit niya yung mga utilities niya, nakokontrol niya yung Bren Esports from trying to execute inside fully sa site. Tapos samahan mo pa dito nila Nexy with those clutch plays. Samahan mo pa dito ni Draxy na hindi napagbigyan dito sina EJ makapag-plant ng spike, makakuha ng mga pick-off. And with that being said, it's just better than game number 1, 13-7 laban sa Bren.
Mainit na mainit ang nakikita natin dito mga kaibigan. And now, RRQ, at least talaga nakabawi na dito despite of them losing. This is stage 1. Well, not losing but not qualifying either. Sa buong stage 1, at least dito sa stage 2, nakabawi sila kahit papano. And now, kasama na nila ang Team Secret para maging representative nga, of course, ng Pilipinas. Pero yeah, big GG sa mga nakita natin. Napaka-action-packed ng ating mga laban dito, lalong-lalo dito sa mga games dito sa matchup na to. Diyos ko po, wala akong naintindihan sa bind, pero wala eh.
Parang ito lang din talaga yung team na hindi mo masusundan yung mga duels dahil ang dami talaga nangyayari sa mga crossfires na ginaganap nila, sa batuhan nila ng mga utilities, kung sino ba talaga yun magwawalan, makaka-secure ng site. It's just really wild na talagang equal yung mga force nila dito. Pero Bren Esports has come out short. Hindi sila nakakuha ng game number 3. At nakita rin natin talagang consistency is really the key for Nexy and Draxy. Sama pa rin dito na mga positioning pa ni Kelly to secure in those immediate pick-offs laban sa Bren Esports for this half.
Spike down.
Pero
One enemy. 10 seconds.
dito naman ngayon mga kaibigan, pinapakita naman talaga ng RRQ dito yung mga clutch na ginagawa ng Draxy. That is probably one of the best clutch na nakita natin ngayon dito sa game. 6 down 4. Pero sobrang dami rin talaga na nagawang okay din ng Bren Esports. Siyempre, i-credit natin lahat ng nagawa din nila na everything is really explosive. Pero it's just we can say right now, talagang with confidence mga kaibigan na nakita natin ngayon, of course RRQ is a better team dito sa matchup na to.
Really just a clean of a game, clean of a series, clean 2-0 laban dito sa BRN ngayon. Really confusing kung bakit nga ba ito ang mga naging execution sila dahil kahapon napakaganda lang din ng mga in-execute nila laban sa AEP, pero tingin ko talaga it's just the better execution na ginawa dito ng RRQ to finish things out with a clean sweep. Masasabi lang natin talagang worth it talaga ang mga players natin to get inside of the game, get inside of our playoffs. But this time, this is again the last series of the day. Magbabalik tayo for the panel host kung sino ba yung pwede natin may interview. I'm Manny Glacy, the double D. Kasama ko ngayon si Bill. See you tomorrow for another round.
from me. All the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations pull up. Look how things will switch. People there quick. Now they wanna move on the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch. Nah.
Where's the Benji?
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, these don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind.
We are back over here at the VCTPH Stage 2 Challengers. Now, earlier, Fluffy, we were talking about how much of an impact a Sentinel role is. And I think Bren Esports should have listened to us, especially in game number 1. Now, the tides have gone in the direction of RRQ. And as we dive into more details of this series, let's hop on into the series highlights to re-witness some of the action. Fluffy, RRQ is on another level over here. Walk us through the strengths that they showed us this game.
I mean, RRQ, the most, in my opinion, best improved team overall since we saw them in the group stages. They came off so strong after that first weekend, even moving on to playoffs, still continuing their win streak all in all throughout the games, starting on Vine. So, you know, the Kings of Kings have really come to take the throne, moving on to the next stage of VCT, but also securing the coveted APAC spot. It's an extra special victory, I think, for their teammates. Nexi and Jaxi, of course, honored students of VCT, always being here for the playoffs, but finally breaking that curse and making it from playoffs to now that APAC qualified spot. The team has always had their flexibility, and especially here on Bind, we see Kelly S really made the most of it. He was able to secure so many important rounds for the team, even dropping a 34 bomb on the way out from Bind and moving into Icebox. Here in Icebox, you know, the team is still ice cold in Icebox. RRQ again started shaky a bit on the pistol, but managed to convert that into a chilling attack streak, with Rabbit and 2G or Tuge making so much space for their team. But as it converted though on the second half, the remorseless winter that RRQ provided really shattered the attack, of the opposing team, Bren Esports. I think it really silenced Bren Esports' dreams at the end of it for the upper bracket, but that still leaves room for them to maybe claw their way back during the low.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit tragic that Bren Esports will be facing elimination tomorrow, but for RRQ, man, that was one of the strongest showings we've seen from them since the group stage. It's one of the more dominant ones, most definitely, considering that they did go up against Bren Esports, and it was incredibly close in the first match, or in the first game. I really thought that we would see overtime there. However, RRQ, they weren't having any of it. Now, they were able to clutch it out when it mattered the most. They kind of teased Bren a little bit, let them get to 11 rounds, and then on Icebox, they shattered their dreams completely. It was just a full out, you know, it wasn't an out and out stop, but it was very close to that. It just felt like RRQ had their crosshairs on Bren Esports faster than Bren could actually get to them. And these highlights show it all. RRQ is just on the next level here, and Bren could not get hot enough to melt that icebox.
Oh, for sure. And I think in a sense, this does feel like a revenge story. After all, we did say that Bren Esports was able to take the first series away from RRQ back in the group stages. Now, let's take a look at the MVP. This is the person that had the strongest running throughout this series. It's none other than RRQ's Kelly S. Now, look at these stats on the board. G10, share your insights on Kelly S's performance in this series.
I think in this series, the stats on the MVP screen are kind of skewed in a certain direction because Helios didn't have the greatest icebox, but on the first map, man, he was absolutely insane. As Fluffy said, he did drop a 30 bomb. I think that was a 34 bomb, which was absolutely unheard of. It didn't feel like a superstar kind of playstyle from Kelly S at the time, but he was incredibly consistent, landing 2K after 2K after 2K after 2K. No super huge clutches or the like, but that kind of consistent and reliable fragging was really what gave RRQ that first map. And the second map, he kind of fell back a little bit, but the rest of his team was able to pick it up. And well, it is a very, very well-deserved victory for them.
Of course. And now, speaking of the MVP, we're going to be interviewing him and find out what was going through in their heads during this match. Hi, Kelly S.
Hello.
Congratulations. Wow, what a treat. We have the entire team over here. Hello, everyone. I don't know if they can see me. Hi.
Hello.
Okay, so I'm just going to get straight to it because I feel like you guys are going to be celebrating tonight. But I want to ask, what is something that you think is setting your team apart versus the other teams? Because you guys are one of the giants in this stage.
For me, we're just para sa amin, para sa akin, yung team ko is sobrang committed sa goal namin. Tapos nung after ng week 1, grabe yung usap namin, grabe yung reset namin, yung pinag-usapan namin yung mentality namin sa game para pagdating sa week 2, ma-recover kami. Tapos yun, nagka-recover kami.
Of course, and we've seen the recovery process take in effect. You guys are top 2 right now, and you guys are killing it over here at our playoffs. Now, I can see the smiles on your faces. You guys are pretty happy, but I have to ask, what does it feel like to be able to qualify for APAC?
I don't know, I'm so speechless right now. Baka maya pa to magsingkit eh. Kasi hindi ko pa iniisip yung APAC kasi sobrang focus namin sa laro na to.
Oh, that is fair. Though you guys are, again, still moving forward to APAC. So I gotta ask, is there any team that you're looking forward to face over there?
For me, I want to face against Pepperex because I want to play against Forsaken.
That's gonna be a huge honor, of course.
Yeah,
you guys are gonna be representing the country too, and you're gonna be facing off against incredible teams as well. Now, with all of the excitement that's going on, I want to know, do you guys have any plans tonight of celebrating?
It's up to our manager if what he wants to do.
But if it's up to you, what are you gonna eat?
I think samgyup is the best.
That sounds yummy. Kelly S, since the entire team is here, and I don't think that they can hear me. Can they hear me?
No. I can tell them.
Okay. Perfect. We're safe. I want you to point to me the teammate that corresponds to the question that I'm asking. Which of the teammates that are standing beside you, the one that loves to eat?
Lexi.
How about the teammate that loves to sleep in?
This guy. This.
And lastly, the teammate that is not a fan of taking a bath.
This guy.
I'm so happy. I love the energy that's coming from this team. And I'm gonna give you a chance, Kelly S, to give some shoutouts to all of your supporters. So let's go.
Shoutout sa mga fans namin dyan since day 1. Thank you sa pagtiwala sa amin. Kahit bad start kami sa week 1, tuloy-tuloy pa din yung supportan nyo. At sa girlfriend ko na sobrang suportado sa laro ko. Thank you so much para sa itong panalo na to. Tapos, shoutout din sa mga kaibigan ko si Skadoscourt, Jackie, Boro, at saka si Ate Meg. Especially sa boss namin, si Boss Ricky, Boss AP, Boss Nano, si Boss Lan, si Dutch. At shoutout sa coach namin, pinakamagaling coach. Viva RQ!
Viva RRQ! Thank you so much, Kelly S, for spending some time with me over at this interview. I hope you guys get your samgyup. Best of luck with everything, and we'll see you guys in your next match.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Oh my lord, I want to get some samgyup. I want to get some food in.
Let's do it.
Okay. Oh no, let's not go there. My wallet is not ready. I wonder what it feels like though to be able to represent the country in a larger scale like APAC. Do you ever wonder what that's like, Fluffy?
I mean, it's every support staff and player's dream one day. It's such an honor to carry your flag into that international stage, but also it's your own personal chance to make your mark on Valorant. We've seen Team Secret do it in the past, and I feel like every team tries to aspire at least to be like them in that way.
Oh, of course. And speaking of Team Secret, let's take a look at the results of the matches today. If we can remember correctly, Team Secret got that whopping 2-0 in their series. It was epic. In fact, I was expecting a long day today, especially with that first series. But as we heard earlier, Team Secret targeted SBE, and it just goes to show the level of preparedness these teams have over here for the results to be like this. Now, G10, results on the board. I'm pretty sure that your predictions were like 50-50, if I'm not mistaken.
50-50.
I'm happy that my curse has been lifted, but please indulge and tell us your thoughts on the scores that we have here.
Well, I mean, it was a quick day. Team Secret and SBE, that was a 2-0. And of course, we just saw RQ and Bren Esports 2-0 now. As for the insights, man, it just really felt like in the Team Secret versus SBE game, Team Secret did their homework better than SBE did theirs, even though SBE was a little bit creative with that neon pick in the second map. It wasn't enough to stop a team that's kind of read all of your movements before it knows how you like to play. So Team Secret with 2 consecutive 13-4s here really shows that they deserve to be in this APAC slot. And RRQ versus Bren, man, I really thought this was also going to go the distance because Bren, they had such a good showing yesterday. They had such a good showing towards the ends of the group stages, but it just felt like RRQ was on a different level today than they were even in the group stages. So now, speaking of Bren Esports and SB, we're going to be seeing them once again tomorrow.
Yes, we're talking about the lower brackets over here. Now, Fluffy, I've said this over and over again. The atmosphere in the playoffs is different from the group stages. So how do you think that the adjustments these teams have made in the playoffs will affect their run in the lower brackets?
I feel like the team that really can adapt and do something, take a page from Team Secret's book, study the opponent since there's less teams, and if you can find their weaknesses, really leverage your strengths of your team against them, could be, in my opinion, is the better strat to do. I feel like every team right now has already kind of built their identity. Everyone who's been following the VCT Stage 2 Challengers already has an idea of how every team plays. I'm sure the teams already do themselves. So really start looking in. You're at that point where you bring out the anti-strats, you bring out the secret techs that you've been hiding during the group stages, because now it's really the time for you to make your mark, because if you don't, this is the last shot to make it to international. So, you have to go all out.
Yeah, if you don't make it today or tomorrow, then you're gonna have to wait another year for your shot, right? It's gonna be a long time. But on the flip side, as you said earlier in one of our panel segments, there is time for these teams to prepare. I do feel like Bren Esports has been going at it day per day, if I'm not mistaken. Same goes for Southbelt Esports. So I do hope that that's not going to strain their performance tomorrow. Though with that, today's analysis is complete. Before we end the show, we'd love to give a huge shout out and thank you to our sponsors. We would like to thank PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with Riot Games for bringing the Valorant Champions Tour here in the Philippines. The VCT Challengers PH Stage 2 tournament is also sanctioned and overseen by the Games and Amusement Board.
We would also like to thank our official sponsors. VCT Stage 2 Philippines Challengers is organized by Globe at Home. Fiber strong, family strong with the new G Fiber, only $20.99 on Globe at Home. Game with speeds to up to 150 Mbps. Mabilis na, unlimited internet pa. To learn more, go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband.
And finally, VCT 2022 is brought to you by the Asus Republic of Gamers. Get the ROG Zephyrus M16 powered by up to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i9 processor to help you unleash the legend inside. With top-notch performance and amazing bezel-less ROG Nebula 165Hz QHD display in a slim and light form factor, the ROG Zephyrus M16 will immerse you with the best gaming and entertainment experience that you deserve. Go to ph.rog.gg/ROGXVCT 2022 for more information about the ROG Zephyrus M16. You can also find these links in the comments down below.
Oh, there you have it, folks. I am so happy that these teams are really bringing in their A game over here at the playoffs. But more than anything, I am happy that the Penguin was saved today. It's been a fun day, day 2 of the playoffs, and I can't wait to see what tomorrow has in store for us. Over here at your panel, it has been Likeable, Fluffy, and G10. Adios, amigos. We'll see you again tomorrow.
This is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh. Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth. Oh, here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man? Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine.